Hello and welcome everyone. In this tutorial, I'm going to be showing you guys how to build a complete e-commerce platform from front to back. This e-commerce platform has a bunch of features, including authentication. So user can register. If I click on this button, you see the modal and you can log into his account. So let's log into this account already. The user can search for products. Let's search for or gimmick product one. So we'll search product one. And the user doesn't actually need to add on title here or a name here before I can go to the search page. I can clear that now and I'll just click on the search button and you see I am now on the search page. Now on the search page on my left hand side, you see the categories section where we have all of the categories and we can filter. So I'm just going to click on this kitchen utensils filter, and as you can see now, I only see products from the kitchen utensils category. And I can click on one of these products. So I'll click on gray utensils and I am now on the product page itself. I see the product image and I see the description. Here I can add this product to carts by clicking on this add to order button, and I can also increment the number and decrement it as well. So I'm just going to say 2 and I'll add to order. And once I click on that button, you'll see that my cart icon appears and I have a notification telling me that it has been added to carts. And I click on this icon, you'll see my order, and from here as well, I can increment and decrement. And from here, I can also proceed to checkout. Now on the checkout page, you see my prices and also my delivery method and my selected items. So for the delivery method, you see that this delivery will be made to home address and you see a direction to change it if that's not the delivery address I want to use. Currently, this account has one delivery address. So let's click here and actually change it. And I've been taken to my address page on my profile section. And here I can add a new address. So I'll click on add new address. And here I can add the label, the address, the state, and so on and so forth. I'm just going to add this one here. And I'll also use this as my default shipping address. So currently, my previous address is my default shipping address. But I'm going to use this one as my default shipping address. And as you guys will see, it will take the badge of default shipping from that previous address to this one. So I'll click on that and I'll add address. And as you can see now, office address is now the default shipping address, and home address is just the default billing address. It's no longer a shipping address as well. Now, if I go back to my cart, proceed to checkout, you'll see that now the text says this delivery would be made to office address. All right, so now let's proceed to make payment. I'll click on that button and I've been taken to the payment page. Payment will be handled by Stripe, so we don't have to worry about that. All I have to do here is just placing my email, placing the card number. For the card number, I would use the gimme card from Stripe, so 42424242, and place a number in. The number is actually optional, and the first name and last name is also optional as well, so we can ignore those. My country is Nigeria, so all of that is correct. I'll just click on the pay button right here, and once the payment has been processed, you'll see that the payment has been made and my order has been received. Now if I go to my order history page, you'll see that I have 3 orders here on my order history, 2 from previous transaction and this current one that has the status of processing. If I expand it, you'll see that it's that product that we just made purchase for right there. So we see the name, we see the SKU, we see the unit price, we see the quantity, and we see the total price as well. Close that. And I'm moving over to my personal info where you'd see the name and my email as well. And if I move to my settings, you see that we can change the email, we can change the name, we can change the password, and we can also log out from this page. So if I click here, you see I can change my name. I will just say Fawaz, and the name has been changed to Fawaz. And to change my password, I will need to place in my current password and then the new password, and also confirm that password to be sure as well. And as I said, I can also log out from clicking this button. And this account is an account of an admin. So from this account, I can actually access the administration or admin dashboard. I'll click on this link right here and it will take me to the admin dashboard. On the admin dashboard, I can see on the overview page the total revenue and the number of new customers we've had on the past months. And I can also see the recent 3 orders. As you can see, the last order that was made by Fawaz, and it's still on the status of processing. Move over to the product page where you would see all of the products that have been added to this store. And we can also take actions like deleting the product itself and searching for the product. And we can also add a new product by ourselves by clicking on this button and coming to the add new product page right here. We can do the same for the users, but for the users, we can't really add new users. We can search for users, and we can also take actions on users like ban users and unban users. And we can move to the orders, and then the orders, you'll see all of the orders that have been made in the store. And the last order that was made is this one at the top right here. It has a status of processing, but for that, we can update the status from processing to shipped if this item has been shipped, and we can update it from shipped to delivered if this item has been delivered. And as you can see, the status as well reflects that. And we can go to the categories. Yeah, you see we have 3 categories, and we can take actions like deleting them and searching for them. We can also add new categories. Lastly, go back to the storefront. If I go back to this users order history, you will see that now that order status has changed to delivered. It's no more processing, it's now delivered because of we changed it on the admin's dashboard. If all of these sounds exciting to you, make sure you log in, because for the next 10 plus hours, I'm going to bring to you your knowledge. Tech stack. The whole application will be built with SvelteKit. We'll use PNPM for our package manager, and the backend would be Cloudflare centric. We would also use Beta Auth for our authentication, and would use Drizzle ORM as our ORM of choice. And for the UI libraries, we'll be using Chatty and Svelte. For our forms, we'll be handling them with Super Forms, and for the payments, we'll be handling that with Stripe. And the app will also be deployed to Cloudflare Workers as well, so you can get a URL that you can share with your friends. So let's take a look at this. You'd see that this URL right here is one that has been deployed to Cloudflare Workers. Let's begin by scaffolding our SvelteKit application. Instead of using the SvelteKit CLI directly, we'll be using the Cloudflare C3 CLI. And the reason why we'll be using C3 is because of they help us to configure a lot of things concerning Cloudflare Workers and Wrangler. So what I want you guys to do is to go to Cloudflare Workers documentation, scroll down to static assets. You see where they have frameworks, and then you choose Svelte. Now this is in beta, deploying to workers is in beta, but we can still use it. Now what I'm going to do is copy this command. I'm using PNPM, so I switch to the PNPM tab and I copy this command. Move into my editor and I paste it. Let's go through this command and see what it's doing. The first thing here is using our manager, PNPM. PNPM create Cloudflare at latest. Then the name of the application, then the framework presets, and this experimental flag. So we are deploying to workers assets. Now let's get rid of all of this and let's just use the simplest command, which is PNPM create Cloudflare at latest and then the experimental flag. I'll click enter so that I can actually walk you guys through each step. The first prompt is, in which directory do you want to create your application? I'll just click on dot because I want to create it directly in this folder. Then what would you like to start with? Let's go to framework starter and SvelteKit. And then now it's going to use the SvelteKit new SV CLI. And SvelteKit minimal, yes. Type checking with TypeScript, yes. Now let's add a couple of other packages. I'll go with Prettier, I'll go with ESLint, Tailwind, Drizzle. And that should be all. We'll leave this as this, and we'll go for SQLite and beta SQLite. PNPM. There are a lot of stages, that we have to go through to actually get to the point, but this actually helps us to set up most of the things, like 70% of all the things we need to actually start developing. The SVCLI helps us set them up. It's just a very nice and handy tool. We'll wait for it to install the dependencies, and then we'll go over the SvelteKit's folder structure and what you actually need to know. Okay, if you get to this point where it asks you if you want to deploy, you want to go ahead and choose no, because we're going to be using CI, that is continuous integration. So every time we deploy to our GitHub repository or GitLab repository, we automatically rebuild and the newest version is deployed for us. Now it asks us, do you want to deploy your application? As I said, no. and the application has been created successfully. Now let's take a look at all the files and folders it's created for us. Now we have a bunch of files at the root level thanks to the state of development today in JavaScript, but just ignore most of them. When we need them, I'll explain what they are doing. Let's go to the most important place, which is the SRC folder. This is where we'll be working 90% of the times. We have our libs folder where we'll be creating components and reusing things. We have our routes folder where we'll be creating our routes like pages. And we have our app.css where all our CSS would stay. Now we are using Tailwind, so all we really need to do is import this, and the SVCLI has actually done that for us. So, and we also have our app.html, which is the root HTML file. This is how SvelteKit works, and we have our statics folder right here. The statics folder, we have just one asset, which is this SvelteKit icon, and we have this asset.ignore, which is used by workers in Cloudflare. All right, so let's just go through these few ones. This .git, you might not actually see this. This is usually an hidden folder. It shows for me because of I have that configure to show, so ignore this. The .SvelteKit folder is used by SvelteKit. This usually is created anytime you spin up your dev server. So if I deleted this, I spin up my dev server, this will be recreated. Don't bother yourself about this. And the node modules folder is where all of our modules are kept. Again, ignore this. You don't really need to use this or be bothered by it. We have our wrangler.toml file where we'll be configuring all our bindings and other stuff. We have bytes.config. By configuring byte, we have ts.config, we have tailwind.config, we have svelte.config, and we have a bunch of other configs like our Drizzle config and prettier ignores and all that stuff, but most of them you really just ignore them and go on with your day. Okay, so let's run our dev server to actually see our application running in our browser. The way we're going to do this is by running this command pnpm dev. I am using pnpm. I urge you guys to use pnpm as well, and if you're using any other manager, it's very similar. For npm, you just have to prefix it with run, so npm run dev, and that should spin up our dev server for us. Should spit out a localhost URL where we'll paste in our browser, and that is what we'll actually use to develop locally. Now we have this URL right here. I can just control click on this and it would open in my default browser and we should see the results. Now we see welcome to SvelteKit, visit the docs to read about the documentation. And the reason why we see that is because of that is what is here. If I can just change this to SvelteKit tools, I save that. There's auth module reload. So once I save that, you're going to see it reflect immediately. All right, let's move on. So I don't know if you guys have noticed this as well, but every time we create a server rendered first application like SvelteKit, we usually get this lag when we navigate from page A to page B. And the reason for that lag is because we are rendering things on the server before being printed on the client. And usually there is no way to let the user know that something is being loaded. The browser doesn't do it by default if you are using client-side navigation. So the way we're going to fix that is by using this package called nprogress. And this is just a betterment of life kind of package that helps you add a loading bar at the top of your application. So I'm going to just copy this. You guys might not see the reason why I'm adding this now, but later on you would understand. I'll create a new terminal by clicking on that plus icon, and I'll paste this command in here. Now I'm not using npm, I'm using pnpm. So I'll change that to pnpm and I'll add nprogress. Now that that has been installed, nprogress usually has a CSS file. So I have it in here already, the nprogress.css file. You can get this file by just going to the GitHub link in the description and make sure you actually leave a star and a follow so I know you came. But you get this CSS file, you place it here, and what we want to do now is link to our global CSS file, which is this app.css right here. So I'll go to the top of this file and I will just import the nprogress CSS file. So it will be loaded alongside all of our other Tailwind utilities and classes. So this will be at imports, and then we'll have nprogress. .css like this. And in the end progress, the CSS file, you can customize this to fit the theme of your website. I'll just leave mine the way I have done it already. And let's actually make end progress work. So move to your root layout. Your root layout is the plus layout.svelte file that's at the root of the routes folder. Go here. And in here, what we want to do is import end progress. I'll place my import for the CSS file at the very top, and then I'll import end progress. Import end progress from end progress like this. And we also want to import two SvelteKit hooks. We want after navigate and the before navigate. So be from $app / navigation like this, and from here we can get after navigate. We can also get before navigate. Now we're going to use both of these. We'll say before navigate, we want to start the end progress, and after navigate, we want to end it. So we'll go with end progress.done. And we just want to configure end progress a little bit because it usually has a spinner at the top that I don't like. So I'm going to turn off that spinner. And we'll do that by saying end progress.configure show spinner false, like so. And then we have this red line here on end progress. And as you can see, they're telling us that the declaration file is not being found. What we need to do is just install it. So I'll copy this. I'll paste this in here and change this to pnpm. And once that is done, this red line should disappear. Let's move on. Next thing I'm going to do is add our component library. And in this channel, you know, our favorite component library is Chassis Svelte from OntoBytes and then boys over there. But we're not going to be using the one that's currently right here. We're going to be moving to the Chassis Svelte for Svelte 5. They say it has been released, but the doc is still in preview and there's a different link for the doc. So what I want to do is click on this top red banner. If you don't see this top red banner, then that means that it has become the stable and the normal release, and you should just use it normally. So this would be the doc you should be seeing, whether you clicked on that red banner or if you didn't see that red banner. This should be the doc you should be seeing. We're going to move straight over to get started. Installation, we'll choose SvelteKit, and we should see instructions. So now we've passed all these stages. What we want to go to is this here. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it in my terminal. First prompt, what style do we want to use? We'll go for the defaults and base color, slate, global CSS file is yes, the app.css, Tailwind config located, that's correct. This is also correct. That is also correct. Lib/hooks, we don't mind this as well. And we'll wait for that to initialize the project and install the dependencies that we need. So once that is done, we should be able to go on building the application. So let's just give that 1 minute. That was pretty quick. Now it's done. Let's move on to actually building the application itself. So we'll begin with the admin UI, and after we'll move to the storefront. So in your routes folder, create a new folder called admin. And in admin, we're going to create a layout file again, layouts.svelte, and we'll create a plus page.server.ts file right here. Okay, so I didn't spell my layouts properly. Like so. For the layout, we're going to be using something new in Chassis and Svelte, which is their sidebar components. So we'll move to the sidebar component in the documentation, and you can give this a quick read on how it works. I'm not really bothered about that. All I want to do is get the command to actually install the sidebar. So I'll copy this. And if you don't want to be having to go back to the documentation every time you want to download something, you can get this extension called Chassis Svelte for VS Code. And if I scroll real quick, I should see it right here. So Chassis and Svelte. You get this and you easily be able to install all of these components without having to leave your editor. And you can also add Svelte for VS Code while you are at that, because of this actually helps you a lot when you're working with SvelteKit in your Visual Studio Code editor. Now, I'll just open my terminal and I'll paste this in here, and that should actually add the sidebar components for me. Go for yes, and it should install it. Now, moving back to the documentation, let's take a quick glance at how it actually works. So this is the CSS file. So if this is what will be added to your CSS file. So if you want to configure a couple of things or customize it, you can change that directly. And it just show you how it works. And simple enough, no issues there. Let's take a look at the anatomy of how the sidebar works. First thing we need is the sidebar roots. Then we can add the header, we can add the content, we can add groups, and we can just close them. So what we'll do is copy this example we have here, this number 3. Copy this, and we would paste this in our layout file. We'll change a couple of things, don't worry. The first thing that I want to do is add a sidebar provider here. This is sidebar dot provider, because we'd actually have something inside of this. Make sure that we close that actually. And we'll use this sidebar provider to actually cover everything in here. And yeah, we can change this to from application to admin dashboard. And for the menu items, we can change this to our own pages and links in our admin dashboard. The first one would say overview. The URL would just be overview. And the icon would be from Lucid Svelte, and we'll be going for the layout dashboard. Let's move on to our browser one more time and go to the lucid.dev. Normally, when we are using icons for us, but it only does that when we are using a component that requires an icon. But since we have not added, or I believe, well, we can actually check that. We can go to our package.json. And if you don't see Lucid Svelte, it has not added it. All right, so we actually see Lucid Svelte right here, meaning that it has actually added it for us. And that's good. We don't need to add it again. So what I'll do is just get rid of all of this right here. And the first icon that I need is the layout. So we don't have the autocomplete for the Lucid icons. I'll just reload my editor so that I can get that, because frankly, I like working that way. So we still don't actually have the auto imports, but we'll just go ahead and stop being lazy and write it out. So we have layout dashboard, that's the name. And we would import this directly from Lucid Svelte. Import layout dashboard from Lucid-Svelte. Now there are two ways to actually import these icons. We can do it this way, and we can actually just do it by going directly to that icon by using /icon/ the name of the icon, so that we can actually reduce the file and not load all the icons in our application. Right, so I'll use that example for this next item, which is the products page, and the URL would just be products, and the icon here would be the box icon. Now, instead of coming here and just coming right here and saying box, which would work, what I'm going to do is would import box from Lucid Svelte / icons / box. I hope you now understand. This way is way longer, but it actually gives better performance to your application overall, especially when you're using a lot of icons. So let's just go ahead and just use the normal way. Because of that import just makes it a lot easier for us to move faster. So yeah, I'm going to need the user icon. Click on that and it should auto import that from me. Nope. All right, let's try it one more time, and it does. And it creates a new one. All right, so don't bother. Let's just leave it as such and move on. This one is going to be called the user page, and URL is going to be just user. I'll make this capital letter. Okay, let's make the URL users, because that makes more sense. Users. And the next page is going to be the orders page. So call this orders, and the URL would be order, and the icon would be the truck icon. And does that create a new import or just okay? It has it. The reason why I didn't add it here is because we actually wrote this back with our own hand, and this one is the one is recognized as its own. Probably, I don't know what the way VS Code is supposed to work internally. The next one we need is the categories, which should be the categories page, and the URL would simply be categories, small letter C. And the icon, well, the icon is going to be the blocks icon. So BLOCKS, and that should import for us. Exactly. And the last one is going to be the storefront. So a URL to navigate back to the storefront from the admin dashboard. I'll duplicate this right here, and I'll change the title of these to storefront. And the URL will have ... / now this will just move us 2 levels above and back to the root page, which is where our storefront is going to be hosted. And the icon here would just be the home icon, because of that is the home. And we should save that. We should see this nicely. Now if I move to my browser, over here we should see SvelteKit stoots. If I go to /admin, let's see, we see a 500 internal error. All right, that's actually okay. Let's move along and see what's going on. All right, so what's happening is that for the admin, we don't have a plus page.svelte file, which is how we would recognize the admin folder as a page. But for now, let's just ignore that, because we don't actually need a plus page.svelte file for this route. One thing we can do is redirect them. Anytime they come to this route, which is the admin route, we can redirect them to the overview route, which is where is basically going to be the home page, quote unquote, home page of the admin dashboard. But let's just leave that for now and keep on building. Or you know what, just so that we can actually see what we are building, let's add a plus page. That's Svelte right here. And here we can say admin page, right? So that should be more friendly to everybody. We go here, we see that we can refresh this, and that should give us this admin page text right here. But we won't actually see that, and the reason why we won't see that is because of in our layout we don't have somewhere where we are outputting the children or rendering the children. So once that refreshes completely, you'd see that we have an error here, and that is okay still. So let's actually come to the layout and basically spit out the children somewhere. So where I'm going to do that will be right after the sidebar.root, but still inside the sidebar.provider. So that'll be after right here. I'll just have a main tag, and I'll give this a CSS class, and then the class here I'll just have a flex1. And the first thing I'll have here will be the sidebar trigger. So that is to open and close the sidebar. So sidebar dot trigger, and after this we're going to have our children being rendered here, but we need to get the children from the props. So to the let curly braces will be equals to $sign props, and in this curly braces we're going to be getting the children props. So it move back down here, and this says side.trigger for some reason. Sidebar. The sidebar.trigger, and here would have curly braces here and at render, and we'll be rendering what? We'll be rendering the children like this. And if this could be optional, you can just put a question mark and then dot. So let's save this and let's see the way this looks on the browser. Now we still get an error, and the reason why we're still getting an error is because of Lucid Svelte. So Lucid Svelte is going to be having some issues. So once you just install Lucid Svelte, you might see this, you may not see this. But the best way to fix this is to cut your terminal and restart the dev server. Simple as that. Once your dev server has restarted, you can just go back to your browser, refresh, and see if you still have the error. By now, you shouldn't have the error anymore. I refreshed my browser and I don't have any errors anymore. So make sure that you are at this stage. If you are not at this stage, you want to go back and watch the previous steps we went through, because I know that we have encountered a few bugs, a few errors that might have made you lose track of where we were. So just go back, make sure you rewatch it, make sure that you are at this stage. Once you are at this stage, you can actually progress and continue. So let's just test this out. If we click on this trigger, we can see that it closes and opens our sidebar, and the admin page right here is the plus page.svelte file that is being rendered right here. And this is, of course, the sidebar. So when we click on any sidebar, I want us to go to admin / then that URL. But if I over the sidebar, you see that this just goes straight to products / and then we have /users, and then we have /others. That's not the way I want it. I want it to be /admin, then / whatever the URL is. So the way we're going to achieve that is very, very easy. Just go back directly here. You see this A tag here. We'll just prefix it with admin. So to be /admin / and we'll say plus the item.url like that. Let's save this, and we should see the change right here. Now, if I over, you see we have the overview is, I don't know if you can see it, but it's at my left bottom hand side. It should be the same side for you as well. You should see /admin / overview and /admin / product. Now that's it for the admin layout page. Let's move on to the admin overview page. Back to our editor. What you want to do now is create a new page inside the admin folder. And if you install the Svelte for VS Code extension, as I told you guys to, what you can do is right click, go to Svelte files, go to SvelteKit, create routes. You want to over here, you want to write overview, enter, and then you can choose the files you want to be created. We'll click plus page.svelte and plus page.server.ts. We'll be using that one later on. Click on enter, and those files and that folder should be created. If you didn't install the extension, just go ahead and create it manually. So I'm in my plus page.svelte file for my overview folder, and in here I'll just get rid of, I'll basically get rid of this part, add on this part. The first thing I will have here would be a div, and in this div, before we actually put anything in the div, we'll give this a class. So start with flex 1, and the reason why we're starting with flex 1 is because of this overview page is inside the layout page, and that layout page has something covering everything. That thing that is covering everything is the sidebar provider. And I know this might be confusing, but that sidebar provider actually has a flex class. So the reason we know this is because of Winchester Svelte. We can actually go directly to the component and see what's going on. So it has a flex class, and we can just put flex 1 directly here. But you also notice that we actually have on the layouts, we have a main tag, and in that main tag we have a flex 1. So this flex one here is actually optional. So you can place this here, or you can just ignore it because of they already have a flex one doing the job for us. But I'm just going to place mine there and it says space Y 4. And if you want to have all this intelligence that I have for Tailwind, it's again just an extension, the Tailwind intelligence extension for VS Code. Say space Y4, we'll give this a P8, that's padding around of 32 pixels and a padding top of 6, which is 24 pixels. In here, we'll have an H2. This H2 would say, let's say the dashboard, like that. And we'll give this H2 some classes. First of all, we'll give this a text 3XL, then a font bold, and a tracking tight. Save these. Let's also make this capitalized. We'll save this. We'll close Explore, and we'll check our admin page. So what we want to do now is just click on the overview page. I clicked on it, and as you can see, we see this dashboard text right here. Now I can minimize this and reduce our editor as well, so that we can actually see both screens, the editor and the browser. So this is nice. Now after that H2 tag, we want to have another div tag. And in this div tag, we're going to have cards components. But before we add those card components, let's give this a class. And that class is going to be grid. So grid, and the gap for this would be 4. And it's going to be on medium to larger screens. We'll make this a grid column of 2. Of 2, like this. To add the card components, one way we can go about it is by going back to the documentation and copying the command, pasting it in our terminal, or you can just install that extension I told you guys to install and go with Ctrl-Shift-P, which opens here, and we can search for Chad, C, and Svelte. Now we see add new component and add multiple components. I'll go with add new component, and it's going to ask us for the components we want to add, and I'll go with the card one. I'll just search for card, and we see card. I click on enter. What it should do is pop open our terminal. Let me go real estate, pop open our terminal, paste the command in there for us, and actually run that. So ready to install? Yes, actually installs the card component for us. So that's actually extremely handy, and I use that all the time. All right, cool. Once that is installed, there's another thing this extension can actually help us do, which is help us spit out example snippets for the way this component are supposed to work, and even their imports as well. So for the import, I'll go with CNI. So that's the first text you want to write. CNI, not DNI. CNI, and when you type in CNI, you should see a couple of other components that you can import, but I'll go with card. So CNI card, and it's actually just show the import part for me right here. And for the example snippet, I can go with CNX and then card, and then it spits out an example. See, isn't that super cool? That's extremely cool. So we actually get an example of how a card component works, and we can go ahead and edit this. So this is basically the anatomy of a card component. We don't have to go back to the documentation to check that out. The only reason why we should go back to the documentation is if we need some extra information, probably on how the API works and things like that. But for this is okay. So what I can do here is in this card title, change this from card title to total revenue. That's not spell revenue. And the description, I'll probably get rid of this description, and instead of the description, I'll place a icon. So I'll place let's go with the shopping cart icon. So the shopping carts icon right here. We'll import that, and we'll give this class h4 and weight 4. The quicker way of doing this is just use the size 4, and text would be muted foreground like this. For the card content, we have two things here. The first one will be a div, and in that div, would having the total revenue. I can just say like, well, $5,000, and give this div a class. Say text to Excel font bold, and after that div would have a P, and in this P would just be showing like a percentage of growth from the last month. So I'll say, let's say 50% from last month, and this will just be a smaller text. So give this a class of text extra small, that's XS, and text muted foreground. And we can have a plus in front of this number, so it makes more sense. And let's take a look at this in the browser, and as you can see, we have this card that says total revenue, we have the shopping cart, and we have all these things. Now this is not properly laid out because of we are not using a lot of the classes we're supposed to be using, like flexbox and things like that. So let's go ahead and actually use that. But first of all, let's get rid of this footer. I don't need this card footer. Now let's go to the card header and add some classes here. So add class, and the first class I'll add here will be flex. Then we'll go for flex row, item sensor, justify between, and space y0, and pb, that's padding bottom 2, which is 8 pixels. And for the card title, I just want to change some few classes here. I'll have text SM, that's for small, and font medium, like that. That's nice. All right, so let's take a look at this one more time, and just the way I like it. All right, so this have been flexed and space between both of them, and we can basically just duplicate this and use this for the order card. That will be for the new customers card. So I'll paste that and change the text from total revenue to new customers. Make sure this is capital letter C. And for the shopping, for the icon, it will be shopping cart. It would be arrow up icon. So we are seeing multiple different types of arrow up. We just go for the normal arrow up. So the normal arrow up icon, and the first item in the card content, which is this div, that we're having the number of new customers, so it would be plus, let's say 20, and then we're showing the percentage growth from last month, which we can just turn to 20% as well. So save this, and we should see this in our browser. So we have the total revenue, and we have the new customers overview as well. So that's extremely nice. Let's move on and add the table. So for the table, it's going to be actually very similar to the way we added the card. We'll just go to add new components, and the components we will search for will be the tables component, like this, and it's actually going to add that for us. And as it's adding that for us, let's just go ahead and risk it and import it. All right, so it's actually going to prompt us on whether we want to install. Yeah, so we'll go yes. And now we have CNI written here. What we want to just make sure is complete this. So CNI dash table. Okay, for the dash created an issue because of that is in a script tag, and that dash is going to represent a minus. So let's go, just write the table like this. Yeah. And after this, we'll just come here, which will be outside this div, and what I have is CNX card. This table is going to be inside card component. So CNX card, and the title is going to be recent orders. And for the card description, we don't actually need a description. If you want to add one, go ahead, but I'll get rid of a description. For the content, in the content is where we'll have the table. So for the content, I'll remove the p tag, and for the footer, I'll just remove it completely. In the card content, above CNX table. Just need to change and remove a few things. The first one I'm going to remove is the caption. We don't need a caption for our own use case. And for the header, we'll leave that. You just change the text that we see there. The first one would say order. The second one would say status. The third one would say AMT, which is amount, plus SHP, which means shipping. And I'll just give this one a class. I'll say class text right. And for the amount, we'll get rid of the amount. We actually need this. You know what? Let's actually leave the amount. We'll just move the amount up. We'll get rid of this class for the amount. Instead of having amount, we'll have the customer. So we can know the customer that actually made this order. So I think that would be nice. All right. So for the body, we can just have dummy data in here. So I can start off by giving this a code. So I can just say something like this. This actually makes sense for code. And for the status, I can just say let's say processing. And for the name, I'll just have my own name right here. Lawal Adebola. Can't spell my own name anymore. And for the price, I think I'll just have a like $500. Save that. Take a look at the browser, and we should have something very, very simple. Okay, that's good. So that would be it for the overview page. Let's move on to creating the UI for the admin product page. Open up your Explorer, and as a symbol into the overview page, but a child to the admin route, you want to create a new page. So say SvelteKit files create route. We'll call this products with an S, and we'll choose a plus page that's svelte and the plus page that's server. We'll use the server files later on, but let's create them now. And in the plus page that's svelte file, we want to get rid of these parts. We don't need this now. What we need is just HTML, and you can start writing HTML directly here. So we'll have a div tag. Okay, div tag is giving me issues. And in this div tag itself would have classes. First class, very similar, with space y4, and would have p8 for padding 8 and padding top b6. And after I would have a div, and this div would have classes as well. Flex, item center, justify between, and space y2. In here we have an h2 that's going to be very similar to what we had in that place previously. So we just go back to overview, and you see that in overview we have this h2 here. I can just copy this and paste this here, and I'll call this dashboard products. After that, I would have a div, and this div would have class and flex item center space x2. Now we're going to have two components here. The first one is going to be an input, and the second one is going to be a button. Now we can add that from chassis and Svelte, Ctrl+Shift+P, add new components. But this time we actually need multiple components, so we'll go for add multiple components, and we'll choose inputs, click the checkbox, and buttons, click the checkbox, and okay, we should have that pasted in the terminal. Let's wait for that. It's going to ask us, would you like to override? We'll go no. So it seems like the button was installed previously by former component, but we can just go like this and yes. Okay, actually both of them actually existed. We had the input there and the button there. So sometimes when you're installing a single component, you might end up installing multiple components. For example, the card components would install the button components for you as well. So it works like that. All right. Now that we have that there, we can use CNI to add the inputs. So say CNI. I hope this thing shows up this time. Okay, input. And then we have CNI button like this. And in this div, we have an input. So we say CNX and then input. And then we have button like this. Make sense? All right. But the button would have a placeholder. This placeholder will simply say slash products ... and we can give this some classes and just give this a width of 150 pixels for on larger screens. So on LG, the width size will change to, let's go with 250 pixels. For the inputs, we can also give this, you know what, instead of adding this class for the button, let's have this class for the input. So the input will be the one that will be longer. That makes more sense. So in our case, we need one to occupy more space, but let's that be the input. Just looks more pleasing. I'll save that and I'll check that in my browser now. Yeah, in my browser, I can see that when I over the product link, I can see the URL is product without an S. I just want to fix that before I go anywhere. I'll go to the layout, the admin layout, and there should be product with an S. I'll save that and I'll check that one more time. You see this has an S now. When I click on this, I should see the product page and the input is here and the search button is here. We can go back to our product page and we can keep on building. So the next thing that I want to do now is to come out of this div. We are done here. I'm basically come out of this whole div, but this parent div should still be inside the parent div. So come out of here and we'll have now a table. It be a table of all the products. CNX table, and then we need to import table. So say CNI table. We don't need the caption, as I said previously. For the headers, the first one is going to be ID. The second one is going to be image. The third one would be the name. The one after that will go with category. And after that, we'll have subcategory. We also have the price. After the price, we would have stock. And after stock, I'll make this capital letter. All right, so after stock, we would have a place that we call these actions. So for actions, is where we have things like deleting a product or editing a product. So say actions, and as you can see, we keep having this class of right left. I'll get rid of everything except the last one, which is the one for actions. Like this. And I'll save this. And for the row, we can just write dummy data here. So for the first one, I'll go with something like 1. And the second one, which is supposed to be an image, I would have an image tag here. And for the SRC, we just 5 icon. Go for the 5 icon, don't waste our time. And we'll have some classes here. So the class that I'm going to add, and for the 5 icon, it actually has an extension, I believe. So if I go to static, it's .png. So we'll see .png. If you have other files you want to use for demo purposes, you can go ahead and add those ones. I'm just going to use the 5 icon. So we give this some classes. We'll say size. That we're going for is 14. That'll be 56 height and 56 width. I'll say rounded, and we'll give this a border like this. So for the next row or the next cell would be the name. So we can just say Jordan's. If the next one, I believe the next one should be for the category. Let's say shoe, and the next one will be subcategories. Say Jordan brands. Then next one after that will be the price. You can go for $100. The one after that should be the stock. Let's say we have 10 in the house. And after that, we should have our actions like a delete action. So I'll just say, yeah, we have a button. To make it very simple, we have a button, and that button would have delete. So we're having edit and delete, but let's just go for delete only. Like this. And we'll change the variant so it actually looks a lot better. So the variant would be, we have a couple. We have destructive. Let's go with destructive. And then we have size. Now for SM, small. So we can save that and take a look at how that looks in the browser. So as you can see, we have a broken image here. We can just ignore that. But this is how the product page will look. For scenarios where we don't have any products, let's create a fallback for that. So I can just come outside of here, outside of this table completely, and create a P tag here. This P tag would have two things in it. The first one will have no product found text. Right after that, we'll have a button that says add product. So we have button. You can say create new product or add product, and this button would have href. So if you add an href to a button, it automatically becomes an e tag. So we'll have href, and this href will be product slash add. You want to make sure that this product does not have this trailing slash part of it. Just product then slash add. And this P tag will have a couple of classes itself. Let's make this look nicer. We'll say, first of all, flex, an height of 70 view height. 70 view height, so V-ish. Have a width of full. Flex of column. Item center. Justify center. Gap 3. Text center. So the nice thing about this intelligence is that you don't really have to write the whole word, just write something that makes sense, and then it brings it out and you click enter. The ease is just awesome. You have text 3XL and text muted foreground. I'll save that. Now let's check this out on the browser. We should see this no product page right here. All right, so that's nice. Now what we're going to do, we'll create a variable here. Let's see, show product will be equals to state rooms, and we'll say true. So we can have a if block here. Let's say if show products, then we want to actually have this table roots right here. Then else can have this one right here. And for some reason the div at the bottom has disappeared, so I'll type that out back, and I'll save this, and I'll take a look at this in the browser, see how it looks. So if show product is true, it's going to show the product. So as you can see, this is the product. But if show product was false, I have a difficult spelling. Save that. You should see no product and a create new product button right here. So that's just exactly what we need. I also want to add another button that'll be at the top as well to add products. So what I was thinking is instead of having a search button here, we can just have a add product button right here. And this placeholder does not belong in the button. What was I doing? So I really added the placeholder to a button. The placeholder is not for the button, but it's for the inputs. Let's move the placeholder to the inputs. So sorry if I made that mistake. And for the button, we just have an href. That's going to take us to that same place. So products slash add. And instead of saying search, we'd say add products like this. So this makes more sense. Go back to the browser and yeah, much better. We are done with the UI for the products page. Let's move on to the UI for actually creating a product. You would want to create a new folder inside the products folder. I'll go ahead and do that. SvelteKit files, create route. Name of this will just be add plus page.svelte and plus page.server.ts. In the add folder, we'll go straight to our Svelte file, get rid of the things we don't need, and we start working with what we actually want. First thing we'll add here would be a div, and in this div, let's just say, you know what, you can use I don't know if you guys remember emit. You can use emit, but you can just say dot space y for, but it is emit anymore. But for the classes, we can just continue. Basically, all we need to add now is p8 like this, and we'll have a div, and in this div, we'll have, I know you guys remember that we'll add this multiple times, so we can just go back and copy and paste. We don't need to rewrite every single time. So I'll just copy this part like this. I'll paste it like so. And we'll change this from products to add new products. After that div, we're going to have basically a form for adding the products. So form, leave the action, we'll say method would be post, since we'll be using form actions in SvelteKit. And we'll have an enc type, and this enc type is because we're going to be sending a file, which is an image from this form to the server. So we'll say the enc type should be multi-part form data. And for this form, we'll be using chassis and svelte form, which uses form snap, which uses SvelteKit super form. So let's just go ahead and download forms. Add new components, and okay, so cannot get component list. That should be connection error. Pardon me. Let's try that one more time. Add new components, and yeah, form. That should add the form for us. So it's going to add all the dependencies we need, including form snap, SvelteKit super forms, Zod as well. So we're using Zod for our validation library, and it adds it for us. So we'll go with no. Let me decide individually. Ready to install? Yes. Just go in no, and it's install the form label components, and let's just wait for that to install completely. And as it's actually installing that, let's keep on building. So the first component we need here is the card component. So we'll go with CNI card. Good. And we'd also need the form component, but let's wait for that to install completely. As it's installing, let's play around with the card. CNX card for the title, we'll write product information. For the content, we'll get rid of the description, but for the content, we'll get rid of this p tag here. We'll get rid of the card footer as well. The content here, we'll give this a class. And the class we're going to add here will be space y4. At this point, we actually need the form field, so I'm just going to assume that that has successfully installed. Correct. And come here, CNI form. I believe they have one for forms, if I'm not wrong. Yes, they do. And form. And in here, I'll create my first form field. So I can easily just do CNX form. And we have a bunch of shades here, but I'll just go for the ones that I want. The ones I want here is form field. I'll take form field and I'll discard the rest. I'll paste form field here. In this form field, there are a couple of things that we actually don't want. So the first of them would be descriptions. Should we leave descriptions? It's kind of up to us. I say we don't need descriptions. We get rid of that. And for the input, we'll be using the one from chassis and Svelte. So we use capital letter I and we'll import that with CNI input. And as you can see, we have a few red lines here and there. That's okay. We'll fix those. Now, so let's go to our package registration to just make sure that the packages we need has been installed. So we need form snap, yes. We need SvelteKit super forms that has been installed, yes. And we need Zod. So since those three things has been successfully installed, we need to, the first thing we want to do now is create a schema for our products. Then when we create a product schema, we'll use SvelteKit super forms to be able to get that product schema, validate that stuff, and send it to the server. So the way we'll do that is by first creating a file where we'll be keeping all of our schemas. Open your Explorer, go to your libs folder, and in this libs folder at the root, just create a new file called form schema.ts. And in here, you want to create our first schema would be const product schema equals to z, which is going to be from Zod dot object. First we want to do is export this product schema, and the second thing is we want to import Zod. All right, so let's do that manually. There's going to be import z from Zod, like that. And in here we can start writing out our fields. First field we need here is name. Name would be a string, and we can add a minimum to make it required. So we can just say minimum of 1. Now name is required. You can add other things here like a customized message, so error message. So we can go on and write customized error message, but I will ignore that for now. I'll just focus on things that we actually need. So we actually need a description, and description as well will be required. So for the description, we add at least 3 letters, and we have a category. And the category would also be required. So the category is going to be a number, actually. So we'll say number, and it's a positive number. That's going to be the ID of the category. Right? So it's going to be a number. And we'll have a subcategory. A subcategory is not going to be a number. A subcategory is going to be a string. So Copilot is getting a bit confused here. Well, string, and this will be minimum 1. Now we'll have a price. For the price, we'll have z dot number, and the price will always be positive. And this positive has a 1 in it, doesn't need that. Okay, and we'll have a stock. For the stock is going to be a number as well. But this, instead of being positive, we'll go with non-negative. So we can actually have 0. And the last one, the last field will be the images. So the images, and we'll say Z. So it's a file that we want to validate. We'll go for instance of, and the instance of file, and we can have like a message right here. So the message we can have here, it can be anything. I'll just go with this: upload a file or an image, anyone you want to go with. Upload a file, and then to make sure that we receive images that are under a certain size, we can add a refine here. So I'll say dot refine and get f. F is for that file, and we can just check f dot size is less than a number in kilobytes. So if you want 100 kilobytes, you go with 100 underscore a couple more zeros, 3 more zeros. This would be 100 kilobytes. So I'll go with 500 kilobytes. If it's above this, if this returns false, I'll say the error should be max 500 KB upload size. And because if I want multiple images, I will have a last dot, and it's going to be array. So I want multiple images to be able to be added. And your product schema should look like this. Now let's go back. Now we want to initialize SvelteKit superforms, but before we do that, let's load our schema from our server file. Get rid of a couple of things here that I don't need. And in the load function, right here, I would just initialize a variable called form and say await super validate. The super validate is going to be from SvelteKit superforms like this. And then the super validates, the first thing we need here is the validator we are using. Since we're using Zod, we'll say Zod. And inside of here, we'll have our schema. It's going to be product schema. So we'll import that, but we also need to import this Zod adapter. Now the Zod adapter is going to be from SvelteKit superforms, so we can easily just import this by ourselves. Make sure it's one from SvelteKit superforms and not from the Zod library. Import Zod from SvelteKit. Okay, I can just write this: SvelteKit superforms slash adapters, like so. And now that we have the form here, we can just return it and this return object form. And now I can go to the plus page, the Svelte file of the add page, and I can get that data from the props. So let's data be equals to $ props for the props room. Now I can initialize SvelteKit performance const form would be equals to super. Let's see if the auto import works this time. Come on. Well, let's try this by hands, but like caveman. So super form need data dot. Now this should actually have autocomplete, so you can see data dot form, and yeah, we can have extra options. So first of all, let's import superforms from SvelteKit superforms. So import $ super form. It's going to be from SvelteKit super forms, like so. And now SvelteKit superforms, we can have other options right here. What we want to add here is validators for client-side validation. So I'll go with validators. And yeah, we want to use the Zod adapter, but this time instead of using Zod adapter, I'm going to use the Zod client. And the Zod client is going to be basically the Zod adapter, but just minified and lightweight. So we don't end up importing Zod adapter 2 times. So go with Zod client. And we hope that auto imports, and if it doesn't, we can just keep on going. So Zod, Zod client, and in here we want to add the product schema. So it's going to use the schema. It will validate against this schema. And let's see if the Zod client will import now. And the Zod client actually imports. So one other option I want to add here is the validation method. I just want to make sure that this would be auto. So I'll go for validation methods, no S, and the option I'll go for is auto. All right. What I can do now is destructure some few things that I'll be needing from this form variable. See, const curly braces would be equals to form, and from here I can get a couple of things. And things I can get delayed, I can get errors, I can get enhanced, and I can get form. So funny enough, having 2 forms is going to cause issues, so we can rename this to form data like this. And now back to our form fields. Let's see how we can keep on building on this now. So we have form field. One of the props that I need here is this form, and it's this one from here. So I'm passing it here already, and then the name. So this will actually have red line because of field does not exist in that schema. So what exists in that schema? Well, we have a couple of them. As you can see, it actually shows us the valid ones that we can add. So the one I want to add here is the name. I'll click on that. And after that, we have the form control, and the form control has this let attrs. This was for slots, but in SvelteKit 5, we don't use slots, we use snippets, and the render tag. We use snippets and then the render tag. But we'll get rid of that, we don't need slots. And would write snippets like this. We're gonna be the children snippets. And here we'll get the props. So this is how we do it in Svelte 5. And we can get the form label and the inputs and pop them inside here like this. And for the inputs, we just spreading attrs, which kind of stands for attribute. We spread props. And for the bind value, this will be $form data, because of form data is actually a store. So SvelteKit Superforms uses stores. So form data is a store. Then the dots, what field are we binding to, is the name field. So just like that, we get the name field here. Now we can duplicate this and reuse it for other fields. So I'll just reuse this time. It's going to be for description like this. And instead of having product name, here we have product name, and here we'll have a sub-label, we'll have description. So let's actually take a look at this on the browser. Okay, it's reloading. Let us reload and let's just keep on going. So after the description, we'll have the other fields. So one other field that we can have right here is the price. So we can have the price and we can have the stock. But since these are kind of fields that kind of require minimum inputs, we can put this side by side to make it like a flex or a grid style. That's what I'm going to do here. So we'll first have a div, and this div will have a class. First of all, we'll go for grid equals to gap 4, and then I can copy one of these fields and reuse it here. This one will be for the price. And because of the price is going to be a number, we can change the type on the input to number. And we can paste one more time. This time it's going to be for the stock, and the stock is also going to be of type number as well. You can save that, and we can have something similar for the categories and the subcategories. So I can basically copy this grid that I use here, and we use it right here. This time the name would be category. That was spelled badly. Category. And instead of having an input, the category is going to have a select, but let's just pretend like right now we need an input. So let's just go for the input, and the subcategory here the label will be a bit different. Subcategory will be right after the categories. So it's also going to have a select subcategory, but for now, let's just go with the input. So I'll make this capital letter and the S capital letter as well. So it just looks better. And the last one we have down here would be the images. So to add the images, first of all, we need to do a couple of things. So what I want you guys to do is scroll up. And right here, we would create a const images. So this platform has this thing called files proxy, and we need a form, and second would be the name of the field of the file. The name of the field is images, if I'm not wrong. Make sure you actually import file proxies. And the reason why we're going with file proxy so that we can upload the image to the server using SvelteKit to perform. So when we are sending the inputs and those other primitive fields, we also send the file as well. So I'll go back down. One thing we can take care of even before writing the fields for the images is just have a preview variable that we can actually have a place where we get these files, and then we can preview them. So as you're adding them, you can actually see the file that you're adding. I've got these previews, and we use the derived runes, and we just click here, make an array from the images, and that images is store. So start with the $, and dot map over it, and we get each file. What we're basically going to do is just use this URL dot create object URL, and we'll place in the file in there, like so. Just make sure you wrap this whole thing in its own brackets. So right now it's causing that issue, but now that issue should disappear. And we can now successfully scroll down and add this image field as well. So you're going to do is scroll to the bottom, and it's going to be very similar to the way we add other fields, but we'll not be using any of this extra like label of input. So outside of the div, but still inside the card content, add a new field here. I copied the bottom as well. I don't need that. This is all I need. For the name, we'll go with images, and for the label, images, and for the input, we use a normal input. This is going to be for just collecting files or selecting files. The type is going to be file, and we'll have an accept attribute. Just break this into lines so you can actually see. We'll have an accept attribute. The accept attribute is going to be the kind of files we want to be able to accept. You can accept any type of image file you want. I want the image slash png, and I want a comma, and we have image slash jpeg. Now you can add as much, or you can just use asterisk for any image file. So you can have like image slash asterisk for every type of image file. Now we'll bind, instead of binding to file value, we'll bind to files, because we have multiple files, and it's going to be $ images. So this images variable right here. So we'll bind to that, and because we want to be able to have collect or select multiple files at the same time, we'll add the multiple attributes here as well. And we can have, after this form control, we can have, so having this form that's field errors, which won't work in this use case of files. We can have an if block right here. So say if we're going to be looking for the images, it's going to be the errors from the images. So we already have the errors from forms right here, so we can just check from there directly. That's basically what this form.field errors component is actually doing for us. So we say if $, can't spell errors anymore. Come on, ERRORS, errors, for God's sake. If errors dot images, let me see if there's any image in the error, then we now want to go with an each block. So it's an array, we have multiple images, we have distinct errors, so we have each $ errors dot images. Want to take the first one and say as error. It's gonna have a p tag right here. This p tag will just print out the error. Now class to text red 500. I'll save that. And outside of this form field, but still inside the card content, we'll have a place where we'll preview these images. So this multiple attribute is giving me errors, telling me unknown words, and I think it's going to be because I'm spelling it wrongly. So it's not MUI, it's MU. So that's multiple. And let's go back. We'll have a div outside here, and this div would be a grid. So our grid width would be feet, grid calls 3, and a gap of 2. Yeah, we can just loop over each image that we might be having. So it's going to be the preview actually. So say each previews as preview, and it's going to be the img tag. That's the image tag. Come on. Yeah, it doesn't. It comes up. For the src, we can just preview directly. Place the preview in directly, and it should work this way. For the alt, we can ignore that, and you can have a class here. We can say size 20, rounded MD, border 2. And lastly, we can have a button that will actually submit all of this content. Button. I'm not sure whether we've imported this button yet, but let's keep on going. If you haven't imported yet, we'll import it right after. yeah, would have a text that says add product. And I don't think we imported it, so we just come above here and say CNI button, like so. And I'll save everything and I'll check the browser. I'll click on create new product and nothing happens for some reason. Let's check our terminal. So this is a live debugging session. Check the terminal to see if anything is being printed. All right, so nothing is being printed yet. I think it's just loading slowly. Let's try that one more time. Click. No, nothing works. All right, I don't think that's loading slowly. That's clearly nothing working. Let's go to the overview, product, and then create new product. And all right, so I think it was hydration issue. Most likely it was hydration, but I moved around and nothing happened. But I think the issue with that was hydration. But let's wait for this to reload completely to see what actually comes out. It's downloading, and as you can see, our form is displaying here. So it was clearly SvelteKit doing this thing, but it's displaying successfully. And if you try to add products, nothing would happen. Nice. All right, so let's go back and let me talk about a few things that we have here. So enhance right here, this enhance is going to be used to do client side form action. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically instead of reloading the web browser, we'll be utilizing JavaScript to avoid reloading the browser when we actually send this data to our server. And this delay is going to be like a loading state that will ask this browser to the button, so we can actually know, okay, it's loading. So we can add that now. We can say if, why do I keep making a mistake? The last time delayed, and we can cover our if block here. Say if the last time delayed, want to have a loader, we'll go for loader 2. I like loader 2. And this loader is an icon from Lucid Svelte. And we'll give it some few classes. I'll go with size 6 and animate spin. And we'll have an else block as we'll place in this add product text. Let's make sure that we're actually importing loader. We're importing loader 2. Yeah. All right. So now this delayed would be false because of no action is being taken or is running. So we should just see add product. But when we click on add and we actually have this data being sent to the backend and the backend is processing it, you'll see the loading spinner right here. All right. So that's it for the product page and the add product page. Let's move over to the users admin UI. So the admin UI for the users page. What I want you guys to do now is to create a new folder. It's going to be a symboling of the product and the overview, but the child of the admin. And we'll call this users page. Users, and click on enter, plus page.svelte, plus page.server.ts. You know the drill by now. Go to the plus page.svelte file and we'll get rid of all the files that we don't need. First, we'll begin with a div tag, and this div tag will have some classes. So let's just quickly class be equals to we'll go first with space y4. By now you should get how we are moving, and p8. In that div would have another div, and this div is going to be very similar to the other divs that we've had in this kind of situation. So we can just go to the products and we can copy this part, paste this in, can close the tag like that. And in here, instead of having products, would have users. And after having users, we want to have an input and a button. So it's going to be very similar to the one we have in the products page. I can just copy this and paste this here like this. And after this div, we'll have a table where we have a list of all our users. So again, this is very similar to this product page. I can basically copy and reuse. Yeah, we need a product table. No, not a product table, actually a users table, but we can copy the product table. So it's still just a table, and we can just change the parts that we need to change. First of all, instead of having add products here, would say add user. And for the table head, the first item here would be so an ID, would have a name, and then would have email. Then we'll have a role, would have status, and we'll have a join date, the date that this user joined, and we'll have a total spent. We'll get rid of stock, but would have action. And for these examples, instead of having 1 year, since the first head here is name, I'll just have a name. Lawal Adi Bola. Find it very hard to spell my own name nowadays. Debola. And then the next one will be an email. So instead of having this image, I just have my email. After the third cell will be a role. I'll say admin. So there are two types of role, either a user or admin. I'll say admin. And then the next one would be the status. So we have two status, active or banned. So I'll say active. And then created at, let's see, 22, 11, 24. And total spent, I'll just say $100. And action would be for delete. So you can, in this case, we don't want to be able to delete a user. I want to be able to ban a user and unban a user. So I'll say ban user. Save this and check this in the browser. On the users page, we should see something similar to this. All right. So now we are done with the users page for the admin. Let's move on to the others page. Create a new page in the admins folder. SvelteKit files, create routes, others. I'll just go with order. Again, just install that extension, Svelte for VS Code extension, and you should have this functionality as well. Now on the others plus page.svelte file, get rid of the things we don't need, like this. And let's start writing code. First of all, we need a div tag. This div tag would have very similar classes to what we've seen previously. Start with space y4 p8, and then you know the drill, you can just copy and paste if it looks similar. So this to me is basically the same thing, so I'll just copy this whole place and paste it in here. So having users would have the orders, and we'll have here, instead of having add user, we'll have search, we can also import the input and button. Basically, let's import everything. So we need table as well. So import the input, the button, and table. For this div that's covering the input and button, I want this to be a form actually. The reason for that is because of I want to be submitting something from here to the server. So I'll make this a form, and we can have a placeholder change. So instead of saying search product, we'll say search by order code. And save that. And here, instead of having a href, would have a type of submit. The reason why this is looking funny is because we didn't place the um quotation there. Now that should be fixed. All right, let's continue. Now move out of this div and have a table. Now we can easily just copy the table that we have here and reuse it. Now start with order ID. Next would be status. And after status, would have customer. Let's make status a capital letter S. After status, we'll have amount plus shipping. After that, we'll have date, and we'll have our action. So grade of total spent, and we'll say actions like this. And in here, the first cell is kind of, we want an icon there that enables us to copy that code. So the way I'm going to do it is have a div first of all, and this div will have a class of flex. Let's just get this item center as well. And after that, we'll say span. The span will have the code. So for example, we have something like this as the code. And after that, we'll have a normal button that has the clipboard icon. Let's see if that auto imports for us, or we'll get to that to import. Okay, all right, so this is Svelte. And this button would have an on click event handler. And when you click on this button, we'll use the navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and would write this code. Now this is just examples, and then we can say notify user, comma. So we can notify users whether it was successful or not, right here. So make sure that this icon is actually being imported, and it is. So what we can do here is give this a class of size 4, make that look nice. And after that, we can have, I think the next thing is the status. So we have 3 status. We have either a delivered, or processing, or a shipped. So what I can do is this. So I'll get rid of this. I'll paste this in here. Now I'll create a variable called status. Would be equals to state, and I'll just say processing. Is that spell processing? Well, I'll just call that processing. And now I will have to import these icons. So one by one. Instead of doing that, I'll just scroll up here. When I get here, I'll paste this, and yeah, that should import all those icons. And now what this would just be checking is going to be checking for status, whether it's delivered, it's going to show this. If status is processing, it's going to show this, and if status is shipped, it's going to show this icon. So there are those different icons with different colors. Now we can check here and go to orders page. click on that, as you can see, this is our orders page. We have this search that says search by order code. We still have this thing saying ban user, but in our case, it shouldn't be saying ban user. But let's go on. After doing that, we want to go to this place that we see the admin. So what's next after status? It's actually customer. So now we'll just put the customer's name here. We say Lawal Adebola, which is my name, and next one will be the price. So I'm just say $100. And after that, I can just put the created at, if I'm not wrong, that will be date. Yes. So when it was created at, I can just use a date of some kind. And I haven't had a date right on that year. But right after that, what we need is just some sort of um action. So right here we have actions here as well. But in this case, we want to have two options: to update to shipped and then to update to delivered. So we just have one button that says update. Come on, update to shipped. And when we start, integrating with the database and all that, we change this UI as well. But for now, let's leave it like this. We also want to get rid of this destructive variant we have right here. Probably use outline. Yeah, save that and take a look at the browser. This looks good. All right. One thing I want to do is just add a gap. This one, which is where I have the status. I want to add a gap of 1. And also here as well, add a gap of 1. Just have a little space. It looks better that way. Yeah, I think it looks better this way. All right. Now we are done with the other page. Let's move to the category page. You should know the drill at this point. Come to your admin folder and create a new route. SvelteKit files, SvelteKit create route. We'll call this categories. I'll make sure I spell this correctly first time in my life. And plus page.svelte plus page.server.ts. Correct. Get those two files in that categories folder and we can start building. Get rid of this. I don't need this now. And you know the drill. We all know the drill. These things a lot of times are the same, so we can basically just copy and paste. So copy and paste this. What we want is a covering div, a closing div rather, and we change from order to categories. And we have this form. We don't really need a form for this page. We just use a normal div, and this would say instead of search, would say add new category, and we need the input and the button, so we can just copy and paste like this. And this placeholder can change from search by order code to search category or categories plural. And after this div right here, we want a table to visualize all of our categories. So I can just copy the table we have here and reuse this right here. And we also need to import tables. Copy the one we have down here straight up. First off, in the tables we need the ID, and then we need name. Should I as capital letter? After the name, we need the number of subcategories. So instead of customer, say number of subcategory. You see, in the end of the day, after taking all that time, I still didn't spell it correctly. Subcategories, correct. And we have description. After description, would have the action, so we can get rid of this date right here. The first thing here is supposed to be the ID, so I'll get rid of all of these and just say something like 1. And then the second one is the name. That will be the name of the category. And I'll get rid of these parts and I'll say something like electronics. And after that, we need a number of subcategories. And I'll just say 5. After that, we need a description. Let's say this is the description. And after that, what do we need? Well, we need actions. So the action I want to have here would be the delete action. So I'll just get rid of these two right here. And this button changes to delete. And this variant would be destructive, like this. I will save this. And if I check my browser, go to my categories, you should see something very nice. Now we want to create the add page to be able to add a category. Create a new folder in the categories called add and add your pages. The way I'm going to do mine is just use SvelteKit files, create route, call this add, plus page.svelte and plus page.server.ts. So the files that I need, get rid of what I don't need, and start off with a div. And this div is going to be very similar to the other ones we've had, so we can just copy and paste as well. So I don't want to copy too much, but I'll take this whole thing. Some few things I won't need, like I won't need this part, so I'll get rid of this part. But the name right here, we'll call this add new category. And after that, we'll have a form. This form would have a normal method of post. And in this form would have a card. So you can say CNX card. And right here we say CNI card. Get rid of the footer. We never use the footer. And now we need to use form fields, and that's going to be SvelteKit, super forms, and form snap, and all that good stuff. First of all, let's create a category schema. So I'll go to my form schema. Category schema is going to be very simple. So export cons category schema be equal to z dot object. The name would be z dot string, and because we want this to be required, we have a minimum of 1 string. Have a description. I always find it very hard to spell things, so just copy and paste that. This would be a z dot string, and since the description is not going to be required, we can just omit the minimum, and then we have subcategories. For subcategories, we have z dot string, and since this is going to be multiple categories could be added, we say dot array and dot minimum 1, so that at least needs to be 1 subcategory added. Now we can go straight to the plus page the server file here, so that we can return the form from the server. Alright, const form is equals to await super validate. Now this is spelled wrongly, and that's correct. Now we want to put in the Zod adapter, and here I want to put in the category schema like this, and once return form, we'll go back to the plus page as well file. You can see let is equals to the props rooms, so $ props, and from this we can get data. And now we can initialize superforms and do all that good stuff. We've done this before, so what I can do is just go to the place we did it before, which was product/add, and I'll copy that. So what I need is this part here. And what I want to do is import a couple of things. I want to import this. I want to import this. Come on. And this being product schema is going to be category schema. I want to import that as well. And this validation method, I'll get rid of it. We don't really need this here. What we do need is we want to change the data type to be JSON, like this. The reason why we're doing this is because we have something that is nested, which is our subcategories. We'll change the data type to JSON, and that should fix any issue that we might have. Let's change the card title. Move this from whatever it is there to category information. My fingers usually move before my brain thinks, so I end up typing on something that I'm not supposed to type. Now I'm going to remove the description, and in this card content, I'll give this a class of space y4. I'll get rid of this p tag right here. We don't need this. And in here, we'll just have a div, and this div would have a class of grid. And after that, we'll have grid cols 1, 2. So we'll go for 2 columns, and we'll have a gap of 4. And here, once I put in the form fields, I can easily just copy one of the ones we've done here. They're going to be similar, and paste it right here. And we'll also want to import the form. So it's a CNI form. That should import form, and we change this from product name to category name. And we also need the inputs as well, so we can import that through that style as well. And yeah, this one is actually maps to what we need here properly. So we can just copy this and paste it down right here. And what would change this to would be description. And we'll save this. Take a look at our browser. So let's see what we're actually building. Click on add new category. This actually doesn't have a link on it yet. So go back to the category and give this a link. So it says add new category, but it has a type of submit. It shouldn't be so. Yeah, we'll say href would be slash. No, come on, let's go category slash add, like this. And now this should be correct. Oh, okay, that's wrong. So why is it wrong? Let's see. Okay, so it's categories, not category. So my link is wrong for using categories. For using category, I mean I'm supposed to use category. I'll go back, check that one more time. It still says category. Let's move around. Categories back, and this should say category. It still says category. Let's refresh that. Didn't I save this? I actually didn't save it. All right. Let's see this one more time. Click here. And it's still saying category. All right, so you know what? Let's take a look at this. Let's just keep on building and pretend like we didn't see that part. Yeah, this actually says categories, RIES. So why does it keep going to category? Okay, so this is still saying category actually. Funny enough. It's changed now. It's changed. You just give it a little time and it changed. Now let's click on this, and we see the category form. This is looking very funny. Let's take a look at that and fix that before we continue. We'll go back to the plus page file. The reason why that's looking that funny is because of we have it inside this div. So we don't need this form inside that div. Actually, we need it outside of that div. So I'll cut this and I'll just paste this outside here. Save this. And you see that reflects like this. So one side for the category name, the other for the category description. Back to the editor, right outside of this div, there is a grid. You want to have another form field. So copy this. Still inside the card.content. And this one is going to say subcategory. So subcategories like that. And the form label would basically say the same thing. Let me just capital letter. And for these subcategories, we want to be doing some extra things, but for now, let's just move on and we'll have the button right after this subcategory field. It's going to be of type submit. We'll close the button. Add category text. Category text like this. All right, so let's take a look at this subcategories and how we want it to work. The way this subcategories is going to work is every time we type into this input and then press a space bar, a new subcategory will be added. So that enables us to add multiple subcategories using just one input. Let me just import this button. CNI button. All right, so this is how we're going to start with the subcategory. First of all, let's create a variable called subcategory input. So let subcategory input will be equals to state will be empty at first. Then we'll have a function called undo subcategory input, and I always spell this wrongly, so sub is missing. So undo subcategory input, and then we have it will be of type event, and in here the first thing I want to do is get the input. So if it comes input would be equals to a dot target, say as HTML input element. Right after that, I'll get the value. So say const value would be equals to input dot value. And now I want to add subcategory when the space is pressed. So check for whether the value ends with a space, because we don't want to send any space. So say if the value dot ends with, now this is something in JavaScript, ends with empty space like this, do you say const trimmed word will be equals to value dot trim. Now what this will do is we trim every space on the front and the ending. So any space on the beginning and the end will be removed. That's what we want. Got that trimmed word. And then we'll now check another if trimmed word, and so use the and sign and check that there is, okay, I found it. I was looking for kill my keyword. Check that there is no subcategory that's the trim word is the same weight. So we want to check whether trim word exists in subcategory. That's when we're going to add it. We don't want to add the same subcategory twice. So we'll check that form data dot sub categories dot, we use the includes method, so say includes to make sure that trim word isn't there. It's about making this check. trimmed word. And if this is okay, then just say form data dot subcategories will be equals to arrays. You remember that subcategories was an array when we defined it in the schema. Array, we want to spread from data dot, so whatever value we had here before, we want to spread it. And then now we want to add trimmed word, and we want to make subcategory input to be an empty state, like this. And we also have another function to remove subcategories. Call this remove. And what we need here is an index. An index is just a number, and it will be form data dot subcategories will be equals to form data dot subcategories. We use a filter method that filter. The first argument will say underscore, the second one will be I, which is the index. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's have double brackets in there. So underscore first, and then the index. Then we check that the index, which is I, is not the same as the index that we're getting outside from the argument of the function. That's how we would filter categories out or subcategories out. And let's hook this up. So right now, if I check the browser, we see all the UI, but if I try to add a subcategory and space, in fact, the subcategory is even connected to the description. So as you can see, when I'm typing subcategory, the description is also being changed. And the reason for that is our value that we're binding to, which we're binding to the subcategories. But in this case, we are not going to bind directly to the subcategories. What we'll bind to is that we're going to bind to the subcategory input. So instead of binding to this, I'll bind to sub input like this. And I have a placeholder. It just says type subcategory and press space to add. Nice instruction right there. And we'll have an input event handler to be on input. And in this, we just place in the undo subcategory input. This right here. Alright, so we want to have a place where we're actually showing these subcategories as they get added. So what I will do is right after this subcategory label, I'll have an if block right here. It says if $sign form data dot subcategories. Let's go dot length. I want to check whether we actually have something in here. The length is greater than 0, then would look through it, but put it in a flex box. Let's try one more time. Div like this. The class margin bottom of 2, flex wrap, and a gap of 2 as well. And in here we'll just iterate using the each block. EACH. So we'll say each $sign form data dot sub subcategories as sub category, and then we'll have the index right here, and we'll just close this off like this. And here, once you use the badge components that we can just get from, oh, okay, so this is actually wrong. So as you can see, I have red lines. Yeah, that's wrong. The C is not capital letter. So now, what was I saying? So let's get the badge, and we're going to install that from chassis and Svelte. We'll use a VS Code extension, add new component, search for badge. Give that a second. I just wait until we can answer the prompt, and we can keep on building while it installs. Yes. All right. Now we can come up here and import badge. It's a CNI badge. Enter. And right in here, we'll use the badge. So I'll just say CNX badge. And now we have the badge. What we'll do is just render the sub category right here. And after that subcategory, I want to have a button. And this button is going to be this X icon, so that we can delete or remove subcategories even after we've added them. Am I typing right here? Nope. I don't know where all that confusion just came from. Well, class, and this is going to be a size 3. One is pretty small. And for this button, this is a class. The class is going to be margin left be 1.5. It's over. So in the override, say text red 500. So type would be of button, and on click is going to be remove subcategory. So this function we have right here, and it's expecting an index, so we just pass in the index like this. One last thing, just to make sure that that X icon is actually being added. All right, so it's been added from this Svelte. Now we can save everything and check it out. So we can add this category. We can call this electronics. You can say phone space is added, laptop space is added, and we can remove it by clicking on this button right here and then remove. So that's how I want it to be. Great. Now that we are done with the admin dashboard UI, let's go on and create this storefront UI as well. And in parentheses, I will call this storefront, like so. And in here, we'll have our own plus page dot svelte. Now that we have a plus page dot svelte in this storefront group route, I will delete this plus page dot svelte that we have on the root layout. So this is the storefront. Take a look at that on the browser, and we should see that on our base URL. We should have that as our text being rendered. All right, so the first thing I want us to do here is to create the layout, and then in the layout we'll have an header. That header is going to persist in all of the routes in our storefront. That's why we're going to put it in the layout. Layout dot svelte. So very simple. We'll have a render tag right here. So we'll call this render. And what are we rendering? We're rendering the children, but we don't have children yet. So let's get the children. I have something that I usually type to get this thing. Let's see if it works. And it doesn't work. Okay, so let's add code it script. So this is basically what I wanted to do. And because of we're using TypeScript, we make sure we change the language to TS. And in here, I'll just let be equals to from the props. And this is the props run. So from the props run, we can get the children prop. Copy this and we'll render it right here. And above here, somewhere like this, we want to have the other component. Somewhere like this. So let's create the other component. Where are we going to create the other component? Well, we're going to do that in our lib folder. Here in our lib folder, we have this components folder that CN Svelte created for us. And we also have this UI folder. We're going to ignore this UI folder, but directly in this components folder, we'll have our own other components. Again, not inside the UI folder, inside the components folder, as a sibling to the UI folder. SVELT. All right, let's start coding out the other components. I'll just close the Explorer. And yeah, we have a div. The first thing is a div. And then this div would have, this div would have some classes. Flex, item center, gap 2, and we'll have a larger gap when we are on the larger screen. So from MD, we'll have gap 6. You know what I think? Let's follow semantic HTML. Since we are building an header component, let's start with the header tag. That makes more sense. All right. This time, let's start with making this sticky. Being sticky, and then because we are giving it a class of sticky, we want to tell it from where. So we'll say left 0 and top 0. And we'll just make this Z of 50, Z index of 50. Now we can go in and add our flex again, item center, justify between, border, we'll give this a BG of background, and a PX of 3, a PY of 3 as well, and an MD of PX of 10. Now as you can see, we are doing a PX of 3 and a PY of 3. One thing we can just do a P3. We can just do this, and it's simply the same thing. And now we can have an A tag here. This A tag is going to be somewhat like our logo. So I'll just give this an href of slash, meaning the base. And in here, I will give this A tag some classes. So add the class attributes, and we'll say text to Excel. And I'll just capitalize this. I'll have a span, and I will just say Svelte. Now you can call this whatever you want to call this. I want to call this my Svelte storefront. So I'll say my Svelte. And the reason why I'm placing this my Svelte text in a different tag or a span tag is because of I want to, change the style of this one a little bit. So I'll give this a font bold and a text primary, and I'll say my text, and I'll have another span. So we have my Svelte, and then here we'll have storefront. Now this storefront won't have this same style as my text, as my Svelte, sorry. Let's take a look at that. And yeah, that is not being rendered out because we are not importing the header into the layout. Let's import the header into the layout. Like that, auto import, save that. Take a look at our browser once more. And as you can see, we have my Svelte storefront been rendered. Now, back to the other components. Let's keep on going. Again, after the A tag, let's have a div. And this div, give this div some classes. Go with flex, item center, gap to MD, gap 6. Now we have some certain things that we would render based on some certain conditions, but just so that we can get this demo going, let's hard code those conditions. I have a script tag here. Again, we can go for language TS, and I'll just say let user is equals to true. Then I can have an if block here. And say if user, now if user is true, render this, else render nothing. So what do we want to render if the user is true? Well, we want to render the user's avatar. But if it's false, we want to render a login and register button. Let's install the drop down components because we need this here. So I'll just search for drop down menu, and that should paste the command in our terminal, prompt us to install, and we'll click on yes. Yes, and that should do its thing. Now, as that is installing, we can just import it. Let's say CNI drop down menu like this. And by now that should have installed correct. And we can use it now. We can go with CNX drop down menu, and we can get an anatomy of how it looks. Alright. So, and the trigger, instead of having this open, I want to have an avatar here. So I have the avatar component here, and that was what will trigger this drop down. And when we click on the avatar, this drop down content would be displayed. All right, so what do we actually want to see here? Well, this label that says my account is actually pretty accurate, so we'll leave this as is. But the rest of this we need to change it. So just delete this part and scroll up back to the script, and we'll have another. We'll have an array that's called account pages. Will be equals to array of objects title profile, and then we'll have the href /me /personal-info, and we'll just copy and paste this multiple times and change the content. The second one would be order string, and the URL, or href would be /me /order history. The one after that would be addresses, and the href will be /me /addresses. The one after would be settings. The href would be /me /settings. And that would be all. So we can actually now iterate over this account pages array and paste out this drop down menu.item instead of having to hard code everything one by one. Yeah. We'll get an each block to be each. Come on, correct. Each count pages as, then we'll just the structure from here, the href and the title. So for each account pages, we want to get a drop down menu.item, and just paste in here the title. So let's take a look at this in the browser. Okay, we don't actually have a trigger yet, so let's just place something here. I will say open. Then we're going to replace this with an avatar soon. So I'll save that, go to the browser, and wait for that to reload. Now we see this open text here. When I click on it, you see this choose. We have my account, and then we have profile, order history, addresses, and settings. Now let's place in the href. On previous version, that was before Svelte 5 for chassis and Svelte, we could just add an href directly on this drop-down menu item like so, href. And since this was like a shorthand method, we could just do it like this, and this would actually work, but not anymore. What we need to do now is to make this more explicit by having an a tag right inside this href, like so. So instead of having the title like this, inside the drop-down menu item, we can have an a tag here. And using the shorthand method, we can just put this href in curly braces and render the title in here. And this works, right? So let's see if this actually works. And it actually does. So as you can see, when I over the text, we see on my left and bottom side, we see the URL being shown there. But if I was not exactly on that text, I'm still in the profile space, but I'm not on the profile text exactly. As you can see, the URL is not being displayed and it actually won't work. So how you can fix this is very simple by using the child snippets. Yeah, so chassis and Svelte, they offer us a child snippet that we can use to get the props of this item, this drop-down menu item. So let me show you how we're going to do that. We'll just come here, use a snippet block here. I hope I can spell snippets. And we're going for the child snippet here. And from here, we can just structure the props. And we can just close this. We can paste this a tag right inside the snippet. And we can now take these props and spread it on that a tag. Now, this a tag will basically act as this drop-down menu item. Before adding this child snippet, it was this drop-down menu item and then this a tag inside it. But right now, it's just semantics for us. We just see it like this. The way the DOM is reading or rendering this is this a tag is this drop-down menu item. So save this, go back to the browser, click on open. If I over on the profile text, we see it, but if I'm still inside this profile box, as you can see, we still see the URL being rendered at the bottom right here. So clicking anywhere, as far as we're still in that surface area of the text, it will navigate us. So I hope that actually explained it. Most of you probably didn't even get what I was saying, but I'm just trying to get a certain kind of functionality that gives the best experience, I believe. All right, so let's continue. So after rendering all of that, we want one extra one to show. So if you take a look at this, we have profile, order history, address, and settings. And the extra one I'm talking about is if this user is an admin. So if it's not an admin, we don't want to show the admin dashboard link. But if he is an admin, we want to show the link. So we just have another variable, a fake variable. Yeah, the let is admin to be equals to true. And we'll have an if block actually right after this. We'll say if is admin. If he is an admin, we will render something very similar to this. Paste this right in here, and the URL, the href would be /admin like this, and the title admin dashboard. Save this, and we should see this. Nice. Right after all of this, we want to have a drop-down separator and then a logout button. So I'll just copy this drop-down separator here, paste it after this if block, and after here I'll have another drop-down item, but this time it's going to be a very simple logout button. I'll paste that there, and I'll get rid of all of these snippets. We don't need this, we just need the logout test. Log out. Save. And this should look quite nice, correct? Alright, so the thing we're going to change now is this open trigger. Instead of having this open trigger, we would get the avatar component. So you know how to do this by now, I believe. Add new components, and we'll go for the avatar. We can just begin to import it here. So you can see CNI, avatar, and once this prompts us, we just say yes. So the speed of development is actually very fast when you use this extension. It's extremely cool. Yes. And right here on this drop down trigger, I'll remove all of these and CNX avatar. I'll get rid of this image here. You know what? I'll just say slash the alt. Let's say Lawal Adebola. That should say your own name, and the initials will just say LA. We'll actually have a function to actually get us this initial. So let's create that function that will help us get the initial from the user's name. So from here, function get user initials. In here we'll get the name, which should be a string, and we'll return the name dot split. On the split is where we have a space, and then we map through that. What we want to do is get the first item, so say n0, and dot join both of them. So it actually looks complex, but it's actually very easy and simple. So this way we can get the initials. So if I say get initials, and I go to this avatar fallback, I place this get initials function in curly braces, and for the name I say Lawal Adebola. Save that. So actually just see LA. So as you can see, just LA. If I just wrote in Lawal, would see just L. Remember that I told you that it's only if we have a user would see this drop down menu. If you don't have a user, we want to see a login and a register button. So for that, I'll just change this. Let's use that to be false, so we can actually see that rendered on the browser. And after this drop down menu dot root, I'll have my else block. And we'll start off with a div. And this div will have some few classes. The first class I'm going to add here is aiding, and that's because I want this div to be aiding on mobile or smaller screens. So I don't want this to show on smaller screens. And I say items center gap is 2, and on medium to larger screens, I want this to be a flex. Then I'm going to have 2 buttons here, one for the login and one for the register. So CNX button would have 2. The first one will say login, and it's going to have a variant of ghosts. And the second one would say register. Let's actually import the button. CNI button, like see, and yeah, we should get rid of those red lines now. And after that, and outside of this div, we should have another button, but this time it's not going to be a component button, just a usual HTML button. And we'll give this some classes. Start with flex and size 10 item center, justify between. Okay, let's go just justify center. So that I think justify center will look better than justify between for this one. And then rounded full. Still need to have some other classes. Go for over BG secondary. So when they actually over it, they have that nice effect. And MD hidden because of I don't want to see this on larger screens. I want to see this on larger screens. I want to see this on smaller screens. But what's actually going to be inside this button? Well, it's simply going to be a simple menu icon. I'll give this classes a class of size 6. Save this. Take a look at the browser, and you see something like this. We see a login button and a register button, but on a smaller screen, we see this icon show. We also need the cards icon right here. So outside of this if block, but still inside this div, would have an if block, if user, div, and let's make user true so that we can actually see what's going on. So I'll say user would now be true again. Come back in this div. Instead of starting with a div, let's start with a button. Let's try to follow semantic HTML. This is actually going to have an on click later on, so it's better to start off with a button and give this a class. Using Tailwind kind of makes you not want to follow semantic HTML because of everything has the same style. A button, a link, a div, they all have the same style, but it's just best to follow this thing. And Svelte actually makes you follow it. So if I had a div and add an on click on a div, Svelte to give me a warning that hey, this is not supposed to be so. Is there something else you want to add here? And things like that. So that's very nice. We'll give this relative inline block, height of feet. Let's go with feet, and a width of feet as well. In here we'll have a div, and this div will just have the number of items we have in our cart. So we'll say 5. So let's give this div some classes. Okay, these are a couple of classes. We'll start with absolutes, and then minus right 2, minus top 2, flex, the size of 5, item center, justify center, rounded full, BG primary, our text extra small, and a text of white. Wow, that was a few. That was quite a few. All right, and after this div, outside of the div, we'll have a shopping cart icon. I hope the auto import works this time. Come on, don't make me have to write this thing out. Thank you. So we have the shopping cart icon right here. I'll give this some few classes. A width of 6. We can just go with only that. You know what? Instead of width of 6, let's go with size of 6. Take a look at our browser. We don't see the shopping cart icon. Was that actually imported? Yes, it was. Just make sure we save that. Take a look at the browser again. Give that 1 second. And it should show. So this is what I want. Nice. Nice. And if the user was false, we shouldn't see any of that. We should just see the register and the login button like this. When we click on the login or register button, we want a modal to appear with our login form or register form. So let's create that modal now. I will begin this will be still inside this component folder. Would have another folder called modals. And the first modal I will have here would be the login modal.svelte. And Svelte or chassis and Svelte as a modal component called the dialog. So I'm just going to install that now. /dialog, and that should install. I'll continue coding and I'll just import the dialog like as if it's been installed already. So go with CNI dialog. I'll click on yes in the terminal. Instead of having this div, I'll get rid of this div. I'll write cnx dialog to get the anatomy of how the dialog component should look like. Enter. Close the terminal, close the explorer, and nice. So the first thing we want to do here is give this content some styles. So class, a width of full, and a P of 5. For the trigger is going to be that button that we have on the header, so we don't need this trigger here. For the header, we can just say a margin top of 10, and the title would say log into your account. The description, we can say something like enter your email and password to log in and things like that. So I'll just write password to log in. You can give more instructions. So click login when you are ready. This is not how to spell email, and this is not how to spell password. So outside of this header, you can have a form right here. So I can just have a normal form. And here's where chassis and Svelte form and super forms come in as well. So I can have CNI form. And instead of writing this whole thing over again, I can copy it from the forms that I've written already. So I have add pages. Yeah. So I can copy this part here. Get rid of this data prop. I'll import super forms and I'll import the Drizzle clients. In this schema, we're going to have our own new login schema. So I'll go to my form schema. Export const login schema, not login. Login schema. Come on, I can't spell login, I can't spell schema. Are you kidding me? Login schema, like that. Z dot object. The only two fields we're going to need here is the email and the password. So we'll be quick with this. We'll say z dot string and dot email. Now Zod gives us this very nice dot email method that helps us validate an email, and then the password will be z dot string. We'll give this a minimum of 8, so your password must at least be 8 characters, minimum of 8, and a maximum of 100. I don't know why you have 100 characters in your password, but a maximum of 100. Copy that login schema, we can paste it right here, and we can import it like so. And here's one thing I want to change. Instead of using the Zod client here, I'm going to use just the Zod adapter. So not the Zod client, the real Zod adapter. The reason why I'm doing this is because of I won't be using server actions to send this form. Where I'll be sending this form to an API right here on the client. And since I'll be doing that, I won't need to get the form from the server as well. I'll just say defaults, and this is going to be from chassis and from Svelte superforms. So we'll say defaults there, and in this defaults we'll have this Zod adapter again. we just have login schema right here. And one more other thing we can do is change this validation method. We'll just say SPA, and SPA would be true because of I'm doing client side form submit. So SPA would be true. Now we can copy the field from this add form and we can just change the places we need to change. So I'll just copy this form field, come back into the form here. And first now I want to change will be this form label. So having product name would have email. The name here would be email as well. The inputs, we need to import the inputs. And the value we're binding to would be the email. We can save this and reuse this for the password. So I can just copy and paste down, change email to password. And after both of these, we'll have a button that says submit. We can just use form.button. And here we can write login, but instead of just writing login directly, go back to our page. So we can see that we are rendering a loader if delayed is true. So we can just copy this format as well and add products with changes to login. And we need to import this loader 2 icon as well. And above this button, we can have a link that takes them to the forgot your password modal if they forgot your password. We'll have a normal button here. This button will say forgot your password. Use this button. So class is text SM and text primary. Since this button is in a form, it might trigger the submission. To make sure that that's not the case, I'll say a type of button. And this form.button already by default has a type of submit, so we don't need to explicitly type that out again. Look at the browser. And now when we click on our login button, nothing will happen because we are not connecting both of them. So I'll go back to my header. First thing I want to do here is, okay, this is not my header actually. Yeah. First thing I want to do now is go to the very bottom right after the header. I want to import the login modal component like this. And we shouldn't actually see anything yet, right? So if I save this, go back to the browser, we still won't see anything. And this does not have a trigger. That is why this has no trigger. The modal has no trigger. So how do we add a trigger to the modal? Well, we're going to do that quite easily actually. But the first thing we want to do is create a global state that we can use on the home page, on the header page, on this login modal and any other components and any other page. So the login modal can be triggered by any component from using that global state. What I want you to do now is to come outside of this component, but still inside your div folder, create a new folder called states. And in this states, we'll have a file that is going to call modal states.svelte.ts so that we can use runes in it. Modal states.svelte.ts. We're going to define a class. We'll call this class modal states. We'll start off with a public value. Public value would be equals to runes state of empty. Just make this empty, but we give this a type of boolean. Then we'll have a constructor. This will take in the modal state, which is also a boolean. For once, can I get the spelling of state correctly? And say this dot value would be equals to modal state. You've got to be kidding me. So with this constructor, a user of this class can easily just update the states of value, whether true or false. And now make sure I get the spelling of modal state correctly. And after that, we can have some helpful functions that can make doing some few things easier. Like we can have set true, which will just be in charge of setting it to this, setting the value to true. So this dot value would be equals to true. Likewise, we can have set false. Should be doing the opposite. This dot value will be equals to false, and we can also have toggle move down. This will be this dot value would be equals to the opposite of this dot value. And we can create a version of this class that we can export and reuse all over our application. So say export const login modal state, and this will be equals to, I don't know why I placed parentheses there now. This will be equals to a new modal state, and the value I'll place in here would be false. Now I can get login modal states and use this in this my login modal component. I can just bind to the open value in the root. So I'll say bind open would be equals to the login modal state. Make sure we import that. Did I actually import the login modal state dot the value? Save that. So global states in Svelte 5 is a bit different from the way it worked in the past when we used stores. So if you guys want a more in-depth tutorial on global states in Svelte 5, just let me know and I'll make sure I get that done for you guys. But for now, it's actually very easy, as you can see. Very simply, we can use functions for this, but it makes more sense and it's actually easier to simply use classes and get what you want done. And I think by now you should know what next we are going to do, which is to go to the header component and hook in this login button to that global state. So you can see on click would be equals to login modal states. We should have that actually imports login modal states dot set true. You say dot set true, but you see that this actually would not work because of the way classes work in JavaScript. So if I click on this, see this didn't actually work. A very simple fix, or more of like an archive fix to this, is to just place this in an arrow function and it would work. So I place this in an arrow function, I save this, and now click on the login button. All right, so I'm clicking on the login button and nothing is showing. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think the reason why it's not showing is because of this is actually not saved. So I'll save this. Thank you for the embarrassment. We'll test this out one more time, and this should actually show the login modal. So this looks quite different from what I thought this would look like, and it's simply because of these two buttons here having a fight for one column. So let's fix that. This form dot button, we can just add some axes here. We can say margin top of 2 and the width of full, so it takes its whole space completely and doesn't share it with anybody. And we'll take a look at this, and now this looks exactly the way I want it to look. So we are done with the login modal. Let's move on to the register modal. What I'll do is basically copy everything here and create a new component called register modal.svelte and paste everything in there. Then I'll go to my form schema. In my form schema, I'll create a new schema called register schema, and we'll have z.object. First field would be the email, the z.string.email. One after will be the name, z.string. Minimum would be 3 and the maximum would be 20. We'd have the password would be z.string. The minimum would be 8 and the maximum would be 200. And after the password, we'll have a confirm password. Like this. Now we want to make sure that before they submit, their password and confirm password are exactly the same thing. And how we can do that is by adding a refine to this object. So I'll refine, get the data. What I want to check is data dot password equals to data dot confirm password. And if that's not the case, I want to have a message here, and that message would be password to not match, and the path would be in an array, it would just be confirm password. And make sure that this R is small letter r. There's no need for it to be capital letter R. Copy that register schema, go back to my register modal, change everywhere that I see login schema to register schema. Now I'll go to the modal state, and I spelled modal state wrongly. Let's change the spelling of this. Modal. That's the correct spelling. And now that we have a login modal state, we can also have a register modal state by simply just duplicating this. Register. Copy this. Go to my register modal. Change the login modal state to register modal state. And instead of having login to your account, we'll have create an account. For the description, we can just do it with description, to be honest. Don't really need a description. And as you can see, we're having a little error here. So I will just say from, scroll up, login without svelte. Fix that. Let's continue. The first item we need here would be the name. After the name, we need the email. Right after the email, we need the password. After the password, we need the confirm password. And we can give a space here on the label, so it's readable. The confirm password. And we can get rid of this button for forgot your password. We don't need this here. And instead of saying login here, we can just say register. What I want you guys to do is to save all your files. So Ctrl K and then S. So all unsaved files would be saved. Let's move over back to our header actually. And in the header, we want to, just to be able to import the login modal, we want to import the register modal as well. And we don't need to wait for that to complete. We can just copy this, scroll up, and copy this login modal and change this. And just the way we have this login modal state, we can have the register modal states. Copy this and place it where we need to place it. We should be the register button. We'll say on click will be equals to register modal state dot set true. Save this. Take a look at the browser. Now click on the login to open the login modal. Click on the register to open the register modal. And let's continue with creating modals. So remember that I said when on a mobile screen, I have this icon. When we click on this icon, what happens? Well, I want a modal to show with the login and the register button. So let's do that. I'll create another component in the modals folder and I'll call this mobile alt.svelte. That's not to spell Svelte. I'll copy the login modal content. I'll paste this here. There are a bunch of things that I don't need, so I'll just get rid of all of them. Input, Zod, superform, schema, whatever. We don't need the form as well. All we basically need is just the dialog, and I'll get rid of all this form content. And this description would be gotten rid of. In fact, the title as well. We don't need the title. And as for the states, we just go back to the modal states. Duplicate these. We'll call this mobile alt states. I'll paste this here. Make sure that I import this in. Save this. What I want from the content is just two buttons for the register and the login. What I can do is go to the header and just copy those buttons we have there already. Both of these. Copy this and paste this after the header. I need to import the button component first. And I need to import the login states. And I also need to import the register modal states. So let's check this out. I shall save everything. And go to a smaller screen. Alright, so this won't actually work because we have not hooked it up to the icon on the header. So go to the header and we'll look for that icon, which is here. We'll have an on-click event handler that handles that. Going to be mobile alt state dot set true. And okay, I need that in import. Suspicious. All right. Now we can import the modal itself. Mobile alt modal. All right. Thank you very much, VS Code. Thank you for making me do all the hard work myself. Come up here and I'll duplicate this. I'll import it like this. This is actually spelled wrongly. It's not mobile alt modal, just mobile alt. You can leave this like this. It's still going to work. And I would make sure that all the red lines are gone. All right, everything looks clean now. Let's take a look at the browser again. Okay, when we click on this icon, okay, we should see this, right? See the login, I'm still registered. When I click on the login, you see the the login modal appears, but it's right under this one. So what we want to do is close this first and then open the login modal. That's what we're going to do. So we'll go back to the mobile auth modal components, and yeah, place this in parentheses so we can have more than one action. And right before the login modal is set to true, we will set this mobile auth state to false. Copy this and paste dot set false, and I'll do the same thing for the register modal as well. Save that. Okay, that was wrong. Oopsie. Right here. Save this and take a look at this one more time. Click here. Exactly. And let's do this for the register. Nice. Let's move on now and create the reset password modal. So on the modals folder again, just create a new component called this reset password.svelte. Copy the content of the login modal once more. Go back there and paste it in. The couple of things are going to change, but first of all, let's go to the form schema because we will need a schema for this form. So the form schema, we'll call this schema a request password reset because of that's what the users will be doing. They'll be requesting to reset their password. So the way it's going to work is they will have an input to place in their email. They'll put in their email there, and then we'll send them an email, quote unquote, send them an email with a code where they click on the email and then they come to the reset password page, and then they're able to reset their password. In our own application, we will not be sending anybody any email, but we'll be logging out the URL to the console where they can click on, and then they can go to the page to actually reset their password. So I'll call this export request password reset. Yes. That's a very long name. This should be a constant. So const c dot object. We simply just need their email. Yeah, email would be. So for a very long schema name, we are just taking one field. Z dot string dot email. We'll get this request password. You know what? I'm not saying the name again. Go back to reset password modal. And every place we have this login schema, we'll change it with that schema. Yeah, let's change this name to modal. I like to be more specific, so reset password modal. Yeah, a lot better. Now we have to create a state for this as well. So go to the modal states, duplicate this, and I'll simply call this request password reset modal state. So request password resets modal state. Be awfully specific. So we change the modal state. Everywhere we see modal state, we change it to this. And the title would be request to reset your password. We don't need a description. I remember I said we only need one field to get rid of the rest. And this button as well. Just give this button a type of submit. You can add the type of submit if you want. I do believe it has a type of submit by default, but if it doesn't, then we might have to add type of submit explicitly. And you can also have a description, like we can have form.description, and then you can put in your description, but I'm avoiding description, so yeah. And I'll save every file and I'll take a look at this. Now, the way we would trigger that modal is when we click on this login button and we have this login modal. You see this forgot your password button right here. When we click on this, that is when we should open that modal. So we'll go to our login modal, and maybe we have that button, which is right here. I will have on click event handler. And in here, first of all, I'll close the login modal. So say login state dot set false. And after, I would open up that reset password modal. And I believe, you know what, I've forgotten the name. I'm just going to go and copy it. Yeah, it's very long. Dot set true. Just want to make sure that that is imported. And we'll go back to the header. In the header, we want to make sure that we import it here as well. So we'll call this reset password modal. Come on. You're gonna make me do this by myself again. Yes, code is disappointing me. Alright, so I think maybe I'm not even spelling it correctly, but let's see. Duplicate this. Set password modal. Set password modal. Yeah, I was correct. Yes, code is just not being my friend today. So I'll save all of that. Ctrl KS. Make sure that all the files are saved. And I'll click on login. You should see this. If I click on forgot your password, we'll see the login modal close and the form to reset your password will open. Now, let's create the page that we actually see when we click on the link that's sent to quote unquote our mailbox. So I would come over here to the storefront. And in the storefront, you want to create a new page called password reset. So I'm just going to do that, create a route. Password dash reset. We want the plus page that's spelled only. Now in this file, this is actually going to be a form. So we can very much just copy this reset password modal. Copy this and paste this in here. And we want a new schema. So go to our form schema. We'll call this reset password schema. So you know what, I can just copy and paste this one here. And I'll change the name. First of all, we'll need our password and then confirm the password. And we can copy both of these that we have here. And we can even copy the refine as well. Now we can use this reset password schema in our page. So I don't need this input here. Okay, I actually need an input, but this is not the part that I want it to be. So let's just get rid of these schemas and put this in the new schema that we're actually going to be using. Instead of having a dialog here, we just have a div. So I'll just ignore the dialog for now. And I'll concentrate on this div, give this a class of margin top 5, upgrade height of 70 view-ish, that's view height, and a width of full, or place items center. And in this div above a card component, cn x card, the card title would be reset your password. You know what, let me just import the card, CNI card, and the options is not needed. Don't need the options or descriptions, but the card content is where we would have the form, and we also don't need the footer. So I'll just come in here and copy this form and get rid of this dialog, and in the card content, this is that form in. First thing we need is the password. The second one is to confirm the password. would have for the label, just make some few changes from like this. And instead of having login here, we'd say submit. Nice. So if I go to password reset, you see this right here. So slash password dash set. Let's give that a minute. Okay, we're actually seeing errors, and those errors are justified because of, I believe, the input is going to be acting a bit funny. So I'll just get rid of this input here. I'll get rid of this one as well. We shall get rid of all the things that we are not using. Why did this fold? And I'll import the input again. So CNI input like this. I'll save this, and I'll take a look at the page one more time. And now we should see this page actually render its content. In my opinion, this card looks a bit too tiny. Let's take a look at this. You know what? It doesn't really matter. Let's just leave it as that. Looks tiny here, but it gets the work done. Now let's work on the card sheet. So on the card icon, when we click on it, we want a sheet to open from the side with our items listed there. We need to download or install the cards component, or sorry, I said the cards component, the sheet component. So that'll be sheet, and it will open a new terminal. The only disadvantage to this style is that you have a ton of terminals opened. You have to be closing them regularly. So I'll close this one, and I'll close this one as well. So it's prompting us that would you like to overwrite all existing components? We'll go with no. Ready to install? Yes. So components sheets already installed. Okay, so for some reason it's already installed the sheet component. So sometimes when it's, as I said previously, when it installs one component, it might need some other component for it, so it installs that component as well. I will say, would you like to override? Let's just say yes, override, and install sheet component again. And before that to be done, now that that is installed, we just create the card sheet component, and we can just place that in the modals folder as well. Card sheet dot svelte. Close both of these. We can say SFC to get a nice snippets, and we can say CNI sheets to get the sheets imported. We can get rid of this div, and we can say CNX sheet to get an anatomy of how the sheet looks like. We paste that in. We want to go back to our modal states because we need the card sheet state. I'll duplicate this. I'll call this card sheet state. I never spell state correctly. Copy that. Go back to my card sheet component, and I'll just bind to the open value in the root. Bind open card sheet state dot value. I want to make sure that we actually import card sheet state. And instead of having this trigger here, we'll get rid of it. And for the content, the header will just say your orders. The title will say your orders. And we won't have a description. There will be no need for a description. And after the header, we'll have a order list with a list of our orders. And after the order list, we'll have a p tag that has our total. Just be our total. So we can say like $500. I can give this total class my5, capitalize md my0. we can actually add a sheet footer here. And in this sheet footer, just copy this. In this sheet footer, we can have a button that says proceed to checkout. So we can, first of all, import button, CNI button, and then we can say CNX button. This would say proceed to checkout, like this. Save all unset files, and we need to hook this up to the icon on the header. Let's go to our header components. Scroll down to the shopping cart where we have this button. As I said, we're going to have an on-click event handler here, and this would be for, nope, wrong. This would be for the cart sheet state. Come on, and didn't work. So let's go back and see if that's correct. Cart sheet state correct. And we just import this by ourselves. Just paste this here, and that should be it. Cart sheet state dot set true, like this. We change user to true so we can actually see it. And all right, now we have the cart. If I click on this cart, the sheet did not show, and that's because of we are not actually getting the sheet component itself. So it's cart sheet. Just want to make sure we import this. And once that is imported, we save the file, go back, and as you can see, it loads up. Click on it, it loads up. Click out, it closes in. Clicks on it, it opens. Clicks out, it closes in. All right, now that we are done with the header, let's move on to building the content of the home page itself. Grouped layout. We would get rid of that text, and we'll start writing some HTML. First, now, one here is a div. This div would have some few classes: mx auto, mt2, maximum, that is max width of 7xl. I want a px of 2. I want a md of mt5, and another md of px5. Now remember, MD is just medium screens to larger screens, so I don't think I need to be explaining it every single time anymore. The next thing we want to do now is to install the carousel component from Chassis and Svelte. And in the carousel component, we're going to be using some images. So I have in my static folder, inside my static folder, I have this hero folder. In this hero folder, I have these 3 images of AI generated pictures that I have. Now you can generate your own images using any AI generator, or use any image you have on your system, or you can go to the GitHub link in the description and get this exact image. So going back to the page, now let's install the carousel component. Search carousel, get that in, and as that is installed in, we can just place in our script tag here. So this is language ts, and we say CNI carousel, like so. We have been prompted in terminal. We have some components ready. So no, let me decide individually. Click on yes. We like to write the button no, and the carousel is being installed. All right, so in this div, we can have an anatomy of how the carousel should look. So CNX carousel, enter. I should have that. So I'll close the terminal and I'll close the Explorer. Before we continue, let me explain some few things to you. Chassis and Svelte uses the Embla carousel package to do its carousel. So I want to add some few effects like auto playing and fading. So instead of just adding them directly, I'm going to install those plugins. It's going to be npm add Embla carousel fade, and I just want to add Embla carousel autoplay. Okay, we have both of those installed now. Let's start using them. I want to go to my carousel root first of all, and I have an opt, which is an options and prop, and yeah, I'll put in contain scroll false. Now contain is spelled wrongly as always. Contain scroll false, and it should be opts as in options. And after I would have a plugin as well, and this would be an array of plugins. First one would have is the fade, and after the fade would have autoplay. We've not imported this yet, we would very soon. Autoplay, and autoplay would have some options. Would have stop on interaction would be false, and stop on mouse enter would be true. Now I want to import both of these. Come here, import fade from Embla carousel fade. Then we'll have import auto play from Embla carousel autoplay, and this is auto as in play with a capital letter P. All right, this field should be a capital letter F, and all of that should be fixed. And what I want is the maximum width to be full and not SM, and maximum width to be full, and I'll just say the width should be full as well. Okay, we already have one width for full, so I'll get rid of that one, and I'll have relative. Yeah. And in for the carousel content, instead of looping through this array that is basically nothing, I would have an array called carousel picks const carousel picks would be equals to, and yeah, I'll just present the path of those images in my starter folder. So slash hero slash hero -1 dot jpg, that's the name of the first image. Then we'll have another one slash hero -2 dot jpeg, not jpeg, jpg, and we'll have another one slash hero -3 dot jpg, and then we can iterate over this. Copy this, go to the carousel content, literally above here. I would have the ish block in here. Come on, and it doesn't work. Thank you very much. We'll have ish carousel as peak, and I'll close off the ish block here. And in here we'll have a carousel item just like the way we have here. Copy this here, paste this here. Just close this. I just keep closing ITM. All right. And for the class, I don't need anything here. So I'll just get rid of all of this. But in this item, I will have a div. And this div will have a style. The style is going to be style column background image. So these are the kind of cool things we can do in Svelte land. Then I have URL. I have a column that I'm placing pics. Yeah, that'll be that pic. Sorry, this pic here. Place it in here. So it's gonna be background image to this div. I'll give this div some classes. Let's say class relative mx auto age. That'll be height 350 pixels. Overflow clip rounded LG BG cover. So this is the background image. I have to say BG no repeat. P1. Say text. Let's go with text white. And on medium to larger screens, to say MD, want more height for this banner. So go with 480 pixels. Alright, so inside this div we'll have another div, and this div will basically just be placeholder. We'll say class absolute indent. No, let's not go indent. Insert 0 BG gradient. So this is going to be what is going to be overlaying over the banner. So say gradient, just BG gradient like this. Yeah, that doesn't actually make any sense. So BG gradient to BR, which is bottom right. So from black /20, so the opacity will be reduced, to black 80. So /80. That's for the opacity as well. Now, this div is basically just an overlay. And we'll have another div here. And this div will have a class. Should I save this so it's all formats properly? Start with absolute as well. Bottom 0. Right 0. Z10. Margin bottom 14. PX 5. MB 3. So again, medium screens to larger screen want a margin bottom of 3, and a margin bottom of 3 is 12 pixels. Talking about it, and a margin bottom of 3 is kind of small. Let's go huge. Let's go with 20. And MD want to go for the PX, that is the padding left and right, of 10. And inside this div, first thing we'll have an H1. This H1 will say goods and more delivered to your door. I know I had missed one spelling. The chances of me getting everything right is so low. Alright, so for the H1, we have a class and margin bottom of 1, text of SM, MD of MB5. You know, MD of MB5 is kind of much. Let's go with 3. Yeah. Then we have MD with text 6XL. Want the text to be large. Then we'll go with font bold. Font bold, but on a normal screen, we want the text to be kind of smaller. So we'll say text to Excel. This part that we had, text XM, is kind of doesn't make any sense for this kind of text, because this would be the heading text and it should be a bit larger than that. And after that, each one will have a P, and this P will have some few classes as well. Margin bottom of 2, text of SM, MD, MB5, MD, text, LG. Now you can write any text you want to write here. I just use Lorem to make things faster for me. So I'll save this, and let's actually take a look at how this looks like. So let's get rid of this each block here, the one at the bottom that we don't need. Save this, and let's see. Go to the home page. All right, so we see this, which is nice. And it's actually autoplays, and when we have the mouse on it, it stops autoplaying, it stops sliding. When we have the mouse off it, it continues. So let's see whether it continues or not. It does. And yeah, that's nice, but as you can see, it has a little bit of overflow right here, and that's because of this previous next buttons that I don't actually need. So I'll just get rid of both of those. This will be this carousel previous and carousel next button. I don't actually want those. Next thing I'm going to do is create a new component called search bar. So I'll go to my component folder, call this search bar, just Svelte. In here, just have my nice snippet in here, and then for this div, we change this from a div to a form, because this will have an input in it that we want to be able to submit. And first, about the search icon from Lucid Svelte, and right after that search icon, come on, import. All right, don't waste my time. Let's do that by ourselves. Import search from Lucid Svelte, and we can also import the button components here directly. The CNI button, and I can come under here, under the search. I will have an input, a normal HTML input, and I will give this some classes. Say class would be h12, flex 1, say outline none, and MD we have an H system. And let's actually import this in so we can see what we are doing. So where I want you to import this search bar is right under the carousel content. So right here, just import this, close that. We should have the search bar imported there. Go back, save both files, take a look at this in the browser, and we should see this icon show, and we should have a input somewhere. Now let's go back to the editor, go back to the search bar. This form element will have some classes. The first thing I want to give this is a flex, and then we'll go with absolute, bottom of 3, left of 5, or width of full, maximum width of extra small, items of center, rounded MD, big white, px1, text foreground, focus within, we want the ring, just a normal ring. Let me break this up into multiple lines. It's getting pretty long here. Another focus within, this time to be ring primary. We have SM, maximum width, MD. We have MD. MD would have left 10. Then we have MD would have a gap of 2, and MD would have a PX of 3. Alright, so after dumping in all that styles, let's see what we actually did. And you see that it moved from the bottom right here and here. And when I click inside the input, you see the div element actually has this outline over it. The last thing we need here is a button. So the CNX button, and we'll call this slash. Make sure that S is capital letter. Save that. Nice. Go back to the home page and let's keep on going. Now we need another section. This next section is going to be the only other section here in the home page. You can go ahead and add more information for your own storefronts if you want, but we'll just have a what we offer section here. I'll call it section. It is a class. Come on. Margin top 10. Let's go with 20 for more margin at the top. And we'll have an H2 of what we offer. And this H1 would have class text to Excel, font bold, MD text for Excel. Outside that, H2 would have another P, and this P we can just copy this lorem ipsum, yeah, paste it in there. We can have a P, give it some classes, margin top of 2, a text SM, text muted. Okay, that's good. Muted foreground, MD margin top of 3, and an MD text base. Save that. Take a look at the browser and you see one other section right here. After that, we want to have a button, CNX button, and this button will basically say explore products now. This will have an href of slash sash. Give it some few classes, my of 4, and md would have my of 7. And we need to import button to CNI button. Save everything. Go back to the home page and you see this button right here. Okay, now we're done with the home page. Let's move on to building the search page. Open up your Explorer, go to the storefront folder and create a route for the storefront folder. Create a route. This route name will be search. Now this search will have a plus page.svelte and a plus page.server.ts file. And let's get rid of all the parts we don't need. Like we might need the prop here, so we'll just get rid of this here. And we'll place in a div first of all. This div will have some few classes. MX auto, my5, maximum width 6xl, and I actually think I made a little class mistake back on the plus page svelte when it comes to these classes. Yeah, so I added margin top 2 with a maximum width 7xl. I want to separate those. Good. And back to where I stopped. Want MD, nope, MD MY20. You want LG PX of 10. You want to have an H1 here. This H1 basically say search for, and then we'll put the name of the product that we're searching for. I'll just say share. I have class, say text, extra large, font, bold, capitalize, MD, text, 3XL. After that div, we'll have another div, and this div would have a search bar in here. This div would have some classes itself. Start with MY5 flex, item center, justify between, and in here we'll have the search bar. So let's create a search bar. So if you remember, we have a search bar component before. So because if I'm terrible at naming things, I'll just call this search bar 2 dot svelte. Works for me. This is now snippets, and we start with a form. This form, some few classes, flex, width of full, items of center, justify between, rounded, 3XL, and we have BG muted, PX of 3.5, have a focus within of ring 2, we will have a focus within of ring primary. In here we'll have an input. In this input we have a placeholder of, well, search. In this input we also have a class of h11. Come on, yep, h11, and we'll have flex 1. We'll have bg transparent, outline none, have a placeholder, styles of text, muted foreground. This is supposed to have a slash at the end. I don't know why it's missing. This is nice. This looks very nice. One thing we can have here too is an icon. So we have the search icon. Remember, we had the search icon there as well. So we can just come back here and import, copy the imports. Give this a class of text, muted foreground. Go back to our plus pages Svelte for the search page, and we import our search bar 2 component. Make sure that that's imports. Save this and take a look at the browser. We go to our search page. So remember, if we click on desktop products now, we should go to the search page. Click on it. Now I'm on the search page. As you can see, we see the search for share text, and we see the search bar as well. After this div, we have a section tag with some few classes. Start off with flex, width of full, flex of coal, justify between, gap of 6, LG flex dash row. We would have two states, one when there is product and one when there is no product. So in order to just fake or mimic that, we say let is products is equals to true. And we have an if block in here that says if is product Then we'll have a div. Div would have class of relative. Say hidden. You know what? It doesn't make sense here. Well, it does because we want to make the filters to disappear on mobile screen so that the products can occupy all the width. So yes, I think it does make sense here. We'll go with hidden and we'll say basis would be 200 pixels and LG of inline flex. And in this div, we'll have another div as a class of sticky left 0. Top would be 5 rem. Flex, we'll have flex column. And we'll have a gap of 5. And in here we'll have the filter component. Outside of both divs, this first one and second one, but still inside the if block, we'll have another div. And this div would have a class of flex. So we have flex 1, have flex column, and a gap of 5. And in this div, we'll have another div, class space y3 md space y5. What am I doing? Space y5. And in here, we want to iterate over our products. So I have a list of our products components here. Now, outside of this div, we'll have an else block. And we'll say div. Come on, help me out here, VS Code. Div. This div is going to be a grid. So we'll just say grid and ish, that's height of 400 pixels. For width of full. Place content of center. Or place item of center. And in the div, I'll have another p tag. This p tag would say no product found. And I have a class text center, text extra large, font medium, text muted foreground. Take a look at this, we should see basically nothing. So this is actually correct because we didn't actually put anything here. We are supposed to put in the field of components here and the products here. But if I change this to false, then this fallback would actually be rendered. So you see no products found. Alright, so let's create the filter component and the products card. You guys know how to create a new component by this stage. So coming here, I'm going to say filter.svelte. Start with a div. And in this div, we'll have a button. The button will have some classes. Margin top 5. Text LG. Font semi-bold and capitalize. And in here we'll have, well, the name of the category, but we can say electronics, and outside of that button we can have a div, and in this div we have a class. First of all, margin top 7 space y of 5, padding left of 5 as well, and you can say a div class flex item center space x4, and here we want to have a checkbox. What you want to do now is install the checkbox. I already installed mine and I've imported mine here. I can use it here, right in checkbox like this, and I can save this. But for the checkbox, I also want a label, so I'll come under here and I'll have label and import label. For the checkbox, let's give this checkbox a few things. Give it an array attribute. We'll say array labeled by equal to terms label, and for the label would have a subcategory of some kind. We can say phone. Save this. Later on, when we are fetching the data from the backend, we'll have multiple categories and multiple subcategories, but for now, one is okay. Take a look at our page and let's wait for that to reload. Okay, we see nothing yet. That's simply because of we have these products to be false. Yeah, make this true. Save that. Go back to the filter components. Let's just add a couple of classes to this label before we check it out once more. So we give this a cursor pointer. We'll also add text SM and font medium. We can have an ID equals to items label as we have for the array labeled by items labeled. Take a look at the browser and wait for that to reload. Still nothing shows, and again, because of now this is true, but we are not actually importing the filter component. Make sure you import that and save. Now you see we see electronics and we see phone with a checkbox. Nice. All right, let's go focus on the product component. So this product component is going to be inside of here. Move over to the components folder and create a component called product card. Product card that's Svelte. Start with an A tag for the product card. Just give this slash for now. Give this some classes. I would say group, relative, width of full, cursor pointer, overflow clip, rounded LG, go with border and px of 4 on text left, transition would be border in brackets, square brackets, and when we over it, we want a shadow of SM, and MD want a pixel left and right 10, and LG want to reduce this px 5. Now I want to add a little design at the left side, at the left extreme end, and that's why I'm going to create this div. This div would not have any content inside, it would just be for design purposes only. So we have div of class absolute left 0, top, 1/2 height, 90%, or width. I want the initial weight to be small, so I'll go with 0.5. And then minus translate y 1/2 bg primary transitional group over will have a width of 1. All right, now I have another div in it. This div would have a class, a bunch of classes actually. Say flex, justify between gap of 5, border solid, border transparent, border B, that is bottom. Then I want to have this color for the bottom of the border, hash E4 py of 6. Then on over, I want to have a border of transparent. So border transparent will work like this, or you can also work like this. So you can get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We don't actually need this now. Now in this div, we'll have another div. And the reason why we have this yellow warning is because of this is an A tag, and an A tag is expecting at least a text in it. So this div will have a class here. Flex 1, flex cool, and a gap of 6. And then an h4 here. We'll have a class text sm font semi bold capitalize LG. We'll have text LG, and we'll have the name of the product in this h4. So I'll just say black share. Now the yellow line goes away. After that, we'll have a p tag. This p tag is where we'll place the description, so I can say lorem and let that just fly in there. I'll give this a class. We'll start by saying a line clamp of 2, so that it doesn't get too long. So the description can actually be a lot of words, and we don't want it to disturb the height of our product card. So we'll give it a line clamp of 2, and then make the text small, so extra small XS. Then a font of medium, a text muted foreground, and LG text SM like this. And we'll have a div after that p tag. This div will have a span in it. We'll have a class. It's a width fit rounded bg primary /10 p1 text extra small font semi bold text primary, and LG text SM. In the span, we'll have the price. So I'll go with $100, for example. And right after this div, outside of this div as well, this one would have another div. Give this div as relative height 20, weight 7.5 RAM. I'll be using all the units. I just be changing unit when I feel it. MD height of 8.125 RAM. Really specific. So say 8.125 RAM. And then I'll say MD. I'm just joking. You don't have to be this specific. It's just a joke. You can say 13 RAM. I was about to write 13.125 as well. No. Alright, then we have the image. And in the image, we can have class of absolute, left 0, top 0, height full, width full, say overflow hidden, rounded Excel, object cover. And for the SRC, we just use one of our hero images, so say /hero/1.jpg. And I'll just call this ALT product asset. Save this and go back to our search page and import. No, let's get rid of this comment first. Import the product card here. Just have this a couple of times. Save that. Take a look at the browser, and we should, and we should see this. So this looks awful. Really awful. Alright, so let's fix this. Go back to the product card. First of all, the image isn't showing that because of I spelled this wrongly. Save, and we should actually see the image now. Alright. Now to take care of whatever this issue is, let's place this in a grid. So I would say div, and this div will have a class of grid column 1 and a gap of 4. So what happens when I place this product card in this div? Come on, I like those and this. So the first 4 is in that grid. And you can see the first 4 is they're kind of aligned, and the ones that are not in that grid are kind of having funny styles. So let's make sure that everything is in the grid. Save this, and we should have that actually looking nice. I mean, we overwrite, as you can see, the width of this side border increases, which was the figure that I wanted. Great. So now that we are done with the UI for the search page, let's go on and build the UI for the personal info and addresses page. Back to our good friend, the Explorer. Again, in the storefront, we want to create a route. This route, we'll call this route me. This route will have a plus page.server.ts plus layout.svelte and the layout.server.ts. The only one we'll be using now would be the plus layout.svelte. Let that be created, and the plus layout, the svelte would have some styles and some things here. A couple of them that we don't actually need, like we don't need this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this as well. Okay. First thing I want to do is have an array of items that I'll be iterating over to create the navigation. I would say let tabs be equals to an array, and would have a link, or let's call this href so it will be better for us, href. And then we'll have the text. For the first one, we'll call this personal info. I think we've actually done this. So you go to the header, see that we have something very similar to this. So account pages. But I don't want this to be called account pages. Yeah, I want this to be called tabs. So I'll just paste this. Yeah. Profile, we can change profile to personal info, and we have other history, we have addresses, and we have settings. All right. And I also want to be able to get the current path that we are on, so that I can be able to show some sort of indicator to let you know what page that you are on from the tabs. I'll go with let path is equals to the derived run, so dollar sign derived. I want to be using the page store here. Make sure you import the page store dot URL dot go for patterning and dot split slash and then dot slice. I want to slice from second index and third index and dot to string. And I know I am going through all this stress to accommodate for some certain use cases. All right, so above the render tag, I want to have a div here. The div would have a class mx-auto mt10, will have a width full, have a max width for Excel, one have a px3, and this div would have another div, and this div would have some classes as well. Go with flex item center, justify between, and we'll have an h1 here. This h1 would say profile. So we'll have a class for this h1, font display. Okay. I think we don't need that, so we'll go with text for Excel. Make this bold, so fonts bold, and we'll capitalize this. So outside this h1 and outside the div covering the h1, we're gonna have another div here. This will have class my5 flex width full flex column gap to border b2 sm is the flex row, and md gap 10. Then we'll have an each block here, and this each block is going to be iterating over the tabs array. Okay, that's what I call the tabs as well. With just the structure from it, would get the href and would get the title. And here would have an a tag. This a tag would just use the shorthand format to pass in the props of the href. But this a tag would have some classes. So to add the classes here, we want to use a utility function. I believe is in my utils here called cn. Now cn was created for us by Chessie and Svelte, so we'll just use it here. Equals to curly braces cn. I want to make sure that we import cn here. Should I import it? Yes, it is. And in here we can place in the base styles, and the base styles will be border b2 py3 text sm font normal text, you can go with any color here, I'll just go gray. I want something grayish, so I'll just say text gray 300. Sm width fit sm border begin 0 md text base. And inside this a tag, or before we even go in, we just want to put some conditional styles here as well. So comma after the end of the string and then curly braces. Now to add styles depending on certain conditions. So we'll say if part is equals to href, then we want to add the styles here. So I'm saying border b2, border b black. Okay, so font bold, text black, sm border b2. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Having border b2 twice. And for this text, yeah, I also want to make it a bit grayer, so we'll go with text gray 700. And in here, in the a tag, I'll put the text to get rid of all these yellow warning lines. It's actually not in the a tag, I place that text. This is in the right spot, and the yellow line should go away. Alright, the yellow line has disappeared, but now we have these red lines, and it's telling us that string, an array of string cannot be compared to a string. That's because we have an error right here in our path variable. So I'll close this, and then I'll get rid of the extra parentheses right here. Save that, and all the errors should disappear. The only error we are getting is that we're using text here while it says title here. Copy that, paste, that should be fixed. Alright, now for these children here, we'll put this in a div. The div will have some classes. Start with mx auto my10, maximum width of 4xl, px of 3, and then md px of 0. And I'll place this in here. I'll save this, and I'll go to /me, and we basically see an empty page because of the page in this me route is completely empty, but the layout would allow us to see some certain things that I want to check out. The thing is that the me route doesn't even have a plus page as well file, if I'm not being wrong. So if I check this, yeah, it doesn't have a plus page as well file. It does have a server file, not a page file. And I don't want this me route to have a page file. So in order to actually see that layout, we need to create some other route in here that we actually need. So the one I'm going to create will be the personal info route, like this, and I'll get a plus page just Svelte and a plus page just server.ts in here, and I'll get rid of the part that I don't need, like this, and these types. Yeah, I'll start off with a section tag. Section tag would have simple flex and gap 10. A div inside here says flex color, item center, and the gap of 3. And I have another div in here that says an height. One gives an height to say ORM. Now I want to put that in the brackets. Width would be 3 rem. Rounded full. BG white. P of 1. Shadow LG. MD height and we'll change the height to 6.5 rem and MD width of 6.5 rem. Okay, so let's actually take a look at this first of all to see where we are. So we are seeing internal error. I'll have a slash and I'll say personal info. Take a look at that. So as you can see, we have the styles actually showing. So as that it keeps on loading, we just keep on coding. So after that div, all we need is to go inside our div. Now, I'm going to go inside the div and I have another div. I'll start off class of relative and then flex and then height of full, items of center, justify of center, rounded full, and BG. This is a background that we need. I'll say hash, then FAE 9C7. Then in that div, I have a p tag that says class text to Excel font medium capitalize text hash B6B 5B1, and we'll have an LG of text for Excel. And in this, now I place this outside of the string. And in here, I want to have some sort of initials like LA. And if you remember, we add this initial function that we placed on the header. And now I want to use it here as well. So we can place this in a global file that we can use. We can export this out and use multiple places. So I'll just go to my utils. I think my utils will be the best place to place this. I'll place this here, but I'll export this out of this file. Go back to my header, and I want to import this. I would actually have errors. So right here, I want to make sure that I import this into my header, and I also import it into the other file that I want to use it in. So that will be the plus pages file here. So I'll just say get initials, users initials, sorry. Then I'll place the name like Lawal Debola. Check my header, make sure that is actually being imported correct. And we save all the files to KS and take a look at this in the browser. As you can see, we have the little avatar icon and we have LA in there. That's what we wanted. Let's continue. So right after that, you want to come outside of this div. Come outside of this div and have another div here. This div would also have a flex, and we'll go for flex cool and flex. No, what am I doing? And then gap 3. So we'll have an h1. So we'll put the user's name. So we have h1. You can see Lawal Adebola. Spell your own name correctly. Adebola. For the h1, we have a class. See font. Okay, maybe we don't need. Okay, let's make it semi-bold. Font semi-bold and text LG. We'll start with capitalize, and then on a larger screen we'll go with text to Excel. Come on, bro. And after that h1, we'll have a div. I want to place in the email here. To get this div a class flex code, and have an h2. h2 say email. This class text sm font semi-bold and md text base, and in outside of this h2 would have a p. This b will have the email, yeah, and we can have like class, yeah, too many s. All right, text sm would have font normal md text base. Okay, I think that looks very good. Let's take a look at this in the browser, and wow, very nice. As you can see, we see this very nice looking page, but you notice that our tab is not actually indicating for us what page we are on. So we just want to fix that real quick. Go back to your layout. That's the layout of this me route. Yeah. And now this is how we're going to debug this. Let's log out the path. Right, so normal log out and go to the console to check it out. What's being logged out. So let's do this together. You see now we just see personal info here. So let's go back and go back to this href. For this href, this is actually wrong. You know what? This href is actually okay. I don't think it's coming from the href, and the path is actually printing out what I wanted to print out. So to make this very interesting, right after the title, I'll print out the path if it's equals to the href. I think that should be interesting. Let's take a look at that, and we should see, yeah, so we are seeing false, telling us that now it's not equals to the href, and because of the href is this, so we have this slash me slash, and then for the path we are kind of having just the path, not the slash me and all that. Oh, this is actually very wrong. As I said, I placed all of this to actually undo some special use case, but we don't need that for now. So let's ignore it. We'll get rid of all of those. I'll save this like this. And we should actually see now it prints out slash me slash personal info. And as you can see, personal info is having quite a distinct color from the rest of them. But that's not enough for me. I want to see the border at the bottom as well. It's supposed to see a bottom at the bottom. Okay, that's because of right here I have an SM that says border 0. So I'll copy this, place it here, and here I'll say border 2. Save. And we should see the border. And I also want to make this capitalized. So looks a lot nicer. And now we can start printing out this. That looks nice. Now let's take a look at the order history. Now you want to create a new route called order history. It's going to be assembling to the personal info route. So you know you're going to put it inside the me folder. In the me folder, I'll create a new Svelte route. Order dash history. Plus page the Svelte plus page the server.ts. Get rid of this, don't need this. And we certainly don't need this part as well. And we want one component here. That's the collapsible from chassis and Svelte. So let's install that. Add new component. Choose collapsible and wait for that to install. And as that installs, let's actually install another one. There's another one that we would need. We'll call this table. We actually have table installed. If you remember, we installed table previously. Click on yes, and I will just import collapsible CNI. Enter. And right here we'll close both this. To get the anatomy of the collapsible component, you know the drill, CNX collapsible, get this, nice. So we have a trigger right here. Let's save this and see how this looks like in the browser. So go to your order history, click here. And as you can see, we have this, can I use this in my project test? Click on it and then you see it opens, close opens. So it's as simple as that. Now we are the ones that will actually style this. So how we're going to do this is to go back to our div, and just before the trigger, we want to have a div in here. This will have a class. Give this flex items center, justify between rounded MD, BG, muted, and P5. And for this collapsible root, we'll just give this a margin bottom of 2. We'll say margin B2. And for in this div, we'll have another div, class flex wrap items center, justify between gap 3 MD gap 10. Alright, then we'll have a div, and in this div we'll have 2 p tags. The first one would say date list, and this would have some styles as well. Class text SM, font medium, and capitalize. And we'll just duplicate this and change the styles a little bit. Instead of saying font medium and capitalize, we'll just say text muted. Okay, that's wrong spelling. Text muted foreground. And this will say some sort of dates that you created as. So I can just say 11/11/11. And right outside of the div that's covering both p tags, I would have another div. So I can just copy it because it's basically going to be similar styles. So I'll copy that div. And instead of saying date placed here, I will say total sum. And for total sum, will be on amount. We can say $1,000 or so. And we'll have another one. This one will say order number. And we'll go with something like that. And we'll have one more. This one will say status. But depending on the status, we want to have like a different style. This one's going to be a bit different. It's going to be dynamic styles that will be added here. So we'll say status will be equals to, let's say, processing. And instead of just having this p tag here, get rid of this. I would have a span, and this span will use CN because we want to add dynamic styles here. Make sure that we import CN, and we'll give. Did I actually import it? Yes, I did. So the base styles here would be in the parentheses. Start with inline flex, item center, justify center, rounded full, border, px2, py1, text extra small, font medium as well. Now comma right after that the strings, and in this parent curly braces. I like calling everything parentheses. And the curly braces would have our styles depending on the status. So let's see if the status is equals to processing, we want to have the style border yellow 200, and we have a BG of yellow 100, the text of yellow 800. And if the status is either shipped or delivered, we want to have like some sort of green color, something positive. So instead of saying if status is equals to, we'll just have an array of strings. Let's say shipped or delivered. That's not spelled delivered. Ed dot includes. This is just better than having equals to everywhere. Status. So now if this is the case, we'll have, instead of having this styles here, would be green. So everywhere you see yellow, just change it for green. Like this. And in this span above status, and I need to put like a comma right here. Good. So let's save this and see how it looks on the browser. Open my browser and you guys should be seeing this. So that's nice. Alright, so for the trigger, we can get rid of this text that we have here currently. We can have a button here. I need to import the button. CNI button. Import that, and then the trigger would use CNX button. And this button will have a variant of ghost. And the size would be SM, and the class, just a few classes, width of 9 and a P of 0. The children of the button would simply be one icon. I can say share run down. I hope that comes up. Okay, it's not gonna come up. Let's, okay, I think it did. Wow, that's nice. So this is Svelte, chevron down. We'll have some class just for the size. Basically, you see size 4, and we'll have a screen reader only text. So it's a span toggle, and this span would have class of SR only. Save this, take a look at the browser, and we should see this toggle right here. I called it a toggle. It's actually a chevron down icon. And the reason why we are seeing this icon at the bottom is because of this collapsible trigger should be inside of this div here. Yeah, so it should be covering both of those. If you save this, you should actually see it side by side. So you see this on the side, and when you click on it, it opens the bottom very nicely. Alright, so for the content, we'll remove this. In the content, we'll have a table. So we'll go with CNX table, and here we'll say CNI table as well. Let's save here, and let's get rid of this caption. And for the roots, so some styles here. We'll say we want 0 margin. Okay, let's add the 0 margin to the content itself. So margin is 0, space Y2, and a padding of 0. For the table root itself, let's say rounded of MD, and the border. We're going to have the table head. Let's have one empty place. This one will just keep the images. So just keep this one empty here. Next one will have name. The one after that would have SKU. The one after that will have unit price. The one after that would have quantity. The one after that would have total. And you can have different examples here. So the first one here is going to be an image. Say image img. That's the HTML tag. And I say slash euro slash euro -1 dot jpg. I'll give this euro, I'll give this image some classes. A size 16, rounded LG. And come out of that cell, the next cell would have the name. Call this black share. And the next would have SKU. Just have something. Okay, so this is now the SKU would look like, but whatever. Let's just go with that. And the quantity would say something like okay, so before the quantity we actually have the unit price. And yeah, we have this funny thing here. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so before the quantity we actually have the unit price. So we can say $900. This doesn't belong here yet. And yeah, we can have the quantity, we can say 6. And the total $900 times 6. That doesn't actually matter, just whatever value here. I'll give this a class of text right. Let's save these, take a look at this in the browser. When we open this, we see this. When we click on it, you close this one. Kind of nice. Alright. And we can duplicate this by just copying and pasting this, but one is okay to visualize what we're going to be building. So because of we might not always have an order in our order history, like for example a new customer, we need a fallback. So I'll select order will be equals to false, and this will be if order. That's when I'm going to have this. We have an else block here. So this collapsible is going to be if we have an order. If we don't have an order, we're going to have this fallback right here. So we'll have a div. First of all, this div will have some sweet classes. Let's have a flex height of 50, view height. Have a width of full, flex column, items of center, justify center, text, you guessed it, center. Alright, so we'll have an each one here. This each one will say you haven't, okay, only if I can spell haven't correctly, you haven't made any orders yet. This H1, we have a class, font. No, I keep making that damn mistake. So we'll go with font semi-bold. You know what? I give up on spelling. Font semi-bold. Text 3XL. And P would have, you'll find all the details of your orders here text. Alright, so let's give some classes to this P tag. We have text, muted foreground. So let's take a look at this in the browser. We should see you haven't made any order yet. Blah 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 blah. So that's actually nice. So let's move on to the addresses page. Create another route right in the me folder. addresses plus page.svelte plus page.server.ts. Sweet. In here, get rid of what we don't need. Bam. Bam as well. Alright, so yeah, we need a div. And after the div, we'll have another div. So that's the state of front-end development today. One have margin bottom of 2, ML of auto, width of fit, PX of 3. And in here, I'm gonna have a modal, like an address modal, an add address modal, essentially. So I'll just this is for the modal, and we'll have a button that actually activates that modal. I'll say CN button, and here we'll have CN X button, and this will say add new address. And outside of this div, we'll have another div, and this div will have some classes. Start of saying class MB3 grid gap 5 LG grid cos 2, and we'll see ish. You know what, like I'm trying to fix some displaying of multiple addresses, but let's just use one address. That's the only thing that really matters, that we actually know how the design looks like. So we'll import a card because we need a card here, CNI card, and we'll use CNX card. And for the title, would say something like home address, get rid of the description. And for the content, so having this P would have a div first of all, and this div would have some items inside, like we can have like the address, like 21 low street. We have another P tag. We can have like a state, Lagos. We can have like a country, Nigeria. And outside of this div, we can have another div. Here we'll place in our badges because we want to be able to indicate whether this is our default shipping address or default billing address or even both. I would come in here. This div would have the classes. Let's say empty auto width of 150 pixels space y2. And in this div, I would also have badges. I want to believe I've installed the badges components. So CNI badge, and here I can see CNX badge, and I need 2 badges, so I'll duplicate that into 2. Both of these are gonna be variants of secondary. Copy that, and one will say shipping address, the other will say the billing address. Save this, and on the bottom, like the card footer, now we're actually going to use the footer. Use some class, say minus P, that's on padding bottom of 2, and gap 5, padding top of 1, text SM. Yeah, I want to have some buttons, so say CNX button. The first button is going to say have a P tag here. It says remove, so I want this to be like a delete button. Get this a variant of destructive, and it gives an icon of trash. Come on. Thank you. And I'll give it some class. I'll say minus margin left. You know what? Let's do margin right of 2. Save this. See the way this looks. Before we actually go ahead, let's you know what? Let's just gradually. So let's see the way this looks. What's our addresses? Okay, so this is how the card looks. All right, went back again. We're back now, and the card does not look the way I visualize the way it would look, but it's okay. It works for me, and yeah, I can save this. So now what I want to do is actually create that add new address modal. So when you click on this add new address, we have that modal pop up. All right. So first of all, we need the states. Call this add new address states. Now we need the modal, and in my modal folder, create a address. Let's not spend you. Spell it like this. I can copy the contents of the login modal since it's also a modal, and reuse where I need to. Paste this. First of all, everywhere we see login modal state, we want to change it to sorry, want to change it to add new address state. And everywhere that we see login schema, I want to have our add address schema. So I'll go to my form schema first of all to create that. Export cons address schema will be equals to z dot objects. Start with the name field. So name, and that will be z dot string dot minimum, which is 3, and maximum, which is 100. And we'll have address itself, which is z dot string the minimum 1, maximum 300. We'll have state z dot string, get rid of this thing, string minimum 1. Okay, you know what? Let's not make the state compulsory. So yeah, if you don't want to make it compulsory, we can just omit minimum. But I want to have a maximum 100, and we'll have country. Country is going to say z dot string minimum would be 1, and the maximum, I don't think we should have maximum on country, and we'll say is default shipping. This will be z dot boolean, and default would be false. And we'll also have is default billing. Like this. I have a comma, and for the address schema, go back to the add new address modal and replace everywhere we see this login schema with the address schema. The title for this modal would say add address. So add address, and we'll get rid of the description because frankly at this point it's just annoying. And the form field will start off with, let's say our schema one more time. All right, so we have a name, we have an address, And so start with the name, but for the label, we'll call it label, but it's gonna be name. And I want to have a way of signifying that some fields are optional and some fields are required. And I'll do that by having a little asterisk, a red asterisk. So I'll say span, and in this span I'm having an asterisk. Yeah. Span over some classes. We'll start by saying font bold and text red 600. So every time I want to let them know that, hey, this is required, we have this asterisk in front of it, so that they don't have to fill the forms that they don't actually want to fill and it wasn't required, so they can know. And next one, that's the next field, would be address, and the label would be address, and this is also required. If you remember, I'll copy this, paste that here. The field after that would be, if I believe, states. States isn't required, so we won't have that asterisk here. So we'd say states slash province, and we'll get rid of the asterisk there. And after that, we'd have country. Country, and the bind value will be country as well. But you want to put in that asterisk because it's required. So I'll copy this, paste this in here. And this button, we'll get rid of it. It says login. I'll just have a text that says add. And we're not actually done with the things that we need to add here. Remember, the is default shipping and is default billing fields. Those fields are going to be checkboxes. So we'd simply just copy this and paste it here. And for the form field, instead of saying country, we'll say is default shipping, and this will have some classes. The class flex row item start space x3 space y0 and p4. And right in here, inside the snippet, instead of having this label that's right here, we'll first of all have our checkbox. Say cnx checkbox. Have that there, and want to spread the props here. I want to bind checked to this value. This case is going to be $ from data dot is default shipping, and the label is going to be in a div. So I have a div here. No, you know what? Let's actually import this checkbox first of all. Come up, CNI checkbox, so that we avoid any errors. What was that? All right, yeah. So this label is going to be in a div, and that div is going to have some few classes. So start with class space y1 and leading none, like this. And for the form label, we'll say use as default shipping address. And I'll get rid of this asterisk right here. And we'll also have an input, but this time this input is going to be a normal input, and the value, instead of binding to the value, we just have one value, like simple as that. It's going to be $sign form data dot is default shipping address, and we'll make this hidden. Save this, good. Copy and paste this down here, and this time it's going to be this default billing as a user's default billing address. Save that as well. Ctrl KS to save every other file, and I'll go back to my address mode page, and in here I would import the add new address modal. Let's import that, and on this button that says add new address, would have an on click. This would say address. Is that what it's called? Let's check this in the file itself. It says add new address state. Add an address state. We should have import that set true. So I'll save this. Take a look at the browser. We have this. I click on this, and nothing happens. And the reason why nothing happens is because of this modal does not yet have that stuff bind to it. So we are binding. Okay, we are actually binding to it correctly. Let's get rid of every other things we don't need here. Make sure that we save everything properly. Let's take a look at it one more time. Okay, it's still loading. Now it's done loading. Let's try this one more time. And as you can see, we see the modal. We can close it, we can open it, we can close it. We can type in here. You can see the little asterisk that we have to signify that a filter is required, and we can see this checkboxes as well. So that's all nice. So let's actually continue. Let's see some few things we need to add. So for example, if we don't have any modal, we need a fallback. As you can see, we've been adding fallbacks, so it gives a way better experience, and it just looks nicer and just have an empty screen. So let addresses is equals to false. So now I want to check. So let's say if addresses if there's addresses, then we want to have all of this. If not, we want to have a fallback. So I think these fallbacks are going to be quite similar to each other. So I can go to the other history and copy this fallback and utilize it here. So the H1 here, you can see you haven't saved any address yet. And the P can see add a new address easily below. And what we'll have at the bottom here will just be a add new address button, very similar to the one we have here. Like this. Save this. So let's see what's wrong. So this is false, like this. Save this, and let's wait for this to load up on the browser, and you will see this add new address below here, like this. And the fallback looks nice, but I would say that it needs a bit more space. This says CH. I want VH. So I believe this is also saying CH right here. Nah, we need VH. That's view height. And this looks better now. And give this some few space. It looks kind of clamped up together. So say gap 3. This looks a lot nicer. All right. So for the remove button, when we click on this one, make sure that the user didn't make a mistake and clicked on it, and then we just delete the address. What we want to do is have some sort of alert that tells them, hey, are you sure you want to do this? And if they proceed after having that alert, then we make the actions of actually deleting that address. So what we'll do is use not just a normal dialog, we'll use an alert dialog for this action. So we'll just search for alert dialog. Make sure you get it correctly, not alert dialog. And wait for that to install. And as that is installing, okay, let's go for, let me send individually. Yes, no, it installs. As that is installing, let me import it here. CNI alert dialog. Import this, and just want to scroll down to right after everything. After the if else nil, you want to do cnx alert destructive. No. Okay, alert dialog. So for the trigger, we'll get rid of it. We don't need it. And for the states, we'll say bind to the open a delete the state. Now we currently don't have the state, so let's create it. For this, let's delete modal state is equals to state runs. This will be false. And yeah, we have that now. And for the content, say a weight of full and a p of 5. And in here would have a form. So I just have a normal form. Form is basically going to cover everything because we're using form actions to send the action to the server. But just use a form to cover everything for now, including the footer. It does not. And as for the title, say, are you absolutely sure I actually got this? This action cannot be undone. I actually got this. Looks like I knew what I was going for. And then we have the cancel, and then we have the action. The action is going to be called delete address. And this have a variant? Let's see. Nope, it doesn't have a variant. So let's have a class with full bg destructive, and on over, say on over would have bg destructive /19. Just reduce the opacity a little bit. Save this, and that's going to be when we click on this button here. So you can have an on click that takes this mode and say true. I'll save that, come back here. Let's actually make addresses true. That changed state, but through some sort of error. Let's see if we can see this. Okay, the reason why is because of this actually should be in function. Save this, and now we see this. Now we click on remove, we should see this, and this looks kind of funny. Yeah, so let's make the other button a width of full as well. We full, and for the footer, we'll just say margin top 3. Save these, try this out again, and it kind of looks a lot better. Yeah, like a little icon, delete bar, dustbin icon at the top here. We should make this look a lot better, but it's okay for that. So let's move on and create the settings page. Still on the main folder, SvelteKit files, create routes, settings, first page the Svelte. That'll be the only thing we need for the settings page. And right in here, the usual cleaning. Right after that, we'll have a div here, and this div would have class mx auto flex width full. Maximum width should be around 900 pixels. Flex column, we have a gap of 5, px of 2, md of px of 10, and here we have div, and this div would have p tag in here. You see email, and it's going to be have some sort of trigger to trigger the email modal. But for now, let's just keep this here like this. We give this div some class styles. Flex width full, justify between gap 5, border b, and pb 3. And for the text here, the text would be base, font, semi-bold, md, text, lg. And yeah, we can duplicate this and use this multiple times. So okay, so let's edit the second one. We'll call this name. So I hope I spelled my name correctly, and thank God. And the next one will be like password, and we'll have a text that says change password. The one after that will say log out. We'll have a text that says log out of store. Okay, we should actually switch this. This should say log out of store right here. And we'll have this button that says log out. Makes more sense for the trigger to just be a simple log out. And this last one, I'll just get rid of this. We don't need this here. Let's take a look at our page, our settings page. Click on settings and you see this. So this is exactly what I wanted. It looks very nice. All right, so let's go ahead and create the modals. So when I click on the email like this, I have a modal that pops up, and I can change my email. Same for the name, and same for the password as well. All right, so we'll start with the email. So let's go to our email or our modals folder, and we'll create a component that called update email modal. That's Svelte. Go to my login page. As you know, I like to copy the content of this login page and just reuse it. So you know we need an email, or we need a schema, and we need a state. So I'll go to my form schema. I'll call this, I'll just replicate this, call this update email schema. And I'll get rid of everything except the first one, which I'll just change to email and dot email like this. And I'll take this schema and I'll replace it with everything I have that's called login schema like this. And go to the modal states, and we'll call this, you know what, since this is actually, we're going to have the trigger inside of this, we don't need to create a new state. So sometimes it does not need to be complex. Sometimes we can just use local state. I'll just have a local state here called modal state. Select modal state is equals to state false. and we'll have that as the value. And the trigger would exist in here. That's what I was trying to make clear. So after the root would have dialog dot trigger, and this will simply say something like change email also. So just change email and give this class. So I want to give this the button classes. So one thing I can do is just put the button inside here and put the change email inside the button, but that's unnecessary since I really just need a class. And this dialog that trigger is a button as well. So it's gonna make no sense doing that. One thing I can do is basically just get the button class. And again, because of using chassis and Svelte, all of these are really easy to do. So we can come here directly and say button variant, which is something that chassis and Svelte uses and we can use as well. Let's say button variant, and what variants I want to get. I can say variant. That's not to spell variant, pardon me. And the variant I want to get is the link variant. I want to make sure I actually imported this. Okay, so I'll just do this manually. Sometimes this thing just pisses me off. Alright, so we want to come here where we have the imports. Now see import button variants from where we have the button. So right here at the parts that we are in, we can just go --UI slash button, and this would work. All right. Okay. And change email, we can see capital letter C to make that look a lot better. For the title, we'll just repeat that same text. Say change email, get rid of the description. And for the form, we just need one field, which is the email, and we already have the email there. So get rid of this other field, which is for the password, and we'll get rid of this little button here as well. And the button for submitting the form will say update email. We'll save this and we'll remove this part. Well, we don't need this part. We'll go back to our page, our settings page, and where we have this email here, we just have the update email down. Make sure you actually import that, and you can get rid of this and the trigger comment as well. We'll save this and we'll see if this actually works now. So let this just reload real quick. Okay, we don't actually save all the files, so let's save all of the files. So Ctrl+KS, you save all unsaved files. And you take a look at this one more time, and this should change to update email very soon. Change email, and as you can see, we have this change email. When I click on this, we have this modal pop up. That's very nice. Okay, so let's do the same for the name. So create a new modal called update name. We just copy the content of the update email modal and we use it there. Update name modal, we'll say completer n. That's Svelte. Paste this. The two things we need to change, first of all, is we need to change the schema. So I'll go to my form schema, and as I have an update email schema, I would have an update name schema. I'll call this name. The z.string is going to be minimum of 3. Save this. Go back to my update name schema. Let me copy this first of all. Go back to the modal. Every instance of update email schema, I'll change to update name schema. And here we'll change this to name. And for the label, I'll make this clear. I'll say username. I'll say update name. Yeah. So that was pretty quick. And let's see the way this actually looks like right here. Okay, we've now actually sent that there. But for the trigger, we can be having change email, and for the title, we also can be having change email. For the trigger, we'll have the user's name. Yeah, but since currently don't, we just had code it at Ebola. And for the title, would say simple name. Save this. Go back to the page. When we have the trigger, would have right under there. Let's say update name modal. And if that's not going to import, it's no biggie. Just copy this, duplicate this, change that, get rid of this boot, save this, and take a look at this in the browser. And I should have the change show any moment from now. Now we have this. We can click here and we see the modal. Very nice. Now I want to do the same for the change password. Let's start by creating a new component called update password. Svelte. And I'll just copy what I have here. And it just took the part for me. Okay, copy and paste. Now I will need to get my update password schema. So I'll go to form schema, copy this, reset password schema, and paste it below here. And then I'll just change this to update password schema. And for the fields, we would have a current password, a new password, and a confirm password. So come here to current password would basically have very similar to this. I'm gonna change this to new password. Copy this and change here as well. Nice. So this is what we want. This is how we want it to look like. And I would okay. First of all, I don't know why I'm gonna have in this maximum. I don't really think password should have maximum, but let's just let's just ignore that and continue. I'll copy this update password schema part, go back to my update password component, and every instance I have update email schema, I will change it to update password schema. And for the trigger, I'll change this to change password. The title as well would be change password. And the fields, the first one is going to be the current password. So in order for you to change your password, you will input your current password. So you can validate that you actually have the authorities to do this. Then you put in your new password, and just so that we assure you, you have to put in the password twice so that we are sure that that's what you want. So new password, and then you have to confirm that password. So I'll change this from email to current password. Put a space here. And for the input, we change this to type of password. And I can copy and paste this to new password. Change it to new, capital letter N, and would copy and paste one more time for the confirm field. And here we change this from update email to change password. Change capital letter C. Nice. I'll go back to the page the settings page, and here that I have change password, I'll just get rid of everything here and I'll place in the update password component here. Close here and I'll import it. Come to my script tag. Okay, update password modal actually, I believe. And let's save this and check this out in the browser. This is loading. So as this is loading, let's just update this part as well. So here, instead of having just this logout, would actually have a button. So we need cnx button, and then here we'll say logout. The variant to this would be a link. So it looks nice. Just need to import this CNI button. Okay, so the update password is actually has some errors here. I knew that I'm gonna have one error. So it's not actually update password modal, it's just update password, which is wrong. I want to be more specific than that. So update password modal. That's a lot better. Alright, now do CNI button so I can actually import the button component. Alright, so this doesn't seem like it's going to work. Let's import this by hand. Import button from $. I'll go with the lib slash components, if I'm not wrong, slash UI slash button. Save this and take a look at this in the browser. Okay, so we have an error that's actually expected because of the wrong imports that we had here previously, but now let's wait for this to reload and we should actually have the correct content being rendered. All right, so this is what has been rendered. It's not done loading, but as you can see, it looks exactly the way we want it to look. So we can just continue. But one thing I want us to do before we move on is to just take a look at this address one more time. I was feeling some kind of way about the way the card was. I said that we should leave it that way, but I just want us to get our design right. So I think what I really need to do here for the address is to just go back to the page, and you see where we have these badges. Where is that again? Right here. So on the card, yeah, we need to give this card content some styles so that we can flex both of these. Instead of aligning them stacked on top of each other, flexing them will just look a lot better. So add a class here. Flex. Justify between. Text. SM. Capitalize. And text muted foreground. Save that. And this just looks way better. This looks way better. All right. Nice. Now that we are done with the profile page, let's move on and build with the checkout page. Create a new route in this time not in the Me's folder, but still in the storefront folder. SvelteKit files create route. Call this checkout. So just check out like that. Click on enter. We'll go for the plus page.svelte plus page.server.ts, and we'll go for the layout.svelte as well. Go in the checkout, and on the layout we should have this. This looks enough for the layout, but let's just get rid of the few things that we don't need here, like this and the data as well. And let's move over to the plus page that's svelte. Get rid of the few things we don't need here as well. The first thing we'll do here is start with the main tag, and in the main tag we would have a div. Let's wait for this to. You see, they're not gonna do it for you. Do it yourself. So in this main tag, we'll have a div. And this div would have some classes. Start with relative, and then flex. Just warning before we keep on going, I just want to let you guys know that this checkout page has a lot of classes, so prepare. Go with 400 pixels, um width full, flex, column, border b, which is bottom 2, and we'll have a bg. Now I want to add the background image here. Use url, and then the path, I'll go for slash hero slash hero dash 3.jpg. And as you can see, we have some funny looking errors here, and the colors are not right. The reason for that is because of we are using single quotes in both places. So instead of using single quotes to cover the whole class, I'll use double quotes. That should undo that for us. All right, so let's add a few other classes like bg cover and bg fixed, and last but not the least, bg no repeats. Okay, so now in this div we have another div. This div would have class of absolutes, a top of now oddly specific 314 pixels, we have z of 15, a height of 3, a width of full, bg white, but reduce that opacity to 5. Would have a background blur of sm. We have a sm hidden, and this div would basically be like a overlay, an overlay on the image. So let's take a look at this actually. Go to the checkout page. So this is what we have on the checkout page, and as you can see, we don't really see any of the extra styles that we added, like this one, for example. But this one is being hidden on smaller screens to larger screens. So if we actually reduce our screen, you will actually see something. So I'm not sure whether you guys can see it, but it's one tiny like night of like 3 blur, very small, just a blur straight through the image. And that's just a little design that will be useful to us on the um, mobile screen. So I'm going to add some extra things to make this actually look better and meaningful. But all these little design things I thought about to make this app actually look very good on all screens. But let's continue. Now we want something for the larger screens, something we can actually use for the larger screens. So I'll just duplicate this and change where I need to change. So instead of having all this top, now I'll take this to left 0 and top 0. Would have a z of 0, and we have an height of full, width of full, and obg black of 50. And I'll get rid of the rest. We don't need the rest. I've saved this, and you'd see that that image gets a lot darker because now there's an overlay over it. Okay, so after that, we'll have another div. They will have some classes. PT 40 MD. We have a PT of 44. We have an LG. We have a PT of 56. So we're taking care of all the screen sizes. We have another div. In that div, class, start off with Z of 10 to make sure that this displays above every other thing. We have MY as margin left and right of 0. I have a flex width full. Maximum width would be MD. I have a flex column. Justify center gap of 7 of border, and then we have a border white. Let's reduce the opacity, so /20. We have a BG white of /20 as well. We have a PX of 4. We have a PY of 3. We have a text of white. We have a shadow of MD of background. Okay, so let's go with backdrop, not back. I wanted to go with background blur. Let's go with backdrop blur. I have an SM rounded MD, and from the medium to the larger screens, maximum width would be 3XL, and MD will also have a gap of 10. MD would also have a PX of 10. Make sure you spell MD correctly, not MS, MD. Save that, and in this div would have the text of checkout. So it's going to be is the checkout is going to be on top of a little design, so you can see something like this. So remember, we had something similar to this on the mobile screen. This is what I kind of did on the mobile screen, but this one is for the desktop screens, and the checkout text is going to sit on top of this. So now in this div, we have an H2 that says checkout. See where this looks. Not that bad. Let's give it some styles. Say class. Start with text. 3XL. Font bold. And on the medium to larger screens, we have a text of 6XL. This looks a lot better now. Alright. So outside of this whole div right here, we are done with the hero section. Let's have another section. And I'll give this some classes. Margin auto, that should be MX auto. We'll have a MY of 0, of flex, height full, of width full. Maximum width would be 6XL. Flex column, gap 5, PX2, have an SM, PX4, we have a PY5, we have an MD, then we have PX, then we have an MD, we have PY20, we have an LG, here we have flex row, and LG would have justify. Okay, I was spelled wrongly. LG would have justify between, and Excel would have PX0. Now in here would have a div. Now go through the classes as well. Flex, width full, flex column. I have a gap of 10 on the large screen. Would have a gap of 20. In there would have another div. This would have flex column and the gap of 4. In here would have an H4. This will say delivery method. Okay, for once, just get the spelling right. What will I be without this extension? So for the H2 would have text LG, font of semi-bold. We'll be leading loose and tracking wide. MD would have a text of 2XL and LG would have a text of 3XL. And so I'll save that so that I can format it. And right outside this H2, I will have another div. It will simply be a flex column and a gap of 1. In here would have an A tag. This A tag would have an href of /me/addresses. In this A tag, before we talk about the content of the A tag, let's give this A tag some classes. You know how we always start it off: flex, height of auto, width of full, cursor pointer, items center, justify between, go with rounded, or border B, py5, and transition shadow. We have an MD, just border, another MD. We'll go for px4. We'll have another MD, MD and then over, and then we'll have shadow. And LG will have a maximum width of 600 pixels. And the A tag would have a div covering everything. Class, flex, item center, gap 3. In here we'll have an icon, a bike icon. That's going to be from Lucid Svelte. And outside that back icon, we'll have a p tag. This p tag would have a simple class, text, sm, font, normal, and md text base. In here we'll have this delivery would be made to, you have address name here. I have a bracket that says change it. And in here, if they also, okay, so in here, if they also don't have an address or a default shipping address stated, we'll give them a text like, please add a delivery address or set one as your default. All right. So outside of this div that we've defined here, I want to have an icon. We have a chevron right icon here. GHT. Make sure that we import that and close that up. Okay. Now the next thing I want you to do is to come out of this div, but you are supposed to still be inside the section, but just outside of this div here. We'll have another div. You set up with a class, flex. We'll have height auto or width full or flex colon, gap of 4 or py of 4, an LG of maximum width 600 pixels. Then we'll have an H3 as well, so I can copy this one we had here. and paste it right in here. And this would say selected items. And in here would have our orders list. And outside there would have a div. And this div will just house a button. You know what? We don't actually need to put this button in a div. You can just cnx button. This would say add more item. And this button would have a variant of secondary and an href of sash. Let's just import the button. So we use cni button, and let's actually create this our order list component. Come over here to my components folder, and I'll create a new file called order list.svelte. This is now boilerplate here. And for this div, we'll have this as a grid and gap of 4, py of 4 as well. In here we'll have a form, but we'll not talk about the actions that form would be able to take for now. But in this form, we'll have some transition because of these orders. We'll be able to delete them and we'll have to add new orders, and we want to kind of animate all those states. So we'll have animate column. This is something we can do in Svelte. So we'll go with the flip animation. We shall import from svelte/animate. Now give this some options. I'll say duration. Duration should be 300, and I'll go with the out directive and go for the fly transition. Give this some options as well. So X would be 200 and the duration would be 300. All right. Just make sure you use equal to here. And if you notice, this animate has a red line, and that's because of this animate should be inside of a keyed each block. So what we can do is just ignore this or just avoid any errors. We can comment this when we're actually fetching the data and looping through or iterating through it. Then that this directive will come into play. But let's leave it as such for now. Now in this form, we'll have a div. This div will have class flex justified between a gap of 2, rounded LG, px of 1, py of 3, on transition, the colors, and over, we want to go for bg slate of 50. And in this div, we have an image tag. Start off with class, the height of 24, a width of 36, overflow of hidden, rounded of Excel, an object of cover. And for the src, let's just add one of the images that we already have in our statics folder, /hero-2.jpg. All right. Now after this image, we'll have a div. Make sure you guys can see this. This div would have some classes. Class start with flex 1 space y1. In this div, we'll have p tag first of all. This p tag will say the name of the order, so we can say share. Give it some classes. Font, semi bold, and capitalize. And we'll have another p tag this time for the description. So we'll have like a lorem ipsum here. Give this p tag some classes. Go with height 10 or weight of 150 pixels. We'll truncate it. And a text of extra small text muted foreground. After that div, after that p tag, sorry, we'll have another p tag. This one's going to be for the prices. We'll go with $100. Give it some classes. Text, SM, text, primary. And we'll save this. Let's actually take a look at how this looks like now. So I would go back to the checkout page and I'm import the other list component. Once you've done that, save all the files. And let's take a look at this in the browser. And as you can see, we have the delivery method here. We have the selected items here. They're kind of on a flex div some sort. So I don't want that to be. I want them to be on the same column. And what I'm going to do, you see this div right here, just after the section. That's where I'm going to pop this selected items div as well in. All right. And now this looks exactly the way I want it to look. Nice. As you can see, our order list is coming up little by little. What is next for us to add is, or are the buttons, the actions that could be taken from this component. So we want to be able to increment and decrement as well. So let's add that. So outside of this div that we have all this content in, yeah, we'll have another div. Call this class flex item center and a gap of 2. Start off with a cnx button and come up here. We import that cni button. For the buttons, we'll change the size here. Oops. Size to icon. And the content of the button is going to be a simple icon. This one here is going to be the minus icon from Lucy Svelte. And we'll have, well, whether that's going to import or not, we'll have another one. This time it's going to be a usual button. It's going to be for the quantity, so we can say something like 10. Give this classes. Let's have it size 10. Because I want to put this in the middle and make this a flex. Item center, justify center, rounded MD, and border 2. Also change the color of the border to border. Let's make sure we import that minus icon and we'll copy the button and we'll paste another one. This time we'll have the plus icon. You can't miss it. And just make sure that you import both of those. Yep. So I'll save this now. And I'll take a look at this again. And as you can see, we have the minus button and the plus button. And after that, we want another button for us to be able to delete this product directly from this component. So you want to come out of this div and come out of this other div. You want to come out of all this div, but you still want to be inside the form tag. So I'll copy this button, paste it here, and I'll give this a size of SM instead of icon. I'll say SM and a variant of destructive, and the icon will be the trash icon. and we'll go for a class. Say the margin right to the size 4, and we'll have another text here that says delete item. We'll save this. I'm gonna take a look at this. And we have this delete item button right under here. Looks very nice. Okay. Back to the checkout page. This is where we have the order list and all that stuff. But right after the order list, we want to have the checkout and product information. Now you want to come out of all the divs, but you still want to be inside the section tag, but just come out of all the divs. And we'd have another div here. Class relative. We'd have a Z10, margin bottom of 5, or width of full. LG would have a margin top of, I want to use minus values here. We'll say -7, because I want to leave this up. Say -7.5 rem. And LG, I would have a maximum width of 400 pixels, and I want to put this 400 pixels in square brackets. And this div would have another div. This time it's going to say class left 0, top 6 rem, flex width of full, of flex of column, and then LG sticky. In this div would have another div, class flex. There are a lot of design a lot of unnecessary designs on this application, but this is the pain we have to go through to create stunning checkout pages. So flex column, we have a gap of 4, rounded to XL, have a border, and we have a BG card P3, and the LG would have a P of 1.5 rem. Now please don't ask me why I'm not being consistent with the units that I use, but let's just go on. LG of a shadow of LG. All right. This is a lot of divs, but actually nothing yet. We'll go with another div, and this div have classes. Okay, that class will say flex item center justify between. All right, let's start actually having some content here. One more. Let's just have one p tag, and this would say price including so say INCL taxes. And for this p tag, let's give some class, say text LG. Font would be semi bold, and LG would be text 2XL. And if we check the browser, we should see this right here. So this is what we've been building. As you can see, when I scroll up, this kind of sticks to the top and doesn't move. And the reason for that is because of this LG of sticky that we added right here. Okay. So let's come out of the div that is covering the p tag and have a UL. So UL will have class, start with flex column, a gap of 3, a border of B, a PB of 5, and a PT of 2. We have an LI, and in the LI we have a p tag. This p tag would have an item sub total text. This LI would have some classes. Start off with flex, and then item center, justify between. This P itself will have some classes as well. It's going to be basically very similar to the one we have, but just different sizes. Text, SM, font, medium, and then the LG would have text, base. So after this P tag, would have a span. The span would house our price. So you can see something like $100 and give this span some classes. Rounded MD, BG, primary. Give this some opacity, so we'll /20. What next? Okay, so just make sure that this primary is actually spelled correctly. PX of 2, PY of 1, text of SM, font of medium. We have a text of primary. We have an LG of text dash base. Save this and take a look at these. Now we'll have this. That's nice. Alright, let's continue. Now I want to come out of this first L1. I want to have another L1. So one thing we can do is copy this L1 and paste it. We just change the contents. So for the P tag here, this would say delivery, and we'll have a bracket saying ARD are a standard shipping. And this P tag or span tag would have the shipping fee, which in this could just be $10. And outside of this LI tag again, would have another LI tag. This time is going to be our totals. So here we'll say total is going to be the items of total and the shipping fee, which in this case is going to be something like $110. And then outside of this LI would have a button, the CNX button. This button is going to say proceed to checkout. Okay, proceed to checkout doesn't make any sense. Let's say proceed to make payment. It's already on the checkout page. And we want to actually make payment next. It is a class of wheat food. And an href of the checkout page, so to be of the payment page, I mean. So this would be checkout. Capital small letter C checkout / payment. Save this. Take a look at the browser and we should see this. So this looks a lot better than I actually even thought it would look. Right? So let's see the screen on the mobile screen. So mind you, every time we've been building, we've been making sure we are thinking about the mobile screens. And that's why a lot of the time we have a lot of classes. You might not actually see where those classes are being used unless you reduce your screen size. So this app is completely responsive. I think that's something that I have forgotten to say, but 100% responsive. All right. So let's go on. Now we are done with the checkout page. Let's move on to the payment page. By this time, we all know how to create a route. But this time it's going to be in this checkout folder. I'll create a SvelteKit file. Call it payment. We'll have a plus page the svelte plus page the server.cs. And in here, I want to add one component very quick. I'll call this. So let me go to add new component. I'm going to be talking about the breadcrumb component. And while that is installing, I can do cni yeah, we'll choose yes and wait for that to install. Make sure that that's installed successfully. Then I'll import. So I don't think CNI actually has one for it. Yeah, I don't think it does. That's funny. We don't have everything. Okay, so let's actually import this by hand. So it's simple, very simple. Just import asterisk as breadcrumb. It's not actually calculator. See, like this. We'll say asterisk as this goes to breadcrumb slash breadcrumb dot svelte. It's not where I want to go to. I want to go to breadcrumb slash index dot js like this. Then I can use it. Let's see if cnx as the autonomy. It doesn't really have that as well. So we're going to add write this by hand, which is not going to happen. So what I can do is copy it and paste it right here. And this is how yours should look like. You should be able to easily copy this from the documentation of Chassis and Svelte and then edit this to look like what mine looks like. So the first link is shipping, the one after that, because of I'm currently on the payment page, then it's going to be breadcrumbs.page. And then after that, we have the confirmation link as well. So we'll save that and then let's just go to our checkout page so we can preview what we are building. And as that is loading, let's keep on building. Outside of that breadcrumbs route, we would have a div, and this div is going to be upgrade. Say grid grid and a grid pose of 1, a gap of 5, a px of 5, an md of grid codes of 2. And here we'll have another div. This div would also be a grid. And the main reason why I'm making this div a grid so that we can actually center the content. So I'll say grid and then place item center. Yeah, we'll have a div inside that div class, say space y of 3 and text center. And in this div we'll have a p tag that says this is a test payment for demonstration purposes only, so that anybody using this app can know that this is just dummy payment. A test Alright, I knew I was gonna miss the spelling and demonstration. After this p, we'll have a form, and this form is where we'll actually keep our payment form for Stripe. So we'll leave that for now, and outside of this div, we'll have our assembling div to it, and here we'll have class, and this will have px10. In here we have an h1. This one's going to say other summary. It is some classes, text, extra large, font, semi bold, and capitalize. Then we'll have a div, and this div will have some classes as well. Class space y3 and then a divide of y. Here we'll have a div. So we'll have summary. Here would actually be um it's written over our order list, but the design looks quite different from the other list design. So I'm just going to create a new custom one. Go for flex, justify between gap 5, rounded LG, PX of 1, or PY of 3, and transition of colors. And over we want the BG, that's the background, to be slate 500. Alright, 500 is too big. Let's go with 50. Okay. So yeah, we'll have the image, and we'll have slash euro slash euro dash 2 dot jpg. For the class, we'll have uh, height 24. All right, width 36, rounded MD, and we have object cover. Outside of that, image. And I think this will look awfully similar to the other links actually in this part. I might be wrong, but no, let's just copy this. Paste this here, and we don't need to show the description here. So I'll make this 3 to give this more spacing here. And right after this, I want to add the quantity. Yeah, we don't do that here. So right after this, I'll just say quantity. It should be in the zone button, like 100. Give this some classes. Size 10. Rounded MD. Border 2. That looks good to me. Let's actually look at this. Alright, so we have this breadcrumbs actually showing at the top, but the remaining content that we have been writing all along is not showing. That's because of it's still loading. So once that is done loading, it should display. But instead of waiting for that to completely load, let's just continue and keep on going. Alright, so you want to be outside of this div here, and let's have another div. So I have some other content. So I have a class space y5. Then you want to say py5 as well. In here we'll have another div, and this would be flex item center justify between. In here we'll have a p that says something like subtotal or total. I'll go with subtotal. And we'll have a p that has a subtotal like, I don't know, $100. And outside of this div, we'll have another div that's similar. So I'll just copy this, duplicate it. This time I'll have shipping, and the p tag will have the shipping fee. Should be something like $10. And then outside of that, I would have another div that says class flex item center justify between. Then we'll have a p tag here, and this would say total. That's gonna add some classes here. Py of 5, a font of semi bold. And outside of this p tag, we'll have another p tag that will have the total. I can say $110. I should save this, go to the browser, and we don't see anything. Okay, let's take a quick glance at this and see if we have any errors. and we don't seem like we do. Let's save this properly. And let's take a look at the browser one more time. Let's refresh. All right, so this actually came up, and as you can see, the content looks absolutely gorgeous. And we have the other summary here, and we have the path for our payments. And this again, completely responsive. All right, so let's now move on. Since we are done with the payment page for now, let's move on and design the confirmation page. I'll create another route in the checkout page. I'll call it SvelteKit file script route. Call it confirmation. That's only if I can spell confirmation correctly. But yeah, would have a slash. So I want to put another part here, and it's going to be in square brackets. So say code. You want to put this code in square brackets. And go for plus page.svelte and plus page.server.ts. And yours should look like this. You should have confirmation, and then this code that's a square bracket because it's a dynamic route, and then the pages would be in the code. All right, so the first thing I want to do is my cleanup. Now, I actually don't think I've explained what these things are before. Now, these things are basically what helps you get this like great typing experience when using SvelteKit. You know, getting the data from the server to the client is strongly typed, and it just feels nice. But when you're using the Svelte for VS Code extension, you don't need this. It automatically does it for you. But you can leave it. It doesn't really have anything, and it's helpful when you're moving to other editors that doesn't necessarily have this extension, and you can still have that typing. But I don't think I'll be needing it, so I always remove it. Now let's go back to the payments because I want to get some few styles. Like first of all, I want to get the breadcrumbs so it will persist here as well. And I also want to, yeah, probably I'll place the breadcrumbs on the layout and dynamically change what route we are in. But let's just go with a simple method now and copy and paste. So we'd have shipping, we'd have payment, and we'd have confirmation. But this time, this is going to be a page. So I'll go for this one as a link and this confirmation as a page. Yeah. So make sure that the closing tag has that as well. So I'll save this and continue. We'll start with a div. Today we'll have class. We have mx auto. We have a maximum width of 4xl. We have px of 3. In here we have an h1 that says order summary. You should have 2 like this. Should have a class. Would have a flex item center gap 5 text center. Have a text 4xl. Would have a font bold and capitalize, and I want to just add an icon here as well, so like a check circle. Check circle, and I'll choose this first one here. And after the h1, I'll have a p tag. This p tag would have some classes. Go with margin bottom 10, margin top 5, and the text 2xl. And this will say your order has been received. That's only if I can spell your, for God's sake. Your order has been, yeah, if I can spell you, I can most definitely can spell received. All right, then without a span, that has our order code. Yeah, so the other code is going to do something like this, just maybe not that long. And this span will have just a bold. So say font medium or semi bold. Let's go medium. And outside of the p tag, would have a div. And this div is going to be written over the order or our order. And one thing we can do is basically just copy what we have on the payment page already. So I'll just come here, copy this, now paste it here, save this, and now let's go to our payments. Instead of payments, will be checkout slash confirmation and then a code. You need to put in a value, it could be anything. And I'll click on enter and I'll wait for that to reload completely. So this is how it should look. As you can see, it looks very nice. And one other effect I want to have here is some sort of like carousel, confetti. So when we come on this page, we have a little nice confetti falling down, and it just looks very great. So we can use the Svelte confetti package to achieve this. So let's go ahead. We'll search Svelte confetti, and it's gonna be the first one. Svelte confetti. This, and as you can see, we have very nice examples. I just want to go for this Svelte 5. It's probably just the same thing. Svelte 4 is version 1, Svelte 5 is version 2. Alright, that makes sense. I'll just save this with this is young, but I'll use PNPM. So I'll paste this here and I'll change this to PNPM and I'll remove this dev flag. And there are a lot of examples here, but there's one example I want to go for, which is the full body confetti kind of fall, like full screen, something like this. So as you can see, this is what I want to go for. So I'll copy this and go back to the app. As that is installing, I'll place that at the top, very top here, like this. And yeah, just to make sure that I'm able to import that. This is how we're going to import it. So import confetti from Svelte confetti. And that has installed successfully. And I can go ahead and close this page. All I need to do now is just save this. Give this 1 second and let's see. As you can see, we are having this confetti 4, which I like, but things that I don't want to be happening like forever. I want to just happen for a few times and deep. So I'm going to change some few options here. Yeah, these things are on strings. However, I've seen these errors, they should not be in string but numbers. So we have this duration. I'll change it to curly braces, and the amount as well will change to curly braces. But you see this infinite option, I'll get rid of it. So I don't want it. Save this, and you should see once this reloads completely, the confetti would stop at a point. So it's done reloading. Let's see whether the confetti stops at any of these points. And yeah, it doesn't stop. But yeah, that should be the case. Let's just pretend like it's the case and keep on going on. All right. So that will be all for the confirmation page. So I don't know if you've missed this, but we have not built one very important page, which is the product details page, where we see the details of one product and we're able to add it to carts and remove to carts and all that good stuff. We can add things like review on that product and some other information about that product. So, but we've not added that page yet. So yeah, we almost missed that. But what we can do is add that page now. We want to come out of the checkout, we want to come out of everywhere. It's going to be directly in the storefront folder. SvelteKit files, create routes. we call this product, but this time we also have a dynamic route inside. So we'll have a slash and then square brackets. We call this slug. That'll be the slug of the product. And enter. Plus page.svelte plus page.server.ts as well. And we should navigate to that page about now. Get rid of all of what we don't need. And we'll build with what we do need. So we'll start off with a div. Class mx auto weight full maximum weight 6xl px of 3 and xl px of 0, and we'll have an h1 that says the product name, so I can just say black shear. Of class margin top of 3 text 2xl, a font semi bold, capitalize MD. We have a margin top of 5 and an MD will have a text of 4xl. And outside of that H1, we have a div. This div would have a class. Margin top of 5 again. Flex column. Gap of 5. MD would have a margin top of 10. MD would have a flex row. In here would have a carousel. So I'll just import CNI carousel. And in here I'll do CNX carousel. Now the maximum width will not be SM but would be 600 pixels. And we'll get rid of this. Yeah, we don't actually need this. And this little iteration, we'll get rid of it as well. No, let's actually leave the iteration so you can actually pick something. So leave that as that. But for the carousel item, don't need this PL1 as well. And go with a height of 300. So let's get rid of everything here first of all. For the item, we'll have an height of 300 pixels. We'll have rounded MD and we'll have width full and MD that's on medium to larger screens. We have an height of 400 pixels, and inside the carousel item we just have an image. So get rid of all of this. We have an image. This image will say slash euro slash euro 2.jpg. So have some few classes. We'll say width full, height full as well, rounded MD, object cover. Let's save this and actually take a look at this in the browser. You have to do is go to slash product dot like black shear, some just whatever would do for the demo. Wait for that to reload, and you should see something like this. And because of it, a carousel, you can slide, I think, to the 5th one and to end. All right, so let's actually continue and make this look a lot better. One thing I want to get rid of is this previous and next button. I don't want it. And you can come outside of the carousel route and create a new div. Give this a flex of 1 and space y3. All right, so in here we'll have a div. It says class relative, and height fit. In here, we'll have a p tag. That's like the description, so I can say lorem. And this p tag can have class, say space y of 3, and the text sm. We have a leading 7, text muted foreground, and md we have a text base. I'll save that. I'll take a look at that on the browser, and you see that is at the bottom. All right, so I don't think that should actually be on the bottom. So let's take a look at this. You know what? Let's just keep building. We'll face it when we have to. So outside of this div that is also in the description, you want to create a sign of form. This would have some sort of actions, but for now we'll ignore all of that and we'll just concentrate on the styles. So go to the class and we'll say fixed bottom 0, flex or width full, item center, or gap 2, border, have bg, background, or p1, or px of 3, py of 3, md will be static, and we'll have md border none. We'll also have let's talk about the padding. So say md p4, and yeah, that should look good. But you know what I want to do? I want to be able to just directly update the padding left and right on when you want to last. So I'll say md py4 and then md px1. Okay, so let's place a div in here. Class flex item center, justify center, a gap of 4, rounded of lg, border, we have border primary, play with the opacity here a little bit. We say 10, say bg primary slash 10, say p would be 2, sm would be justify start. All right, clean. And now we need to start using buttons, so let's import them. CNI button button, and inside of the div we have a cnx button. This will just have a minus icon. The size would be icon, and the variant would be outline. Then we'll have a minus icon. We'll import that, and we'll have outside of this button have a p tag that's going to tell us the quantity, something like 100. And we'll have class text extra large. We'll have a font normal. We'll have a text primary, and we'll have another button. This time is going to be the plus icon. Make sure that we import that as well. We'll save this, make sure that it's saved properly. And what we want to do is come out of this div that houses all these buttons and have another button, the cnx button. And this button is going to have the price and the button that tells us to add this product to order or add the quantity to order. So I'd say something like, first of all, let me have a span here. This will say add to order. The span class font bold and capitalize. And this button itself would have some variance. So first of all, give this a type of submit, and then a size of LG, and then some few classes. Flex of 1, so take as much width as possible. Justify between a PY of 7, a shadow of LG, and a transition of all. And after having this add to order, would have another span, or we can just put the price directly here. And outside of this form, we'll have a div. And this div would have our, so let's give this some classes. We'll go with flex, items, center, gap for text, SM. Give us a p tag, and this will have the SKU. So just go some weird stuff. Say SKU dash. Class text would be LG. Text muted foreground. Outer would have an option. So if this product is out of stock, we want to have an out of stock badge. But if it is in stock, would have an in stock badge. I'll do CNX badge, and would have first one will be out of stock. We're going to be conditionally rendering them when we are getting these values on the DB. But for now, let's just render both of them. So variant will be destructive, but before that, let me import this CNI badge. Variant will be destructive, and after that, we have another one we should say in stock. But this variant would go away, and we just use a class here. Say BG green 500. Funny enough, we've not checked the browser for some while. I just hope so if we don't, because some people have written a lot of rubbish. The BG green, that'll be the on, but when we over want to make sure that it's still 500 because of this badge as an over class on its own. So when we over it, even if the color is green, it becomes like this primary color again. So I don't want that. But outside of this div, we want another div. Wow, we're really taking some chances here. Go with class pt3, and we have another p tag here. I have a feeling this is going to turn out terrible actually. Shipping and returns, and you can just have like some policies about that down here. I'll have p tag here, and I'll just use lorem ipsum. Let's take a look at this in the browser. Are you ready? Something told me this was not going to end up well, but yeah, I kind of knew it. So let's check something. Let me reduce my screen size. Notice that on the mobile screen, this actually looks good. This feels like we've been coding for the mobile screen all along. I'm gonna do something here, which is the problem here is that this is supposed to be flexing this boot. What of these are supposed to be being flexed? For some reason, they are not being flexed. So let me get rid of this and also get rid of this as well. Save this and take a look. And this kind of looks like it kind of looks like what I'm going for, but not really. Okay. You know what I'm going to do, because of I don't trust these servers and things like that. I think my style is actually correct. This flex is not flexing both these items. for some reason. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to restart it and see what happens. Same style, I just restarted my server. All right, so funny enough, once I healed my terminal, restarted my dev server, refreshed the page, the style came to be the way I wanted it to be. So as I said, I don't trust this server. Sometimes they misbehave, and as you can see in this case, it was restricting our style, so I'm showing the way it's expected to show. But this is how we want it to look. So thank God you can see everything. And we have the buttons here, we have the out order here, we have the out of stock badge and the in stock badge. Again, both this would be conditionally rendered depending on whether we have some items in stock or not. And we have shipping and return here, and we have like the policies that would be here as well. All right, now we are done with the product page. Let's move on. One extra page I would like for us to build is some kind of universal error page that we have to catch 404 errors and 500 errors and things like that. So that's going to be on the root layout. Yeah, I'll create a new file called plus error dot, and in Svelte, this is how we create error pages. What I'll do is I'll just paste this in here. And let me explain what is going on here. Is we're getting the page store. I'm using that to check the status, so we know the status, and then we are also placing in the message. And if the status is equal to 4, I want to have this message, which is we couldn't find page you're looking for, blah blah blah, and the link to go back to the home page. So I'll save this. And what we can do is we can kind of fake that by going to a page that doesn't exist, like this. Since this is going to be a 404 error, we should see the 404 error show up. And this is exactly how it should look like. And as you can see, it's dynamics is able to catch that this is a not found error. Just make sure that you guys can copy this style, or you go to the GitHub and just copy this page. And with that, we are done with all of the UIs for all of our pages. Now let's move on to the backend. So before we begin with the backend, we need to do some setups. Let's set up our and configure our DB, that is our database, and the database client that we'll be using all around our server applications or server files. The ORM that we are going to be using is called the Drizzle. Go to my package.json, see that we have Drizzle installed already. We have the Drizzle ORM and we have the SvelteKit as well. And this was installed by this SV. Almost called it CV again, but SV. And you should have this installed. And if it's not installed, then you should go ahead and install this. And what I want you guys to do is, if you are installing this manually, you should try your best and get the exact version that I'm using, because of Drizzle is not yet at version 1. A lot of changes are happening, and if you get a different version from the ones that I'm using, you might end up having some issues. So you want to make sure, first of all, you download Drizzle with these exact versions, and after we'll actually do some configuration. So we have the drizzle.config.ts file right here, which is nice. This was done for us by SV, which is nice. But this one is going to be the Drizzle config for our remote production database. And the database we're going to be using is D1 from Cloudflare and Cloudflare Workers. But this is going to be the Drizzle config for that database. We want another Drizzle config for our local SQLite database. So we'll create another Drizzle config. We'll call this drizzle-dev.config.ts. This is going to be the Drizzle config for our local SQLite database. So I'll copy whatever we have here. I'll paste it here. I'll get rid of this part. And schema file, I think this is where the schema file would exist. And all these parts, DB credentials. The URL would be the URL to our SQLite database, and the rest can leave the same, but we can add something. We can add more things here. We can say out. That's where the migration folder should be. bin./migrations like this. Put a comma here. And this will be the config file for our local development. Now I'll go to my package.json to add some scripts that will make it a lot easier for us to use Drizzle. So SV already added a few scripts for us. It added db push, db migrate, and db studio. But this would be for, again, production database. I want to add some for the local development. So instead of using this one for the production, like this db push, db migrate, that's what we're using for local, because we're using that one a lot. Understand? So just we want to push something to our database when we are developing, we just do db push and it push to the local. But when we want to push to production, we do something like db push prod to push to production. So that makes a lot of sense. So for Drizzle kit push, it will be db push, but this db push should interface with our local SQLite database. So we'll add a config here. I'll say dot dash dash config, and it'll be equals to drizzle dash dev dot config dot ts. That's telling it to use this particular config file and not the default config file, which is this drizzle.config.ts. Right. That's for the push. For migrate, I'll put this here as well. And for studio, I'll put this here as well. Now I want to duplicate these and do the ones for the production remote database. Now it will be db push column prod, and prod would not have any of this config here because it's going to, if I remove the config, it's going to use the drizzle.config.ts by default. And I'll do the same for migrate. And I'll call this migrate column prod. I do the same for studios. And I'll call this studio column prod. Now that we are done setting up Drizzle and our database configuration, let's set up R2. Now what is R2? Well, R2 is Cloudflare's object storage. And though we've not configured a lot of things, like we've not created it and all, there are some few things that I want to do here. And one of that is I want to create an API route that would be using to interface with R2 to get URLs and get the images. So in the route folder, the very root, I'll create another folder called API. And in API, I'll create another folder called R2. And in R2, I'll create a catch-all route. We will create a catch-all route is by using, again, square brackets and then dot 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 catch-all, right? And I'll call this file. And in file, I'll have a plus server.ts. Now I'm going to paste the code in here and explain. And there's going to be a bunch of errors in the code because we've not set up a lot of typings, but let's just do it now so we don't forget about it. So I'll paste this in here. And what this is a get route. And first of all, we're checking whether the dev environment or not. So we're using the dev environment from SvelteKit. And if we are not in the dev environment, I'll just return not found, because in production we'll be using the URL that we have in R2. But for dev, we'll be using this URL. So if this is not dev, if this is some other environment, we'll throw this not found error or response. And then what we'll be doing is getting the bucket from our locals, which we've not set up yet. And then we're getting the file names from the params. And then we'll have this try and catch block. The try block will be using that file name to get the file from the bucket, which is the bucket storage. And then if the object or the response was null, we'll return a not found file. And if we actually add the object, we will just return the object. Yeah. So you can actually just copy all of these or pause the video and write this out. And if there was an error, we have this console log so that we can actually see the error saying error serving bucket file. And then we actually throw an internal server error with a status code of 500. So we'll save this. And again, this really is not useful now, but I don't want to miss this. I don't want us to forget this. That's why I am setting this up. It's going to be useful to us when we are using R2, which we'll be doing very soon. Now that we are done with setting up the DB and the storage, let's talk about auth and what auth package we'll be using for this project. This is actually one of the most interesting parts of this project. I saw this post on Twitter some few weeks or a month ago, and it was the author of this project announcing that this project was close to V1. At that point was the point when Lucia auth was being deprecated, which was my favorite auth library. and for good reasons. It became a learning resources and all that. But I kind of have really complex use cases for authentication for my applications most of the time, and I think that by hand a lot of times is not fun. But when I saw this project, I was skeptical, but I took a look at it, and it's my God, it actually goes very, very, very far. And the speed at which it went from basically um 0 to 1, in my opinion, is very great. And the guy that actually builds this puts a lot of work into this. So that's why I decided that we're going to use this as the authentication library for this project. And it handles basically 99% of auth. And it just at this point, it's just at V1. So you guys can take a look at it. It has probably all the functionalities for authentication that you would want. And it works for basically any JavaScript framework. It's framework agnostic. So what we're going to do is just go to the get started, and you can read this. I've read this previously. We can go to the installation, and we can see how we can install this. Now I'll copy this command, and I'll paste this in a new terminal right here. Wait for that to install. I'll go back to the browser, and you see that there are some env variables that we have to set. So I'll set those up right now. I'll go to my env file. We have an env.example. Do we have an env? Yes, we do. All right. So I'll set up the env. I'm going to add the better alt URL. I want to get rid of this database URL. I don't need this. I'll add my better alt URL, which is going to be localhost 5173 for development. Go back, as you can see, we need to configure the database. We need to do the alt client and some other stuff. And for the adapters, there are cool things we can use here. So for Prisma, this is Prisma. For Drizzle, this is Drizzle. This is what we're using for Drizzle for our own use case. And then we can generate the schema and we can migrate. I think this is if you're using the Kisly adapter, and we have multiple authentication methods that we can enable and create clients, some very, very cool stuff. But one thing that I want us to do here is to generate some sort of key. And this is this better auth secret. You can click on generate and to generate one for you. And you can just copy this and paste this in. Yeah. And before we actually continue by creating the auth clients, what I want us to do is to prepare and get ready our database. That's because of this package works directly with our database. So I'm going to go to the browser and we'll go to D1. Now we're going to be using Cloudflare D1, as I have said previously. So this is the documentation. You can go ahead and give this a read. I would even encourage you to do so. But what we really need for now is the Wrangler command. And in the Wrangler command, we can use Wrangler to create the database and also add some like extra information like where we want it to be located and things like this. So what we want to do basically now is just copy this command and go to our app. Now, if you use the C3 to create your application, go to your package.json, you should see Wrangler installed here. So we see Wrangler here, right? If you didn't use C3, you should just install Wrangler. And then here we can paste this command, but we want to start this off with pnpm. So pnpm Wrangler D1 create your database name and then options if you will. I don't want any options. I just want my database name. I'll say e-database, meaning e-commerce database, but I don't want anything too long. So I'll say e-database. Okay, I don't think it should be in capital letter. There's no need for it to be in capital letter. I'll just say e-common database. All right. The D can be in capital letter. All right, so we'll use Wrangler to create or spin up a D1 database for us. And it will create one locally for us and it will create one remotely for us as well. You guys can go ahead and name yours just DB, which will make more sense. The reason why I didn't name mine DB is because of I have previous databases that have that name already in my Cloudflare account. But before this would actually work, you see, I was a little bit faster than my shadow. before this will actually work for you, you need to have a Cloudflare account. And when you run this, it is going to ask you to authenticate. You go through some flows. I have authenticated already. That's why it's not going to do that for me. What it's going to do for me is going to tell me to select an account. That's because if I have multiple Cloudflare accounts or I am connected to multiple Cloudflare accounts. So I'll choose my personal account here and to choose that account and to create a D1 database for me and it will give me the bindings. Now these bindings are very important. What you do is you copy here and you go to your wrangler.toml file. That will be this file right here. So now in this file, we basically don't have anything. We just have a few of these things. You want to ignore all of these. I want to go down here and paste this D1 binding. So the binding name is DB. That's okay. The database name is eDatabase. And the database ID, which is very important, is this. And you want to just leave all of this as it is now. This is all you really actually need to create a D1 database. Now what we are going to do is go back to Drizzle as our drizzle.config.ts and set this up to actually use all of this information. Now, once you have created your Cloudflare account so that you can actually create a database, you will need to get two things from there. You're going to need to get your account ID and your Cloudflare token. Now, your Cloudflare token is going to need to have some permissions like to be able to edit your database, create your database, and so on and so forth. You make sure that you actually have those down. I don't want to go through that flow, number one, because of this is not a Cloudflare specific tutorial. On number two, these things are quite easy, and I don't want to insult your intelligence. So if you don't know how to do this, it's actually just straightforward on documentation. If you can't do this, there are docs, blogs, videos on how to do this very easy online. Just check them out and get yours ready. So what I'm going to do now is add my Cloudflare account ID, my Cloudflare's token, and my Cloudflare's database ID to my environment variable. So I'll go to my .env file and I'll add 3 of those here. So they'll basically look something like this. I don't want to show you the values, that's why I've not placed them in, but this is how they're going to look. So I'm going to add my values now and I'll go back to my Drizzle config file. I've done that. And one thing I want to mention is that you make sure that your Cloudflare database ID is this database ID that you have right here in your Wrangler file that was generated for you by Cloudflare. All right, so I'll go back to my drizzle.config file here, and I want to update this now. For this DB credentials, I'll get rid of this, and I'll also ask for the driver. The driver here is going to be D1 HTTP, and here we'll place in our account ID, our token, and our database ID. So because of this is outside our Svelte or SRC folder, we can't really use the Svelte provided in the env. So I'll use process.env to add this, and I'll add 3 of these like this. And I will changed it from using just normal SQLite to using D1 HTTP. I want to go to where we have initialized Drizzle. So I'll go to the server, go to the DB, go to the index. So instead of just using this, we'll change this a little bit. So instead of using Drizzle ORM slash beta SQLite 3, we'll change this to slash D1. And just having this here is not going to work for us. I'll explain later on. But what we need is I'll get rid of both of these. First of all, we need to get the schema. So I'll import asterisk as schema from schema, and this is the schema file right here. If you didn't see yours, you should just add it here. Then we'll place our Drizzle schema. And after that, I'll create a function that I will export out of here. I'll call this export function create db. I'll call this db instance, and this will be of type D1 database, and that you don't actually need to import anything. This is a global type, so just write that there. And then well, const db would be equals to drizzle, would be passing the D1 instance, and then we'll pass in schema. I will return db like this. Okay, Let's actually create our auth instance. We're going to have two. We're going to have one for the client. We're going to have one for the server. And I usually like to put the ones for the server inside the server folder, but I won't be doing that this time. And the reason for that is to make a lot of things simple. A few things simple, not actually much, but so that you guys can follow along. I'll create a new file called auth.ts. This is going to be the one for the server. And if you check the documentation of better auth, there's a certain way you're supposed to go about this, which is by just creating a variable called auth and exporting it out of there and blah blah blah. But because of we are using D1, which can only be loaded from a server file, we can't get DB directly like this. And that's not going to work for us. Now, maybe you understood that, maybe you didn't, but what I'm just trying to say is that format is not going to work. We need to create our own format, and the way we'll go about this is by export function. We'll create a function called create auth, and in here we'll pass db, and db will be of type Drizzle D1 database like this, and make sure that I import that. And here we'll pass in this schema like so. We also need to import the schema, but the way I'll import the schema, I'll use, so I just want to type, so I'll say type schema be equals to type of import, and the path will be slash server slash db slash schema, and yeah, I'll return better auth, and better auth is going to be from import from better auth. Now import better auth from here like this, and this is where we can configure better auth. First thing I want to add here is the database, which is going to be the Drizzle adapter, and we'll pass db here, and we'll change the provider to Sqlite. Would also want to enable email and password, because that's the auth that we are using. So I'll say email and password, and I would enable true, and we can do like a send reset password so that we can actually send the URL when the user wants to reset his password, and this will be async function, so async, and an arrow function right here. So we can destruction from few things from here. We can get the user and get the URL, and we can get the token. So right here can be a function that sends to the user's email, right? But for us, for our use case here, we can just console the log, not to make things too complex, and I can log out this three. Copy this, put this in here, and now I want to add a plugin. So I can add a plugin. I have to come out of email and password, and the plugin that I want to add would be the admin plugin, and I will just call that like that. And I want to add some other configuration. I'll say user from CHA change email, and I'll just enable true. Now this is very simply what we need. We don't need anything more than this for now. Okay, so let's scan real quick if we had any red lines, and we have this here, and it's because of spelling as always. So server for server, and the red lines should disappear when it does. Okay, so let's create the other client, which is going to be the one for the browser. So I'll just call this client. Now I can call this client auth, but I'll just call it client.ts. It's quick. It's not that specific, but it works for our use case. If you want to be a bit more specific, then you can go ahead. So I'll call this, I'll just start with export const alt client like this, now equals to create alt client, and it will import that for us. And the other thing we want to configure here is the plugins. We want to use the admin client. I'll make sure that we import that like so. All right, so the next thing we want to do is actually generate the schemas. And I'll go back to the documentation and I'll look for that command. Scan real quick, and we have generate and migrate. The one we want is generate. Copy this, open our terminal, paste that in, we change that to pnp mdlx. Okay, so I just realized something, which is that this would cause an error. And the reason why this would cause an error is because of it is expecting that is BetterAuth is expecting us to export a variable called alt from here to be able to create that schema for us. But because of our own use case, we need to export a function. So this would not work for BetterAuth. We can easily just fake it by saying, let me just say const db would be equals to create db, or I'll just say const db would be equals to an empty array, an empty string. I mean, then I would export const alt, which is what the BetterAuth wants. Now equals to this to BetterAuth, and I'll put all these configurations in here. So we already have this BetterAuth right here. So I'll just copy this and I put it right here. Okay then. And I would comment this whole thing for now. I'll save this file and let's just wait patiently. Now it's asking us where we want to create or generate the schema. So it's telling us to, it's going to do it in a /alt-schema.cs file. Now we can change this to our schema file, but I'll just leave this as it is. Or we can simply just copy it from that file and paste it in our schema file. There's no issues there. I'll go with yes, and schema was generated successfully. Now I'll go to our alt.schema is right here, and we should have the schema generated for us completely like this. You can save this to format properly, and as you can see, we have a couple of tables here. We have the user table, session table, account table, verification table. So I'll copy this whole thing. I'll go to our schema file and I'll paste this here. Right. So one thing that I can do now is just continue and create all our schemas. But before we do that, I would need to check out our table in Drizzle and make sure everything actually is working. So I'll go to Wrangler. So look at this file here. I'd be a bit surprised to see this, but this will say .wrangler, and this is where we have all of our local things that we are going to be working with for Cloudflare through Minify, Miniflare, I think. So we have D1 here and we have workflow here, and they are both empty. So D1 is currently empty now, but what we should have here is a database, an SQLite database with a random name, some long name. So the way that we can make sure that that is generated is, first of all, let's try something. Usually this thing works out the way it works out. It just creates it sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't create it yet because of you've not talked with the database yet. And it's when you actually try to make some communication with database that then it creates it for you. So what I will do is do pnpm db push. Now I don't think this will work, but db push is again this script that we created here. So pnpm db push will just execute push to the Drizzle dev config, and Drizzle dev config has this URL that is just this. But I want to use this to try to talk with database and see if this would work. Come on, and it asks me if I want to. So as you can see, it created this right here, but that's not what I want. So I'll click on yes, and it created this SQLite database, I believe. Yeah, which is not what we need. But let's see if the database is in here was initiated, but no, that didn't work as well. All right, so let's try something else, which is to directly talk with the database as if we actually have access to it already. So what I'm going to do is go to um, SRC route and then to our very root plus layout plus Svelte, I'll create a plus layout dot server dot ts file. And yeah, I'll have a load function. I say kit load. Now all of this is just to force Cloudflare or Miniflare to create this database for us. Now I don't know if this will be the case for you. Yours just might have created it. But for my use case, I want to make sure it creates this. And what I will do is from here I can get uh params. I mean, so now what I want to do is go to app.d.ts. Now I want you guys to follow me what I'm doing now. Follow me. So go to app.d.ts. This is where a lot of our global typings exist. So instead of having this env here, remove this, have an object, and have capital letter DB, and DB will be of type D1 database. And you don't need to import anything here. This just works like this. All right. Now go back to the layout file, and from params we can get const, and the structure from equals to params. I said params. I made platform. All right. So we can get DB. It's not showing yet because we didn't save it, but we can get DB. And I can use my const DB will be equals to create DB, which is the function we created there at the time, and pass DB to it. Then I can like query this database. I can say DB dot query dot users dot okay users. I think this is not how it works. Dot users dot get all. That's what I want to do. Okay, find many, not get all. And I'll await this. This is basically just talking with the database. And let's see if it forces Cloudflare to create that D1 database for us. If it doesn't, we do it by ourselves and we ignore Cloudflare. So let's check this out one more time. Go here and just refresh this. So this has internal error um for some obvious reasons, but let's see whether the D1 database is created. And no, the D1 database is still not created. So one more way we can go about this is just let's do one last thing, which is to cut the server and restart it. No, I don't think this would work. So what we're going to do is just create this SQLite database by ourselves. SQLite database is not hard to create. It's literally just a file. I just wanted this to flow smoothly by allowing D1 do it for us, but D1 doesn't want to do it, so let's do it ourselves. So you want to go to your Drizzle config, but the one for the development. And in this DB credentials, you want to change this URL to dot wrangler. That is this dot wrangler folder and slash states, because of we're going on inside the state, then go slash v3, then go to slash d1, and then you can have the db here. You can see db dot s SQLite like this. Now this should work. I can push this database and you will see an SQLite database be created for us. As you can see, DB was created here. Now see yes, execute all statements, and I can have npm studio, which will run Visual Studio for us. and this URL, click on it, open, wait for that to reload, and we should see those tables here. And here we see 4 tables. We see account, session, user, and verification here already. And we still have this error, and that's because of DB does not exist on type read only platform. If I go to my app.d.ts once more, DB does exist. Make sure you save that. All right, that's because we're not actually adding it. So we're not adding this to the platform yet, but we're getting it from the platform. So this would definitely show an error. And I think that's why it didn't create the database for us. So for us to actually complete this whole setup, we need to create one very important file, which is our hooks file. So you want to go to the level of this end progress, where we have end progress.css or our app.html, and create a file called hooks.server.ts in here. And in here we'll have a few hooks. One I'm going to have, one very important one is going to be the undo auth. This is to protect some route, like our admin route and our profile info route. So we'll begin by defining undo auth. Undo auth would be of type undo, capital letter H. It's going to be from SvelteKit. It's an asynchronous function, async. And from here, we can just structure some few things. We can get the event and we can get resolve. And from the event, we can just structure a few things as well. We can get locals. We can get URL. We can get requests. And from locals, we should be able to get DB. But currently, we are not already passing DB to locals. We'll create another hook that's going to be undo DB that will be doing this. But for now, let's just pretend like we've done it already. And now we can get the auth and say const auth equals to create auth. And this create auth is supposed to be from that function that we have. I don't know why it's not showing. It's showing a bunch of other stuff. Not okay. The reason why it's not showing this is because we actually commented it. So if I go to my auth file, which that we actually commented it out. What I want to do now is uncomment this and comment this. Now I know this is very rough, not professional, but it is what it is. This is what we have to do to get Portal to create or generate those schemas for us. If you don't go through this, you're going to have to write the schema by hand, which I don't want to do. So go to hooks.server, and now you should be able to import create auth from here, and we'll pass DB. For now, a bunch of red lines are going to be showing, but just follow along. Okay, for auth. Cons, I want to get session, which should be equals to await auth.api dot get session, and in here we'll pass to the headers the request.headers. So headers will be request.headers like so. After here we'll have an if, and we want to check for whether some routes is where we are in. We want to check for whether we are in some certain routes rather. So I'll go to const, I'll create a new array here. I'll say protected user routes would be equals to /me. So anything that starts with /me will be protected, and this slash checkout. So these two pages should be protected. And I'll say if the URL dot the path name dot starts with, I want to make sure that this is admin. So only admin users can come to the admin route. So I want to check whether they're in the admin route, and sorry, now I have an and symbol, and I'll check if session dot the user dot this role is not admin. This is how we know that this user is not the admin and it shouldn't be here. So I want to make sure that this has a question mark in front of it because of user can be null. And if this is the case, then we just want to redirect. This redirect is going to be from SvelteKit, and we want to redirect to the home page, and the status code we want here is 303, comma, and then the path we'll redirect into, which is the home page. And then I'll have another const here. I say that'll be outside of this if block actually. The const is protected user route will be equals to protected user route. This is spelled actually correctly, but I need to compare the R here. So it's protected user route dot sum. I'll get route. I want to get whether it starts with this route. So URL dot path name dot starts with route. So I'm checking whether it starts with any of these things, so it can be nexted like checkout slash payment. But as far as it starts with checkout, that's what we're going for. Then I'll check if is protected user route and this user does not exist, so no session. Then I also want to redirect here as well. And after all of this, we'll usually we'll just send the resolve, we'll return resolve, but here we'll use the SvelteKit handler from BetaHot. So we'll return SvelteKit handler. That should be imported from BetaHot / SvelteKit. And in here we'll pass in event resolve and hot as well. Now let's undo the database. So I'll have another hook. I'll call this const undo db of type undo equals to an asynchronous arrow function. And you will get again event and resolve. So const, I'll get platform this time. I say platform will be equals to event dot platform, right? So I can easily use this, and I will check if platform, because a platform can be undefined. So if platform, now I want to create a DB. So const DB would be equals to create DB. I want to pass the platform dot env dot db. So make sure that your app.d.ts has this type again. So env.db. That's what we want. And then we'll say event dot locals dot when I want to pass db to local, so we can easily use it in our server functions. So see, will be equals to this db right here. I want to make sure that we actually strongly type this as well to get rid of these red lines. So go to your app.d.ts. This time we want to create one for locals. We have one for platform already. You should just create a new interface for locals. So in interface, capital letter L, locals, must spell this correctly. So locals with an S and capital letter L. Have db and db will be of type Drizzle D1 database. Make sure you import that correctly, and then we'll pass schema. So you can get the full typings of the schema as well. Now we can just say type or type schema would be equals to type of import, we'll say /lib slash server. Remember, we have db here and we have, well, schema. After doing that, we can move on back to the hooks.server.ts file and we can continue. Now you see the red lines have disappeared. And here, what I want to do is also add the one for R2 bucket, but that's when we are handling R2 bucket. For now, let's ignore it. And then I'll just return resolve as usual in our pass event. And after that, I want to now export them in a sequence. So export const undo will be equals to sequence. This is going to be from svelte/kit/hooks sequence, and the first one needs to be the undo db, because of undo db is what creates this db that undo what we use. So you need to pass undo db first off, and then you pass undo what right after, and you want to make sure that you actually export this, and it must be called undo. So export undo, and we'll save that. Now, that was a lot of writing. I don't know where this got imported from, but I'll get rid of it. We don't need that. Okay, so let's go back to our layout file that was showing all those funny errors. And now you see that this div is going to have red line still, because of it's not db that we should pass in there. It's actually env that we can get from here, but we don't want to talk with the platform directly from here. We want to talk with locales actually. And I can do things like const curly braces will be equals to locales, and from here I can get db directly like this, and I can query directly like this as well. Save here and can go back to the file, and we still get the internal error. So let's check what's going on in the console. And you see fail to get session, API error, internal error, fail to get session. So that's the error that's been thrown. One thing we can do now is to check. Let's check out what's going on here. We actually have this like this. Let's cut the terminal and start it over again. Sometimes when you install new stuff, as you can see, no such table SQLite session. So let's just cut the terminal and start it over again, and hopefully the error should disappear. All right, so the error persists. So let's just look calmly around. First place I want to go to is the hooks server file. Make sure that the way we are handling the auth is correct. So we get the auth. We have db. We pass db to the auth. We add the auth, and with the auth we can do all sort of things here. So I'm suspecting Miniflare. Suspecting that the fact that we are not using this Miniflare database. So as you can see, Miniflare has actually created this database for us that it refused to create all along, but we are using our own SQLite database, and I'm suspecting that because of the way Drizzle is connecting to D1 and Miniflare, this might be causing the issue. But let's try this out. Let's actually go to this Miniflare database instead of using our own SQLite database. So you go back to our Drizzle-dev, and instead of going directly here, this is going to be a very long name. I can just copy this, and from D1 we'll go to then we'll go to slash, then we'll go to this database. So I'll copy this dot SQLite. All right, so save this. First thing I want to do is to push again. So I'll cut this db push. That should push to that database. I'll see. Yes, the changes have been applied. Let's take a look at the browser and refresh. And this time I'm quite confident actually that it will work. But let's see. And as you can see now, it's actually loading up. We are seeing new dependencies optimized and all that stuff. If I check my browser, we should see that it actually loaded it up exactly the way I wanted it, which is nice. All right. So what we can do now is go to our schema file and just go flesh out the whole schema. So currently we have the ones just for the authentications, but the other ones that we'll be using directly, we don't yet have them. So let's just go ahead and create every single table that we need, and then we can forget about coming to the schema file again. First thing I want to do is have a timestamp kind of object that I can reuse, because a lot of times I have to create a created art, updated art, created art, updated art, and I don't want to keep on writing that over and over again. So what I'll just do is say export const time stamp. Timestamps will be equals to an object, and this would have first one will be updated art, would be integer, and with text of updated underscore art, and the mode would be of, so the mode would be of timestamp, and we'll add dot not null, and we'll have an update function. So dollar sign an update automatically create a new timestamp. We say new date, a JavaScript date like this, and we'll have one for the created art. This would be integer as well. It's going to be called created underscore art. The mode would also be timestamp. It also have a value of not null, and this time it's going to be dollar sign default, and just be getting a new date as well. So we can just spread this every time we need the timestamps. So we'll scroll very bottom here. After verification, let's start creating the table. So I'll be explaining each tables I'm creating and what the table is going to be used for. First table I'm going to create is the categories table. It's going to be for the categories of the products. So category, I like to start or name my category and then table. So whatever table and then table, because of I can also have a different category variable somewhere else. And since this is like a monolith where the front end and the back end is together, I'm trying to be as specific as possible. So category table will be equals to okay, category table will be equals to the SQLite table, and this name will just be a simple category. The keys would have here, the first one will be the ID. It should be integer of name ID, and then this will be our primary key, and then we'll have a name. It should be a text, and then this will be name. This should be not null. We'll have a description. It should be a text as well with the name of description, and this could be null, so we'll leave this as it is. And we have a sub categories, capital letter C here, and subcategories is going to be an array, and SQLite natively doesn't have an array type, so we're going to kind of create our own that we can reuse. The way I'm going to do this is to come to the top after we have timestamp, and this is why I love using Drizzle, because of you have this freedom, because of it's basically just TypeScript. I have export function. I'll call this array. So I'm basically creating my own array type and collect the type here like this, and a generic. So I'll have the name of the field, which should be a string, and then I'll return text. So that will be text from SQLite text, and it will be a name. I'll pass the name from the one I'm getting from outside the function, and then the mode would be JSON. And now I'll just have to pass the $$ type to make sure that it's the type of what was passed. Now this says T. Now this T or this generic can be any type. So I'll just pass it as an array of T like this and call this like so. So this way we can have an array field. Isn't that nice that we have this kind of freedom? So I'll scroll back down to the subcategories, and here I'll just put column and I'll put array. Very similarly to the way I use this, the rest of this, I'll say array, and the name of this would be sub underscore categories, and I can say dot not null like the way I do it for the rest. And yeah, I need to pass in the type, so I'll pass string. So it's gonna be an array of strings like this. And at the end, I want to spread our timestamp, so I'll say a comma here, and then I'll spread time stamps like this. The next table is going to be our product table. So export const product table would be equals to SQLite table, and the name would be product. And after that, we'll have the fields. The first field will be the ID. So say ID will be integer. And writing integer, writing text, writing these things. There are a lot of words. Personally, I like to minimize them to something very small like IT, and that looks very unprofessional. So I'm writing them fully for this tutorial. But usually it will just be I and then the name, and then I'll go on my way. But that looks very unprofessional. So, and it doesn't look nice at all. It looks very confusing. Let's just continue. I have dot primary key. So I want this to be the primary key, and then the name would be text. Will be your name. I also want this to be not null. Next one will be the description. It should be a text. Let me get rid of that. It should be text of description, and it should be not null. The one after that would be category. This time just the category ID that we need, because of a product would have or belong to one category. So category ID would be integer, and this would be category underscore ID, which should be not null, and this should reference the category table dot ID, and then on delete we'll say cascade. So when we delete a category, we delete every product that is related to that category. Now that might not be ideal for your use case, so use this at your own risk. We'll have a sub category here. It says text sub underscore category. I know I didn't spell something correct. Come on, bro. Category like this, and this would be not null, and without the price will be an integer, name of price, say dots, not null, would have stock. Stock would also be an integer of the name stock. It should also be dots, not null. Why this thing keeps popping up? And would have image. Now, image is going to be an array of an object. All right, so we use array that we've created and call these images, and you see not null, but for the type would pass in this object. The first value in the object would be file URL, which would be a string, and then the second one would be the key, which would also be a string. After that, we'd have a slug. Slug will be a text called slug. It should be unique, and it should be not null as well. And after that, we'll have an SKU, and the SKU will be a text SKU. And I want this to have a default that's created, so every time we use this, it'll just generate a SKU for us instead of us having to do it over and over every time we are creating a product. So the way we'll do this, we'll be using the package nano ID. So let's install that now. Open your terminal, npm add nano ID. Simple as that. So once that is installed, I'll just use it here. So SKU will be dot $sign default function. We'll just have the text SKU dash, and then here we pass nano ID. We'll give nano ID to create a random string of 8 characters for us. So put 8 right here, and make sure that you import nano ID from nano ID. And that's what we need. And after the SKU, we want to add the admin ID, so we know which admin created this product. We have admin ID would be text admin underscore ID, and would reference the users table, which is just user.id. And yeah, I won't put a cascade of delete. That doesn't make sense here. And I say not null as well. And I'll spread the time stamp here as well. And after this, one thing I want to do is add some indexes. Yeah. So because we'll be using some few things to search this product table, which is the name and the description. I want to index both of those. So I'll come outside of these curly braces, and I'll have a comma. And in here, I can pass in an arrow function. I'll get a table which is T, and I would return. The first one would be the name IDX, meaning name index, would be index, which I'll get from Drizzle ORM Sqlite core. Index, I'll pass in the name, I'll call this name underscore IDX for index, and dot on T dot name. Do the same for the description. I call it DSC, the description index, and this will be T dot description. And I'll put a comma here to get rid of that error. And like that, we've added an index, so it's more performant than just without an index. Okay. Next table I want to add here would be the address table. I'll say const, but you want to make sure you always export them out of the file. So export const address table. Yeah, what am I typing? Address table, and we equal to SQLite table, and the name will be address, and we'll have the fields. First one would be the ID, so ID would be integer ID, yeah, and the dot primary key, like so. We'll have a label, which should be text, label dot not null, and we'll have address, which should be text address dot not null, and without the state. Remember, when we're creating the schemas for the states, we wanted the state to be optional, so we won't add not null for the states. So we'll say text state, comma, and for the country will say text to be country dot not null, and we have is default shipping, which would be a boolean, but in SQLite where we do booleans is by using integer of 0 or 1. But Drizzle makes it a lot easier and type friendly for us. So use integer. I want to get rid of this pop-up here. So use integer, and let's say is underscore default underscore IPPING for shipping. And then the mode, you just need to change the mode to boolean like this. And we can see dots not no. And we can have another one that's similar to this, which would be for billing. So instead of shipping, we have billing, is default billing, and we have a comma here. And after both of those, we'll have the user ID, so we can identify that this address belongs to a certain user. I have user ID. This will be text user underscore ID dot not null dot reference. Well, it's going to reference the user table. We'll say user dot ID, and we want to add a cascade of delete here because of when the user deletes or when the user gets deleted, we want every information concerning the user to also be disposed as well, including the address. So say on delete cascade, and yeah, we don't have a comma here. After that, we just want to spread the timestamps. So timestamps like this. All right. So after the address table, we want the export the cat table here. So const whatever cat table would be equals to SQLite table, and here we'll call this cat, and we'll have ID would be integer. As you all know, the IG is always our primary key. We have the user ID, so we know who belongs or who owns this cat, which user. English is hard, so we have a text. That was cap lock. Come on, I have a text that says user underscore ID, and this will say this doesn't have a name yet, that's why it's giving the error. But this will say dot not null, and this will also reference the user table. This will go to user.id, and on delete would be cascade. Now I want to just spread the timestamps here. I can just copy this and I'll be pasting that since we're using that every time. The next table we're going to create is the cat items table. So export cons cat item table. This will be equals to SQLite table, and the name would be cat underscore item. The fields will be, first one would be the cat ID, and this will be integer. We'll call this cat underscore ID. This will be not null, and to reference the cat table dot ID, you have on delete cascade, and the next one will be the product ID. So once we've gotten to a stage like this where a table is made up of multiple other rows, so we have like the cat ID here to know what cat this item belongs in, and we have the product ID here to know what product is going to be for this cat. We can create the ID or the primary key by composing both of these, so we can use a composite primary key for this, which will make more sense than having a single ID, and make sure that this is always unique. Alright, so we can have product ID, and this will be called integer. We call this product underscore ID dot not null, and reference the product table dot ID, and next one we want to go for is the quantity. So I can say quantity would be integer name quantity, and this would be dot not null, but it would also have a default of 1, and we'll have a price at time of addition. It should be an integer. It's going to be a long name, so let's just call this price underscore at underscore addition. Say dot not null, and we'll spread the timestamp here. So that's for the cat table, but we need to create the primary key. So as I said, we use a composite primary key. So I'll say comma after all these curly braces. I'll pass T as a table, and I'll just return directly like this. So the pk equals to primary key. I'll go for the one of SQLite dash core, import that, and put curly braces here, and now I'll go for the column field. Oh, I don't think this actually imported primary keys. Let's see. And that's imported. Right, that's good. So go for columns, and the columns here would be t dot cat ID and t dot the product ID. So the next table here would be the order table. Export const order table will be equals to SQLite table. We'll call this order, options here. First will be the ID, which is an integer with name of an ID. Make sure that this is our primary key. And we'll have the user ID. It should be of text user underscore ID into dot, not null, dot reference. And we have the user dot ID and on delete cascade. And we'll have the status. Now the status is going to be an enum of either I believe 2 or 3 states, but let's write this out first. Status will be of text and the name will be status, and this would be an enum. So enum, and what enum is this? Well, let's create that now. So we'll go to the root of our list folder where we're having like utils and form schema. We'll create a new file called constant, constant.ts. Make sure you spell that correctly. And in this constant file, we'll have our status, and we also have some other constants that we might want. So let's just have all the constants here. I'll say export cons. So status in all caps. Status, so we can know that this is a constant. It's going to be an array. So we'll say shipped. The first one is shipped. Second one is processing. The third one is delivered. Make sure you spell delivered correctly. And after that, one say ask cons to make that read only. Right. Another one we might need later on is the rows. I'll say export const row will be equals to either admin or the user, and again as const. I have one more. It should be shipping fee will be equals to this one, just be 5, and as const as well. So we have all this. Yeah, all we want to do now is place role and status where they need to be. So I'll go back to my schema. For the status, the enum would be status like this. Now import this. Yeah, just wait for that to import like this. But using that sort of import is going to cause issues for Drizzle. So if I scroll up, you'd see that we're going to import using $leave, and in the long run, Drizzle might have issues with this. So we want to provide a full path anytime we are importing something. Yeah, so what I'll do is use $leave. I'll use --//. This is the same thing, but without that shorthand, and Drizzle would be able to use this properly. So we are using the status. One other thing I want to get here is the row, and I can add the row for the users table. So if you come to the users table, you see we have a part of row here. That's just a text. This part here. So we can add the enum here. I can say enum would be row, and I can also have a default of. Now you can see we'll be able to add 2 options, admin or user. I'll say default will be user. So that's another nice thing of this about this auth library. We can just directly edit things about our auth schema as well. Now you want to scroll back down to the order table. The next field that we want to create here is the amount. But first, I'm sure this is not null. Go for the amount. Say integer will be amount dot not null, like this, and we want to put the address ID. So want to know the address for this order. Address ID like so, and it's going to be an integer underscore ID dot reference the address table dot ID dot not now, and then we'll have the code, and this code will be text of code dot not null, and we'll have a default for this, so it automatically generates a code for us. And we'll use nano ID one more time, and 8 plus 1 correct, 8 character long. And after this, I want to paste in the timestamp. So after creating the order table, what next? Well, let's go for the order to product junction table. So this is going to be useful for us. Let's create one. Export cons order product table. Make sure you spell that correctly. Don't be like me. This will be Sqlite order underscore Sqlite table. Actually, not just Sqlite. Order underscore product. Then we'll have the first, the order ID. It should be an integer, and then call this order underscore ID. Then we'll have not null here, and dot reference the order table dot ID, and we'll have on delete would be cascade. Then we'll have the product ID as well. So let me just copy and paste this and change every instance of order to product. So products like this, and I believe that should be correct. I hope that doesn't cause an error. Just doing things like that can easily just bug just slips in. Quantity will be QUA, and quantity would be an integer, and quantity, yeah, dot not null dot a default of 1, and we'll paste in the timestamp here. Now, because of this order product table is made up of the order ID and the product ID. Remember what I talked about composite keys. I want to create one here. T, and return directly with that. PK would be primary key, and the columns would be C dot order ID and T dot product ID, like that. And now we are done with actually creating all the tables that we'll be using for this application. That's nice. One thing I want to do now is add relationships so that we can avoid doing SQL joins, inner joins, outer joins, all that weird SQL stuff. I really don't like doing them. So let's create relationships so Drizzle can help us create them. All right. So the relationships are going to be really sweet. Let's go export. So I just have a comment here that says relationship relationships. Export cons, I'll call this the order relations equals to relations. I want to make sure we import relations from Drizzle ORM. And this is going to be targeting the product table. Oh, sorry, I said product table, order table. So order order table like this. Make sure you actually import these relations. And you're going to destructure a couple of things from here. We'll have one and we'll have many. So user, and the user field will be a one-to-one relationship. So one user can have one order. Like I mean, one order can only belong to one user. One user can actually have multiple orders, but an order belongs to one user. You can have 5 users having the exact same order, like the same order ID and things like that. That's not possible. So this will be one. Now we need to target the table, which will be the users table, and then the field. The fields would be the order table dot user ID, and the reference would be the user dot ID. And now one order can have one user, but one order can have many other products. So let's create the order products, and this will be many. We'll just pass the order product table here like this. So let's save this. I don't know why this is having red lines. Let's take a look at this real quick. Okay, so first of all, we need to be returning this directly. So I'll just put this in parentheses like this. And I'll save this. And yeah, that should be okay now. Now, that is for the order relations. Let's create the product relations. Duplicate this. Everywhere I have order, I'll change it to product. So the product relations, we also have one and many. Now we're going to be talking about the orders product and the category. So a product has one category, but a product can belong in many others products. So we'll start with order products, many, that'll be the order products table. I just realized right now that this order products table has the capital letter O, which is not an issue, but could cause confusion because of the inconsistency. So I'll make sure that I target every instance of order products and make sure that this has a small letter O, not a capital letter O. It doesn't cause confusions in the future. Alright, so now we'll go for the category. And the category will be one. We'll have the category table, and here we'll have the fields, which should be the product table dot category ID, and we'll have the reference. An array should be the category table dot ID. Okay, let's create the next relation, which is going to be the order product relation. And we'll call this order product relations, and it's going to be the order product table. So we get rid of this part here. For the other product relation, we only need one. We don't need many here. I'll say order belongs in one order and one product. So say order will be one. We target the order table without fields. It should be the order product table dot the order ID, and then we'll have the reference, which should be the order table dot ID. And after that, we'll have the product table, but we'll just call this product, and then it will one of the product table. The field would be the the other product. Are you kidding me? I really messed that up. Okay, so it's the other product table dot the product ID, and the reference excuse would be the um product table dot ID. So I want to believe you guys get the drill now on how relations work. So what I'm going to do now is just paste the remaining, which is just a few more, and then I explain what is happening, and you guys can pause and copy it out. All right, so I'll paste this here, and let's start with the users relation. So user can have many addresses, and only have one cart, and can have many orders. For the address relation, the address can only belong to one user, and the cart relation, one cart can only belong to a certain cart. I mean, can only belong to a user, and a cart table can have many cart items. For the cart item relations, a certain cart item can only belong to one cart and can only have or be related to one product. And we have the category relations, which just tells you that the category can have many products. Now that is all for our schema. Our database schema is complete. Now let's move on to adding functionalities to our admin page. I'm going to move to the plus page, the server.ts of our root page in the admin folder. That is where I am right now. So our admin page has the categories page, the orders page, the overview page, the product page, and the users page, but it doesn't have a admin page. Like there is no base URL slash admin. There is only base URL slash admin slash so and so, base URL slash admin slash order, base URL slash admin slash overview. You get my point. So a user can come to base URL slash admin, and when it does that, it's going to see an empty page. We don't want that to be the case. So what I'm going to do here is add a redirect. So every time they come to this page, we will redirect them to the overview page. The overview page is going to be like the base part or the base page of the admin um page or the admin section. Let me say it like that. So I'll paste this in here and let me explain what's going on. We have the import here to import redirect from SvelteKit, and we have a load function here and telling us that when we come to this page, immediately just redirect them to slash admin slash overview, and the status code is simply 303. So that fixes that. Now you can actually go ahead and delete the plus page, the svelte file here, but you can just leave it. It won't matter anymore. Let's move on over to the overview page and let's look at what we need on this page. So we need the users that were new customers, we need total revenue, we need the recent orders as well. All right, so we're going to get all of this from the server file. the first thing you're going to want to do is create a load function like this. Now, from this load function, you can destructure from locales the DB. And with DB, you can fetch from the database, you can query the database. First thing we're going to do here is to get the current date. Now, these are things we'll use later on, but I want to define some variables that will be useful to us so we don't have to redefine them over and over again. We'll also get 30 days ago, which is simply using new date to get current time and then having this little calculation here. And we'll get 60 days ago, which is very similar to 30 days ago, but we are using 60. And then we want to use a batch statement. Now, the reason why we're using a batch statement is to make this query as performant as possible. We would have used a transaction here, but SQLite, or let me not say SQLite, let me say D1 does not support transaction at the moment. The first thing we're going to get here are the recent orders, and we'll be using this. We'll be doing this by using DB query, querying the order table, and we're doing find many. Now, find many is one of the query options when using this ORM syntax, ORM's format with Drizzle. So we also use the width because of now with width we can get orders or get tables that are related to the table that we are querying. So for the order table, we've created a relation with the order product. So that's why we can get the order product. And with the order products, we created a relation with the product itself. That's why we can get with the product. And we can also get with the user here as well. Now we want the limit of 3 and we want to order by. For this query, we want it to be ordered, but we are ordering by the time it was created in the descending order. That's simply what this query is doing. Next one that we are going to do is to get users from the last 30 days. We are querying the users table. We're using the find many method again, and now we are saying where created at is greater than 30 days ago. So we're using the GT filter here from Drizzle to get the users that were created from the last 30 days. And now we'll get users from previous 30 days, that is 30 days to 60 days ago. Now we're getting users that were created 60 days ago. Now it's very similar, but this time we are using greater than to get one that were 60 days ago and less than to get the ones that were 30 days ago. And we'll get orders from the last 30 days as well. Now this was very similar to the way the users from the last 30 days, but this time we are querying for the orders table. And last, we'll get orders from the previous 30 days. And it's going to be similar to the one we had for the users from the previous 30 days. And then we can get all of those from the batch. Now, what I'm basically doing here is I won't say destructuring, but getting each of them individually from this. Yeah, we could have done it here directly like this, but it's cleaner this way. So now we can get each of them and we can name them. So they need to be in an order. So the first one here is going to be related to this. So this is recent orders. This is this month users, which is this month's users. So last month's user will be this. And you get a drill now. This month's order, last month's order. After that, we get this month's revenue, which will be this month's order that's reduced using the reduce method to get the revenue, which is adding the amount of every order in this month. That's how we get this month's revenue. And we're using the reduce method to do that. And we'll get last month's revenue. We'll be using the same method, but we'll be doing it for the last month orders. And now we get the user's growth percentage, which is basically going to be this little calculation here. So you guys can copy this right here. It's very simple. And we also get revenue growth percentage as well. So the user's growth percentage and the revenue growth percentage, basically the same calculation, but from the different results. And next, we'll simply just return each and every single one of them. And yeah, I'm giving them a different name so they actually make more sense. So now recent orders will just be order. This month's revenue will just be total revenue, new customers, will be this month's user.length. Now we're just going to get the length, not really the information. And the users growth will be users growth percentage and two fixed, and the option will be one, and the same will be for the revenue growth as well. Now let's save this and let's move over to the plus page, the Svelte file of the overview page, which is this. The first thing we want to do here is get the data prop, which should be let data equals to $ props. Simple like this. Now let's look at the recent orders. And yeah, I have the title a little bit messed up. Just recent orders, not recent order title. I want to look at the body. So this table.body is where we'd actually be placing in our data. The header is static, we wrote that, but the table.body will be from the query that we made on the server file. This is how it's going to look like. Very simple. So I'll just replace this with this. And we are basically going for data.order, which is, again, this data here. We returned order from the server file, which is recent orders. This right here, and it's the type is coded there, so it should be way easier for you. So we'll say data.order and as. Now we'll destructure all of the results from there. We don't want to be using dot notation everywhere, so I'm destructuring the results from there. And the first one is the code, and that's what I'm placing there, the code. The one after is the status, and here I have different icons depending on the status. I have, if the status is equals to delivered, I'm going to have this check circle icon. So let me import that. You know what? I'll import all of the icons we'll need here. So I'll just come here and I'll import all of those. Yeah. So if the status is delivered, I have this check circle icon, and I have the style. The main important style right here, personally, is this color for the visuals. Now it shows a green color, which is indicating like everything went well. Now, if the status is equals to processing, we're going to have this clock icon with a text of yellow, like kind of waiting and processing. And if the status is shipped, we're going to have the struck icon with the text of red. And then right after there, we just have a span of printing out the status or rendering out the status. After that cell, we'll have another table cell with the name, because that's the next one for us, the customer. And then we're just placing the customer name. Now you guys can get creative and have a link to this particular customer. So this will not just be a cell, it will also be a link that when they click on this customer's name, they can go to this customer's profile or something. You can get creative. And after that cell, here would have this amount. Now you can see this amount is going to be a number. So the number is not going to be really human readable. And first to make it human readable, we have this function or this utility function called format currency. Now the job of this function is to basically format this in a certain currency and make it readable, human readable. So we're going to go ahead and create this function inside our utils folder. So go to your utils folder right here. We already have this get users initials function here as well. Let's create a function to format the currency and make it human readable. Just paste this right here and we have it. Now let me explain what's going on in this function. The name of the function is called format currency. The first value is taken is the value. The second is the currency code, and the third is the locale. Now the currency code is optional, the locale is optional. I just placed this here to make this very, very dynamic. So you can go ahead and play around. You can make this any currency you want. You can make this any locale you want as well. But the only one that we actually would be using most of the time is just the value. So we have a try and a catch block here, and we're using the intl, which is something from JavaScript natively that we can do a ton of the things with this. One of the things that we can do with this is to format numbers, format them in certain currency. So we say intl does number format, and then we're placing the locale here. And if you didn't place in any locale here, the browser will use the default locale of probably the region that you are. So if you don't provide a locale here, the browser will use the default one. And then for style, you want to go with currency. And then for currency, you can omit this, but for currency, you want to go with the currency code that was passed in here or your default. Now my default is USD, which is the one I'll be using most of the time. And then after that, you want to use dot format and then the value that you place in. You want to format that here. And for the catch, if there was no, like if there was an error, something happened here and there was nothing returned here, there was no return here, we just want to return the value that's to fixed to, which would kind of like would, let's say, would work. It won't be as perfect as it's being formatted with the INTL, but it would go for our use case to make sure that we don't just get null as a value. I want to return something, whether there is an issue with it or not. So I'll save it here. I'll go back and now I would import format currency from utils. I'll click on enter and that should actually auto import for me right here. And I can save this here. And now I want to move on to the others. And mind you, right now we'll be seeing basically nothing because of we don't have any data. And that's kind of the reason why I'm not really showing the browser, because of right now we won't be seeing anything. But right now, just you've seen the UI, we've built the UI. Just follow me along and let's actually build out the functionalities. Over to the others page, the first thing that I want to do here is import all of the things we'll be needing. Now we'll be needing the status, we'll be needing the order table itself, we'll be needing the fill from SvelteKit, and we'll be needing the equal filter from Drizzle. Now I want to set up a load function very similar to the way I've set up load functions previously. I will get locals, and from locals I'll destructure DB from it. Now we can actually just bring locals in here and then destructure DB. Yeah, that was if we wanted to use locals directly, but since we're not using locals directly, we can make this later by destructuring DB from locals directly here. And I also want to get URL as well, because of in this page we'll be able to search for an order based on the order code. So in order to be able to search for that, we want to get the params. Now to get the params, we'll be using the URL. So to do that, we usually do is with url.searchparams.get, and the name of that search param is code. So that we'll be able to get the code that was pasted in URL, and we'll actually use that to search the or query the database. Or if nothing was provided, we'll just have an empty string. And after that, what I want to do now is actually query the order table. And the way the query is going to go is very simple. We are with db.query.order table. So that's the table we want to query, and dot find many. Now with the find many, we want to have let's say ignore this with for now. Let's go straight to this where. So you actually understand what's going on. Now the where is simply saying that we only want to get certain rows if a condition is met. So what I'm saying for the where is we only want to get the order tables or the row where the code is like the code of that row. Now this is the like filter from Drizzle, and we are passing the first option, which should be the column that we want to search through, and the second one is going to be the value. Now we have this kind of specific kind of looking value here, but it's really nothing. The only thing we have here is this percentage at the front and the percentage at the end as well, which does two things. For SQLite, at least it does two things. The first thing is image is not case sensitive. Usually for other database like MySQL or Postgres, you want to use the I like. Now the I like is very similar or basically identical to the like, but it's not case sensitive. But for SQLite, it doesn't work. If you want things to not be case sensitive when you're using the like, you just use the dollar and the dollar sign. You use the percentage sign at the front and the percentage sign at the ending as well. And this also does something else, which is to make this search work at any point of the string. So if I didn't place this percentage sign at the beginning and at the end, it will only search for this code exactly. So for example, the word HAND and also has AND in it. If the code here was AND, it would bring out and would be returned with the results because of and as AND in it. So that's kind of the kind of functionality that I want. If I just want it to be exact matches like AND, and if it's not exactly AND, don't return it, then I'll get rid of this percentage signs that I have here. So that's what this is doing. And the order by, I'm basically ordering in descending order by the time it was created. Now let's go to the width. For the width, I'm saying I want you to bring it with the order product, and with the order product, I want you to bring it with the product itself. and I want you to bring it with the user. And for the user, I want to just get one from the column. So the user has multiple columns. I only want to get the name column, and that's it. And after all that, I would return the orders. All right, so let's move along to actually set up the form actions. So to define form actions in SvelteKit, we need to export the actions object. And in the actions object, we can have two types of form actions. We can have the default form actions, and we can have the named form actions. For the default form actions, it's going to be just using the word default, and you can only have one default form action. If you are having default form action, that means you can have only one form action per that page. So if you had just one form that did one thing on this page, then we can go ahead and use the default form action. But if you want to have multiple actions on the page, we would have to use the named action. And for our case, we're going to be using a named action. And even though we are actually having only one action on this page, I'm using a named action because I find them to just be more versatile and even interesting. So the action that we'll be using on this page is called the update order, and this is to update an order status. So we have three status. If you remember, we have the processing, we have the shipped, and we have the delivered. Now let's look at what we are doing here. So just like the way we can get it from the locals, we can get it from actions as well. So we can get locals and we can get DB from locals. We can also get request from here. We keep on getting this red line here, and that's because of we spelled this wrongly. You have an S at the back for constant. Okay. So what I want to do first of all is request.formData. Now this is just standard procedure when handling form data with SvelteKit. Request.formData, we are with that, and I'm just named that data, and I want to get the ID because of I will be passing the ID. I'll show you all of that later on, but I'll get the ID, and the way I'm going to get the ID is by getting the name of that input, and the name of the input is going to be ID. Now, if just follow along, I know it might be confusing, but just try your best to follow along. So we use the data.get and the name of that input that will be passing the ID through, which we call ID. Now I'm saying as unknown as number. This is just to help with our types, TypeScript and red lines are like 1 and 2. So we have the ID. Now I want to check straight up if we actually got the ID. So if we didn't have the ID, I will return a field 400 with a message saying invalid order ID. And if we did have an ID, I would query for that order. Now I want to get that particular order because of now once I get that order, I can validate that that order is correct and then update the status. But there's another way I can go about this, which is get the ID and then just update the order with that ID. But I'm not sure whether that order exists. I'm not sure what's going on. I want to make sure exactly the actions I'm taking are valid. That's why I want to, first of all, it might seem like unnecessary, but to me, it's just the best way to go about it. We want to get that order first, validate that order exists, and then make the actions. So we have the order, and if we couldn't find that order, meaning the ID was some random number that doesn't exist in our database, or this order has been deleted, we return a field, and the message for that field will be order not found. And if the order does exist, we're going to create this variable called next status. Now this next status is going to be of 3 types of string. It's going to be of either the shipped, processing, and delivered, and it's dependent on the status constant, which is of shipped, processing, and delivered as well. So basically, it's going to be type of status, and it's going to be one of them, not all of them. So if I got rid of this array, you see that next status is basically very similar or identical to just status, but just the type. We are adding the type here. But if I want to say that it's going to be one at a time, it can either be shipped, it can either be delivered, or it can either be processing. I'll just add this number right here. Now I can have a switch statement here, which makes this a lot easier. So I'll check the order the status, so the previous status. Now the way I'm doing it, I'm not caring of whatever the user is passing to me. This can only follow a direction. So if it was shipped, it can only move to delivered. If it was delivered, that will be the end. It can move to something else. So from processing it can move to shipped, from shipped, it can move to delivered. That's how it's going to move. It can move from processing to delivered. It can move from shipped to processing. So you have to make sure that the errors are minimized as much as possible, and these kind of things don't occur as frequent. We would basically make that automatic. So it's not like the user has or the admin has to give us a status that he wants to jump to. Now he can only jump step by step. So we'll check for the other status. If it's processing, then we'll move him to move the next status to shipped. If it's shipped, move the next status to delivered. And the default is also going to be this error. And what we're basically going to do is update that order and set status to next status, where that order table was equal to the ID that was passed. And we'll return this message saying order status updated to, and then the status. And if there was an error, we'll have our catch with our fill and our message. Now move along and save this file. And we're going to install two dependencies. The first dependency you want to install is called SvelteKit /param. Now I already installed mine. Just go ahead and install yours. And after that, you want to install Sonar. Now you can install Sonar from Chassis and Svelte, and you can use the Chassis and Svelte for VS Code extension, Ctrl Shift P or Command Shift P /Sonar, and then go ahead and install Sonar. We're going to be using Sonar for our notifications. Let's move over to our plus page Svelte file and look at all the updates that I've added. Now I have added a couple of things to my page, so let's update yours as well. First of all, we are importing enhance from app/form. We have the button, input, and table. You probably have this already when we created the UI. Now we also have format currency here because we're going to be using the format currency, and we have a couple of icons as well. And we're also importing Svelte Sonar. Now Svelte Sonar is saying can't find Svelte Sonar, so that's because of we pretty much just installed it. If I refreshed my editor, Ctrl P, greater and sign, then reload window, that would refresh everything and everything will be good now. But whether it is or not, let's just continue. And after that, we'll be getting from SvelteKit /params, query params, and SSP. Now both of these are going to be useful to us just in a second. So after all of that, now let's go around to actually defining some variables. So the first one, we are going to be structuring data from the props room, and this is going to be data from the plus page of server.ts file. And the data that we are getting here is very simple, just the orders. That's it. And we'll be having a code variable. Now this code variable is going to be gotten from the URL /params. So what SvelteKit /params is, as you can tell from the name, is basically just a very simple utility to help us undo /params effectively well and make them type safe and just more friendly to use. So to get the code /params and to also write to the code /params, we're using the query params or method from or function from SvelteKit /params. And the first thing we'll put in there will be the name, which is code, and then we can place in like a type. So we go with ssp.string. Usually this will be us encoding and decoding things, but ssp simply gives us this very simple utility functions that make this easier because of its kind of trivial. I have to write encoding and decoding every single time. So ssp.string basically us telling query / or query params and every other part of our program that code is a string. And the third one would be the options. Now the first option here is saying that the bounce history. We are saying that the bounce history should be 500 milliseconds, and then push history should be false. And after this, we have another variable called /term, and this is also going to be a stage room, and it's going to be of the code. Now code has a dollar sign in front of it because of code is going to be a store. Now the first change that you would probably have will be this form. Now for this form, we have an unsubmit here now. This unsubmit is going to be triggered by this button when you click on the button or when you click on enter when you input on this input component. So this input component is you're binding to the /term, which is this variable here. And when you click on enter or you click on this button, we would prevent the default, which is to do something else like refresh the page and all that. So we want to prevent the default, and then we want to set code to the search params. Now we can do this by doing this dollar sign code will be equals to code will be equals to search term. We can do this way as well, but we can also go ahead and use, because of in the end of the day it's a store, we can use code.set and then we'll set the search term to it like this. And that way the code will be would in 500 milliseconds it will update this URL search params, and when the URL updates plus page.server.cs file will rerun. And when it reruns, it will rerun this query, this time with this new code, whatever the code will be, because we are getting this code from the search param, remember. And once that search param updates, this page would have to run, this load function would have to run with the code value, and which will be passing here, which will be basically us getting a new set of other values. And then let's move over to the table. Now the table is where we're actually displaying all of the orders. And you see that here we have data.order, which is the orders that we are returning from the server file, and we are destructuring status, code, amount. And from the user, we're destructuring just the name. We're also getting the created at and the ID, and we're using the ID as the key. And we are just placing them where they need to be placed. Like for example, we have for this on click right here, we have navigator of clipboard, and we've written this before. We're placing in the code this time, the code, and you're sending a success with those.success, copy to your clipboard. Now, if you try this out, it won't actually work. That's because of one last thing that we actually haven't done for Svelte sooner, but we'll get to it very soon. But let's just have this here. So those.success, copy to clipboard, that's notify the user that you just copied this to your clipboard. And then we'll have this very similar status checker as well. So the status is delivered, we want this icon. If it's processing, we want this icon. If it's shipped, we want this icon. And the different colors as well. We're placing the name, and for the amount, because of this is going to be in form of number that we need to be read as a currency. We use the format currency utility function, and it created that just so that this is actually readable, because this is simply a JavaScript date object. Now, once you use this local string, it's very simple. It just gives us something that is readable. And this is where the interesting part comes in. Now, we have a lot of these things here, just ignore them for now. What we have right here is, this is the important part here. So we have if blocks checking for things here. So we're checking whether the status is processing. If it's processing, we want to have a button saying update to shipped. And if it's shipped, we want to have a button here saying update to delivered. And if it's delivered, we won't have anything. So this is basically how it is. Now the actions that are actually going to be taken is, yeah, that matters. Now this action doesn't really care what status it is. Yeah, it's defined here. We're going to be checking for the status on the server, as you guys have seen. But here we are, the action that we are going to is going to be question mark / update order, which is this one right here. And then we have this use column enhance. Now this use enhance is not going to be from SvelteKit superforms. It's going to be from SvelteKit itself, because we're not using superforms here. So it's going to be this one you import from $sign app / forms. Let me show you get that right. And from, we'll use this action. So we'll say use column enhance, and we can just end like this, right? We can end like this and take the method to post. But there are a few things we want to do, like when we show notifications, and we want to define some values that will pass to the action, like the ID, for example. So first thing we're going to do is the structure from data, and from data we can append the value. So I want to append the ID, and would pass in the ID as the value, which is going to be the ID of this order, which we are structuring from here already. So we can just pass it here, and we just make sure that we call that as a string, so that again TypeScript is happy. You can't really pass anything else that's not a string when you are appending to a form. So you just need to do this to a string, and then when we get to the server, we kind of change it to a number again. But we can do this way. We can say form data dot append and then pass the string, or we can use, like, I know you're probably familiar with this, but an input, and with the input we can just say type of hidden, and then we can pass the value of ID. We can do that as well. This is just another way of doing it or going about it. And then after all of that, we want to return an asynchronous function which will allow us to get update and result. So we can structure update and structure result. Now we can await update. If we await update, we're going to wait for the form to be updated. So us awaiting the update is saying, hey, go ahead and process the form. And when you're done, we want to do something with the results that you give to us. So we await update, and after that, we'll then check if there's a message in the result. So we'll say if the result the type is equals to success, that means it was successful. We want to get the message. So we'll get data, and from data we can get the message. Remember, we are always sending the message whether successful or not. So fail, we send a message. Successful, we send a message. And fail, we send a message. We always send a message. So that's so that we can actually show the user some sort of feedback. So we'll use those that are successful to send the message. We don't know whether the message is going to be of a success or an error, but what we do know is that we can get that from the result.type. So with the result.type, we can get whether the status code is that of a successful one or an error, one with error. And then we can share else if the type is of failure, we want to send the message as well. But this time we're using a toast.error. So this toast has different forms. We have the toast.success, which is kind of like a greenish with a question mark, not with a question mark, with a check mark, and then the error is going to have warnings that's going to be red and all that. So that's basically what this action is going to be doing. So this is as good as form actions in SvelteKit, but you're going to make sure that you make the method to be post. Very important that you do this part, so that we can actually create an admin and be able to view all this. So one of the main reasons why we can actually take a look at the browser and check things out right now is because of we have all our auth hooks set up right now, and I don't want to start cleaning things out. So if you are not authenticated, you can access the admin dashboard, and we don't have a record on the DB, and we clearly don't even have an admin that we can use right now. So let's create one so that we can actually use that one to gain permission to the admin dashboard, so that we can actually see the things that we are building. Instead of just doing that by hand, let's take care of the sign up page so that we can sign up as the normal user. Then we can go to the database and change the role from user to admin. So I'll go to the plus layout, the Svelte file of the, I'll go to the one of the storefront. So on the storefront right here, I'll create a plus layout dot, and go server.ts file right here. So this is the one that's useful. This plus layout, this server file that we have here is actually not useful, so I'll get rid of this one. Deleted that, and I'm back to this one. This one has to be inside the root of the storefront folder. Once you get there, paste this in. So very simple what we are doing here again. By this time you should get used to the syntax. We getting create auth from auth.js, remember. So let me go to auth.js, jog your memory. We have this create auth function right here, and we have a load function here. Very simple. This load function is basically getting DB. So as I told you, we can come there here directly and get DB, but we can also the structure from here like this. So these are two ways we can go about it. But we can do this like this, and we can pass DB to auth because of create auth needs the database that we're using. So we'll pass that, and we get everything here as auth. And from auth we can get the session. This is very simply how we will get the session when we are using beta auth. So we can check whether the user exists or not just by getting the session. Anyways, we can get the ID directly from the session by going with session.user.id, and we'll get the ID. And by getting the ID, we can query for this particular user and get the user's information, like his card information, his address, his orders, all that stuff, which is basically what we are doing here. So we are going db.query.user.find first. Now for the first user that is ID matches his ID, that is basically what we are doing here. So we are saying where the user's ID column matches this ID that we got from this session. We want to get a user, but we want to get a user with this extra information. We want to get him with his address, so address true. He should bring his address. Then we also want to get him with his cart, but with the cart, we want to get the cart with the cart item, and with the cart item, we want to get that with the product. And for the orders as well, we want to get the orders that the users have made, and we want to get it with the other product, and the other product want to get that with the product itself, and we want to just order these things, the orders want to want to order the order by the created at column in the sending order, and want to return the user, as simple as that. Now I want to be able to access information, this user's information, from my error component. Now one way I can go about it is to go get the data props from here and pass the data props as a prop. Yeah, if this was a prop that I already defined, this will work and I can use this. But another way I can go about this is a way that I actually prefer, which is go directly to the headers component and just use it from the page store. Now, the page store is one of my favorite features of SvelteKit. It allows us to do things as nice as this. So let me show you how we're going to use the page store. But because of it, if we're using the page store, it's not going to be typed like the way it would be if we were just getting it from the server. So in order to get this typed, we need to go to app.d.ts and manually add the types here. A little pain in the butt, but we'll get over it. We do this once and we'll get this global typing all around our application, which is just extremely cool. Just like the way we have interface for locals, we're going to have interface for page data. And this is how it's going to look for this application. So page data is going to be of type user, and user is going to be of type T user. Now we're going to define all of these types. All of these types are not going to be too hard to define since we're going to be using Drizzle to just infer them from the database. But we're going to have user is going to be of type T user, which is saying type user, and it's going to extend, that's the and then the curly brace is going to extend address, and address is going to be of type T address, and T address is going to be an array. We're also going to have carts, and carts is going to be optional. It's going to be of type T cart, and T cart is going to extend cart items, and we're going to have cart items and are going to extend product, and it's going to be of type T product. Now let's actually add these types. Now how we're going to add these types is to go to our leaves folder where we have alt client, form schema, and all that stuff. Would have types here as well, so types.ts, and this is where we'll define all our types. I'm just going to paste this here in again. Now you see what I'm talking about when I said that we are going to just simply infer the types from the table. Now this is going straight to the schema file, and we are getting the address table, the cart item table, the cart table, category table, product table, and the users table. Now we simply getting the type from those table by doing for the example of the user, we'll do export type, and the name would be T user, which was what we named it there, because of type of user dot dollar sign in first select. This is something that Drizzle gives us, and we'll be able to infer the type, the select type for this table by using dot dollar sign in first select, and we get the type. So we could do the same for the address, the cart item, the product, and the categories. Now, the reason why I am starting every type with a T is so that I can differentiate them with from classes. Normally, I will start a type with just capital letter of the type. So for users, there'll be capital letter U. For address, going to be capital letter A. But I can have this for classes as well. So remember, we have global classes here. So for my modal state, this is capital letter M, which I can easily mistake for a class. So now to avoid those conflicts, I differentiate this as a class by having T in front of them. Now, by doing this, I can go back to app.d.ts now and import all of these types in here. You can get this from types, get this as well, get this. All right, that's nice. We've gotten everything now. I can save every file, Control KS. Now I can go to my header component, and now I can import the page store. So import page from $app/store. That's the page store. Now I have this superpower where I don't even need to pass any data here. As far as this component is going to be on this page, and this page is loading this data, as far as I'm sure of that, this would work. So let's see how this is going to actually work right now. I will give an example here of the user. Right now we are saying if user, and this user is simply just a variable we have here of true or false. That's not the way it's gonna be. So let's replace this whole thing, this if user, with this, and I'll explain what's going on. Now we have if page, because of page is a store, again it's the page store, it stands with a dollar sign. If page dot data, which is this, and then dot user. As you can see, it's strongly typed. We get user. So I'm checking if page dot user, meaning if the user is logged in or the user exists, we want to basically still have the same UI that we have, but now the data is going to be different. For the initials, we are passing in um the user's name. So users dot name. Now you see we have all of this type. Remember, we didn't actually write all of this. This has just been inferred from the tables of the database. Now we're going for the name, and we have the chevron down icon right here. Now this is me just having a bit of a different style. Previously we had one style. I'm kind of adding a little bit of CSS here to make this a little bit look a little bit better. You can copy this and use this for yours, but the one you guys have previously is okay. Now we'll go for the drop down itself. Now I'm checking if account, I'm iterating through the account page. This you guys did, but here we are checking for the users role instead of having this is admin. We are checking for the users role from the page store. Now if data.user.role is equal to admin, then it's going to have this option of going to the admin dashboard. If not, it's not going to have that. Now after that, we are having this drop down here as well. This drop down is going to have this logout, and this logout is going to actually log us out using better auth. The way this is going to work is going to use our auth client, and the sign out method is as simple as that. We get logged out. All we need to do here is actually import the auth client from the leave/client. I'll import that, and the red line should go away because of its asynchronous. We need to await it, and then we want to invalidate all that is to rerun every load function concerned with this page to make sure that we get the updated data now that the user is logged out. So I'll import, invalidate all, and the red line should disappear as well. Else, if we don't have any user, we're simply going to have the login and register buttons as well. So let's check this out. I'll save this file and I'll go to the browser to see how this looks like now. Now we're having an internal error, but let's wait for that to refresh. So we actually see what's going on. Let's take a look at our server here. And as you can see, we have no such table SQLite error address. And this is simply because of, yes, we might have defined them in our schema, but we don't have them in our database. And the simple way of getting this to our database is to push this. Now remember, in our package as JSON, we have the script to easily make this happen. So we have the kit dot push, and we need to specify the config we want to direct this to. But this time we can simply just use the script db push. So I can say pnpm here, db colon push. This will push it to our database. Let's give that 1 second, and all right. Sometimes Drizzle push will give you errors like this that it might be very hard for you to understand, but most of the time the fix would be for you to actually just clear up your DB. As to be honest, especially when you are still on early development like this. The best though, most of the times you have migration set up, but if you're using DB push and you get into errors early in development, you can easily just clear up your DB. So where I am right now is in the DB, the SQLite database, and I have my SQLite viewer on. You might not have this. It's an extension on Visual Studio Code. You can easily install it. But one thing you can do is run pnpm db studio, which will spit out this URL for you. You can going to click on that URL and you should get to this page. Now on this page you see all of the tables that we have, what you can do is just click on them and drop all the tables that we have. Drop them one by one now. Every single table we have there should be dropped. And what you can do now is just run db push once more. And this time it should be clean. You should have everything. Yes, and bam, changes applied. And now let's see if this would work. I'll go back to the page and I'll go back home, or I'll just refresh. Let's go with the refresh. All right, now you see that it's reloading, but because you can see we have the page being rendered right now, and we have the login register button shown because of we are not logged in nor are we registered, but we still have this cat icon with numbers of that we have in a kite, and our cat is still empty, so we shouldn't be seeing this cat icon currently because we are not logged in. So let's take care of that cat icon right now. It's going to be very similar to what we've been doing. So we'll go to the header component. Again, this time here we have if user. We'll not be having if user, we'll be having the page store dot data. Now you'll be having the question mark in front of it because of now it could be undefined. So it then user question mark dot cart question mark dot cart items. Now we're checking if the cart items is exist. Let's just see if cart item exist. Now if it does exist, we'll have the button, and then the button would have the length of the cart item with the shopping cart icon. That's basically what we're going to have there. And let's save this. Now, since the cart item for this user doesn't exist, we shouldn't see a cart item anymore. And with the register button, let's actually try and register for this application. So we have 4 fields we need to fill here. I'll just go with Lawal as my name, password. Okay, you know what? The password is actually showing up for some reason. Let's go back to the um register modal, and for the password fields we want to have type of password for this as well. That's nice. Okay, so we'll go to the create account field. I want to make this Lawal, and the password, the confirm password. You know, this might actually work, but because of we've not set all this up properly, we don't have where we are submitting this to and all that, so it won't actually work. We'll actually pass the input, but this won't take it to anywhere. So let's actually make that work now. It's relatively going to be easy. We'll be using the up on update method. So we'll say async, then on update, and then we'll have to the structure of the form, and then we can check if the form is valid. That's how we know that okay, the input we placed in were valid, and we can go ahead with them. So I want to destructure the name, the email, and the password from the form data, and then I'll use auth client, which is from the lib/client. Then I'll use the dot sign up method, and the sign up method that we are using is the email method. That's why I'm having dot email right here. And for the for email, we will need to pass in the email, the password, and then the name. And here we can have an on success method. So if it was successful, we'll just use the Svelte Sooner, we'll get those from Svelte Sooner, and to be successful, we'll now say registration successful, and then we can close the modal. If there was an error, so we can say if error, because of, remember we're getting error from here. If error, we can also have another method that is on error, but I want to show you guys this as well, so you can have the methods here, and we can just get them directly from here and say if error. I'll check if there's an error message, then I'll send the error message. If there was no error message, then there will definitely be a status text. Then I'll send a status text as the toast error, and as simple as that. So for the thing I was talking about for Svelte Sooner, for it to actually start working, we need to pass in the root component in the root layout. It's called toaster. So all I need to really do is to go to the very root layout, which is the plus layout the Svelte file that is outside the storefront and it's also outside the admin. So this and right above the render here, I'll paste this here, which is toaster, the toaster component, which is going to be from Svelte. So I can just import this by hand. I can say import COASTR toaster from Svelte Sona this way, and this would work. Now I'm passing two props here, which is the close button and the rich colors. Now the rich colors will make it look more vibrant, and the close button will have a little close button at the top that you can click and you'll close the um notification. Now I can go back to the header and not to the header this time. I'm actually going to the register modal and just give this one more check, one more scan, make sure that everything is okay. And yeah, let's take a look at this in the browser. So I'm seeing some that's, but that's not an error. Oh, I think that's going to be related to yes, that's going to be related to Sonar. So what we need to do here, because we just imported that in the root layout, we need to cut the server and restart it. That should fix this error. So restart the server and refresh this, and let's see how this goes. Refresh. Now I have that out the way. The error is cleared. Let's try out the registration process as well. So login and the password will be very simple. Confirm password. Let's see what happens if the password that will be confirmed doesn't match. So I'll click on register, and yeah, nothing works, but at the same time we don't actually see this error show, which is an issue. So let's take a look at that and why this is not working. So as you can see, this is actually being placed in the URL. That's very easy. You can see that okay, this is being placed in the URL, and that's for a reason. So let's go back to the registration component, and very quick you will actually spot the error. First of all, we have this action, we don't have a method, and we clearly don't have a few other things. So let's fix this. Very simple. Since this is going to be SPA mode as written here already, you don't need an action. We're not sending this to any action. So upgrade of the action. All we really need is the method, and we need to use enhance to make sure that this is done on the client with JavaScript. So as simple as that. Let's save this. I want to take a look at the browser once more. Open up the registration modal once more. Wow. Placing my email right there. Placing it correctly. And just put in the password. I'll see. I'll try that. For this now, I'll add an extra word and I'll see if it will work. Now it tells you the confirm input or the confirm password is wrong, and you see invalid input. That's correct. Now if I make this valid, you see that the error goes away. Now click on register. We see the loading state, and we see that registration has been successful. We see that our state updates. So everything updates, not just the notification, but this updates as well. And that's because of running the we are running the load function when we submit the data, and now it knows that oh, this user is authenticated, the session exists. Then we have this icon now, and we have access to these pages. And the one thing you see that we don't have here is the admin dashboard link. That's because of this user is not an admin. Let me get rid of this. And you see we can go to our profile, our other histories, and all this other stuff. If I click on the profile, you see that we actually have this profile here. And I don't think this is being gotten from the database, but we'll fix all of this. But we have access to all of this here now because of we are registered. If we were not registered, this will not allow us come to this page because of the protected routes that we've set up in our hooks already. So now that that is working, let's make this user an admin, and we can easily do that by coming to the um I can go you can go to the DB Studio. You can do this directly in DB Studio, which is Drizzle Studio, I mean. But I can also just do this here directly in the file because I have this extension. I can do this here in the SQLite file. And that's one of the perks of using SQLite. I can easily just edit. So I can go to user. You see that now we have one user, which is this user. And with C is role is user. I don't want this role to be user. I want this to be admin. Make sure you spell that correctly. Now click on enter. I'll commit. And would have this user as an admin now. Again, if you don't have this extension, you can do this directly in DB Studio. Just the same method. If you don't have this here now, once I refresh, you see that we'll have access to the admin page. Now that the refresh is done, let's take a look at this again. Now, as you can see, we have this admin dashboard link. And if I click on this, this actually goes to /admin, but because of we've set up that redirect on the /admin server file or the load function to take us to the overview page. So if I click on this, it should take us directly to the overview page. And in here, we are seeing some values here, which is wrong, but we are seeing 5,000, 50% from last month, 20% from last month. And the recent orders is empty as it should be. The reason why we are seeing this, even though we are actually making these calculations on the server, we're not actually displaying them on the page yet. So if I go back to the overview page, which is going to be this. You see that we are still having this here and actually placing them in here. But this we're actually placing in here. So that's why we are seeing empty orders, because we don't have any orders being queried from database. But this we're not actually placing what we need to place here. So let's actually fix this. So for the total revenue, we'll be having data dot total revenue, and because of this is going to be an amount, we need to make this readable. So just so that you guys can see the reason why I keep on trying to make this readable with the format currency utility function, let's actually take a look at this and see the way this looks like on the browser. So this is giving me red lines, so that's why I want to check that I'm actually returning total revenues. Yeah, and I actually am. So the red lines will disappear very soon. But let's take a look at our browser. And okay, right now this won't actually matter because it would be 0, right? So you won't be able to see whether it's readable or not. But when this is a number like, let's say 10 million, you want to have the commas in the right place, you want to have the index in the right place, you want to have the currency sign in the right place. So that's why we use the format currency utility function. So anyways, this won't actually make any sense now. Let's just go ahead and use the function. I'll just replace both of these with what is needed to be here. And I'll do the same for the new customer as well. And I'll paste this in here. All right. Before we actually move on with the admin dashboard, let's take care of everything that has to do concerning the authentication and authorization. I know we've done and we have completed with the registration modal, but let's take care of the login modal and the rest. Now, what I want you guys to do is come to the login modal component, and we are going to change this. Yeah, we'll be doing something very similar that we did on the registration modal. So I'm just going to paste this here, and you guys can take a look at it and I would explain what's going on. It's quite similar and very simple. Let's go through this line by line. First of all, we're initializing superforms, setting the option of SPA to true. The validator, we are using the login schema, and then we are using on update method in order to get this thing to use this sign in by email on the client. So simply just check if the form is valid. That means every input that was given has been validated. Then we'll take the email and the password, and then we'll use the auth_client.signin.email method. And the auth client is coming from lib client, which is where we are initializing the client, the browser client for our authentication library. And then we'll pass in the email and the password. And the second option here, we can pass in object of options where we can have on success, on error, and the rest. But we are only having on success here. On success, we'll simply just use the toast So we'll say login successful with the toast, we'll close the modal, and then we'll check for our URL path name. If our URL path name was password reset, meaning that we are on the password reset page, we want to go to the home page. So simply what this is doing is saying, hey, if we are on the password reset page, navigate them back to the home page. But if we are on any other home page, just close the login modal. And instead of using on error here, we are just taking the error from here. So this is me showing you variants on different ways of doing the same thing. So we'll take the error from here and we'll say if error, show the error message. Basically that's what this is doing here. Now let's move on to the reset password modal. Go to the reset password modal, and yeah, all right, this is the register modal, not the reset password. Yeah, it's the reset password right here, and I will just replace this with what needs to be here. It's going to be similar again, so all other things remain the same. SPA will be true. The validator method will just use the request password reset schema, and then we'll have the on update method where we use hot client. This time we'll use dot forget password method, and we can just import hot client from where it is, and what would pass in there will be the email, and then we'll have another option for the redirect to. This is where we want to redirect the user when he has confirmed his email, if we are doing email confirmation. For this application, we are not doing email confirmation, but we'll be getting the URL and the console because of we are not sending it to the user's email just for this application. In the real world scenario, you want to send it to the user's email, and the user clicks on the button there or a link, and then it redirects them to this page. So that's basically what we're putting this direct to here for. And on success, simply what we want to do is to set this modal to false and set this confirm email modal state to true. So I just want to leave this here for now. We've not actually set this up. Now have you created the modal component itself, but we'll leave this here for now and we'll set it up very soon. And if there was an error, what we want to do is to use the toast component to signify that. And this is again very similar and very simple. This this modal will simply act as some sort of success message basically. So it's not that complicated. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste in the modal here, and that is this confirm email modal. You guys can get this as well and copy this, and as you can see, it's very simple. It's simply just a modal with a confirmation message telling them that you sent their link to their email and the link expires shortly, that they should go ahead and they should open it. And we also have two buttons, one to open in Gmail and one to open on Outlook. And we have the confirm email modal state that we are supposed to be getting from the modal state. So we are just going to go fix that up now. I'll go to the modal state and I'll paste this in here. It's going to be identical to the way we do the rest, but with a different name. And with that, this should disappear very soon, and go to the reset password. We can import that here. Next thing I want you to do is to go to your password reset page. Remember, we created this page some while ago, and you're going to update your super forms initialization to add this on update. This time is going to be very similar to the rest, but we are just resetting the password. We're getting the password and we are passing the password to this new password object as the new password field. And on success, what we want to do is just open the login modal. So open login modal if it's successful. If there was an error, we want to just use a toast to display that error. It's as simple as that. One other important step that you want to make sure that you guys follow is to use enhance and change the method to post on the form element. You want to do this for your login modal as well. So go to your login modal and do the same. The method should be post and you will use enhance, and the enhance is going to be the one from Superforms. SvelteKit has an enhance action. You don't want to use that one when you're using Superforms to undo your form. You want to use the enhance from Superform. So we'll get that from just structuring it from form directly here. And we use and then enhance. You want to also use this as well on your reset password model. Make sure you get this down. So use enhance and a method of posts. So once you've done that, one other thing I want to make sure you guys get done is to actually change request password, change this title. Sorry. Yeah, we previously had login. This is not the login model, so you can change it to request password reset. And that's basically because we are actually requesting to reset our password. But when we do this, when we actually make this action, what was going to run is this right here. So let me show you guys this. I already passed it. What's going to run is this function, this send reset password, and anything you tell it to do here, it will do. It gives you the user, the URL, and the token, and you can do whatever you want to do here. Normally, what we'll do here would be to send this information to the user's email. But what we are going to be doing in our scenario is just logging this to the terminal. We'll take a look at it, and we can do a bunch of things where we can just click from it and go to the browser directly for this simple application. And yeah, that's basically it. One other thing I want to make sure that you guys get done is to render the confirm email model as well, because of now we've actually created it, but we are not rendering it anywhere. Where we want to render it will be on the header, as that is where we are rendering most of our models. So we'll go to the header and we'll just import confirm email model. Make sure that you actually import this. Everything that you get into a file, if it needs to be imported, make sure that you import it, unless it won't work. And your editor will tell you as well, if you're using VS Code or any VS Code related editor, it will throw an error telling you that this modal or this component is not being imported. So once you've done all of that, we can actually test this out. So I can go to my browser now and I can click on login, but instead of logging in directly, I can just come to forgot password to actually pretend like I forgot my password, and I'll click on reset, request password reset, and I'll click here, and this will tell me that okay, they've sent something to my email, blah blah blah. I can open Gmail and I can open Outlook if I want. And in our case, we'll be opening the terminal. So I open my terminal and I should see this right here, this object. And one important one here is this URL. So we see this URL. I can just click on this URL, control click here to open this in the browser. And as you can see, we have this route, this API /auth/ reset password. We didn't create this, but Better Auth is going to undo this for us. All we really need to do is to just give it that page. I'm sure that that page exists and that as well. So Better Auth will undo this for us. Just give it a second. It should redirect us to our routes, the routes that we actually need to be on. Yeah, so as I said, it's already done that. Now we are on this page. We can click here to enter our password and confirm it. So I'll just and then confirm, and I'll submit. And if that is successful, it should open our login modal for us, and here we can log in and be logged in successful. So as you can see, that flow is very simple and straightforward. And from here now, I can access the admin dashboard. And as you can see on the dashboard, we have 0 revenue. That's because we've not made any sale, and the total number of new customers from the last month is 1, and that's a 100% increase from last month, because of last month we basically did not even exist at all. So this is very nice. If you are on this stage, then congratulations, you are doing very well. So let's move on. The update password is the only one that's left right now. Let's take care of that. So go to your editor and go to your update password modal. In here, you would see your Superforms initialization. I'm just going to replace this with what we actually need here. And this is going to be very similar to the past ones we've done. So again, it's going to have SPA truth. Validation methods are going to be update password schema. And the important thing here is this onUpdate method. We'll be doing all of this only if the form is valid. So if form.valid is true. And yeah, I'm going to import auth client, because of that is where all of our methods would be. So I'll import this. I'll just make sure that this actually shows. give this 1 second. Yeah, import that. And the method we'll be using will be the change password method. We'll pass in the new password, then the current password, and then revoke other session options, which will set to true. So this will just revoke all other session of the user is signed into. So if the user is signed into another browser or another device, it's going to completely invalidate all those tokens. So the user's session would no longer be valid. You need to log in again on those devices since he has reset his password. And I'll make sure that my toast is actually imported as well. Import the toast, and what is the thing is on success, I'll just send this toast message saying password updated successfully, and a message, sorry, and close the modal, sorry. And if there's an error, I'll send an error through the toast as well using this method. Yeah. And one other thing I want to check here is for the form, make sure that we have the method as post, and we'll use enhance like that. And for your input, make sure that the type is of password. Always make sure that the type is of password. It's very important so that your password is not visible when you're typing it. I'll save this, and this should work. Now we can test this later on. You guys can go on and test this now. I don't really think I need to do this. All right, so my method is having an issue saying that I don't know why that was showing up, but it has disappeared already. But I'll save these, and yeah, so having a bunch of red lines, they're just popping up here, but they will disappear. I think it's because the editor is having some memory lag. And let's just continue with where we stopped. The next thing I want us to do now will be to undo other pages, like we've done with the overview here for the admin dashboard, and we're also done with the orders as well. So let's move on to other places like the products and the categories, which are very important places. So let's start with the category first of all. Go to your category page, categories right here, and we want to go to the add category first of all. This is where the important things would be. Let's go to the browser and see how this looks. So I go to my categories page, click on add new category, and we should see this form. Now what we want is when the user fills up this form, we want and clicks on the add category button, we want to send this to a form action on the category page or on the add category page, and that form action would log this category to the database. We would validate a couple of things, make sure everything is correct and clean, and then it would log it to the database. Let's take a look at how this works. So we can see things like electronics, and a description. We can just put whatever. We put a bunch of words, and for the subcategories, we can add things like phone, then space to actually add it, then laptops, and then space to actually add it, and we can remove it from here as well. Okay, let's actually give this the actions. First thing I want to do is to point this to a particular action. So for the form, I'll just replace this and say that the method should be post. I want to use enhance, and that's going to be enhance from super forms, and the action that I want to send this to will be the add action, and the add action is going to be here on the add page. We're going to create that action right here. This is going to be a default action because of it's just one action we need for this page. So I'm just going to paste this here, and I'm going to explain what's going on. So now we are going to export an object called action to create a form action, and we can have two types of form actions. We can have a default form action, and we can have named form actions. If we have named form actions, we can have multiple of them, but if we have a default, we just have one. We can only have one, and because of this page only needs one action, we'll be using the default form action. And for the default form action, we can get the request and the locals. From the locals, I can get DB, and with DB, I can initialize the create the auth. So with auth, I can just get the session, and what I can do here is just search or check whether the session exists. I can do things like if session and things like that. But I won't bother about that right now because of if you are on this page at this point, you are validated. You understand? So, and this action is not going to be available to other pages. I don't want this action to be able to be called from other pages, even though that's possible. On this page, you'll be able to call this action. So it's a good habit to always validate your request, but we can just ignore that. And we actually have this session here, so the if block is not going to be that hard, but let's just move on. After doing that, we also want to get super validate and get our form. And the form, we want to check whether it's valid or not. If it's not valid, we send a fail with a status code of 400. But if it is valid, we want to move on. And what we just want to do is get the description, the name, and the subcategories from the form.data, and we'll insert that into the categories table. And the category table, we will just simply do this like this. We import this category table from the server/db/schema, and we'll place in the values. The first one that I'm doing here is the description, then the subcategories, then the name. The reason why we're having subcategories with subcategories because of these are not exactly the same name. This has a capital letter C and this has a small letter C. This should actually have been a capital letter C, so that we'll just do it like this, and this would work. But you can go ahead and check and change yours. I'm not really going to bother about mine. This would work the way I want it to work. And if once this is successful, we'll redirect them back to the category page. If this isn't successful, I'm not actually accommodated for that because I'm not expecting this to fail. But let's take a look at this. And remember the magic combination Ctrl KS to save all unsaved files. So you make sure that you have everything saved. And mine is actually taking some pretty good while to save every file. So as you see, I have an option of one file unsaved here. Let's give this a second. I just wasn't pressing the combination properly. Okay, so let's go to the browser. It should be reloading. Yeah. And once this reloads completely, we'll take a look at this. But before we even move on, if we go to our categories page, the page itself that's going to be displaying the categories, we are not actually getting the categories from the database and displaying it. So let's do that now. That be the next thing we do. So I'll get rid of this part. We don't need this. And I'll also get rid of this as well. We don't need this. All we simply need is this. Very simple. So for the load functions, we can get locals, and then from locals, I can just get DB. And with DB, I can query the categories table and say find many. That means get me all the categories. Get me all the categories. And then I'll just return the categories to the page itself. As simple as that. And on the page, I can display that. First of all, I'll say let data. We're getting that from the props runs. And instead of having this as the body, I'll just have this. So I'll just change this here. So what we're doing simply is just iterating over the data.categories. So the data.categories as category, and then we are pasting all we need to do here, or rendering all we need to do here. So category.id will be for the ID, category.name will be for the name, category.length will be for the numbers of subcategories, and then the category.description will be for the description. And if there is no description, we'll just say no description. And the last action, which is going to be for the deleting category, because we have one action to be able to delete a category, we want to just do this, have this form action here. I'm also going to have to put a form action in on this page. So this is going to be a named form action. It's not going to be a default form action. And we'll have a method of post, and we just have one class of inline here. And we're going to be use enhance from SvelteKit. So that's going to be from $app/forms. So I'll just import this here. And when we import this here, all of this red line should disappear. We'll also import toast from Svelte Sonar as well. And what we're basically doing here is, the first thing we're doing here is just wait for the form to be updated. That way we are running await update. So we'll await this update right here. And remind you, right inside this use enhance, we are returning immediately. We are returning an asynchronous function. So we are not actually doing anything. First of all, we are just returning an asynchronous function. And once we do that, we have access to update and result. So once we've waited for the form to actually do all it needs to do and run, Then we would then check for the result type. If it was successful, we know and we send a successful toast. If it was an error or a failure, we know and we send an error toast. Now let's actually add the form action itself. And okay, I think one thing I'm missing here is that I'm sending the categories ID. That's important. That's how we know what category we want to delete. So I'll go to the first page, the server.cs file, and I'll add the categories or the delete categories action. So I'll just paste this here, and this is an everyday action, but this time it's named. So we have delete category as the name, and that's also the name that we give it here. But we will also first of all want to initialize auth. So we'll create auth from the DB and we'll get auth. And we have the form data is to be able to get the ID. And we just want to cause this to a number. So the ID would be a number. And we want to make sure that this user is an admin, right? So if it's not an admin, we'll send a field message with the status code of 41 saying that this was unauthorized. And if the ID does not exist or the ID is not a number or one of any, we will just send a fail saying invalid ID. And once all of those has been checked, we can just delete that particular category. So first thing I want to do is import the category table. Import that, and I'll import this equal function from Drizzle ORM. And what I'm going to do is just db delete category table where the category ID is equals to this ID that I'm getting from the form action. It's as simple as that. And then we'll return a message saying deleted category with all related products. So this has a on delete cascade rule. So if you delete this category, you delete all of the product that's related to it as well. So Ctrl KS to save all of this, and let's take a look at our browser to see if this will actually work. Let's wait for that to completely reload. I hope this works on first try. Let's see. So we use this is the last one used. We'll see phones. I don't know why I'm gonna have a description if I'm just gonna put that rubbish there. But phones, and then I'll have laptops. Yeah, and I'll click on add category. Let's see. And yeah, it actually works. And as you can see, we have this category added. And let's actually delete this category. So I'll click on delete. And that actually works. So that's very nice. Everything works on the category page. So that's great. Let's take a look at the product page. And you see that we have no product. If I click on create new product, I'll be on the add new product form. And here I have category and subcategory. So let's actually add a category so that we can actually be able to add a product. So it's going to be the same electronics. Yeah. So now I can actually add a product, but the product is empty currently. I mean, the product action is empty. We don't actually have any actions to add a product. So let's do that now. So I'll go to my products. Not yet, actually. And on the admin, so go to add product, and yeah. Let's move on to the server file because of this is where all the interesting things will be happening. And there are a couple of things that are going to be happening here, or quite a couple. So let's just paste that in, and then I'll explain what's going on here. The first thing I have here is a function called upload files. Now this is going to be handling uploading files to us to our Cloudflare R2 bucket. And what it's going to do is going to accept an array of files and the bucket instance, the R2 bucket instance. And we'll get a base timestamp by using date.now, and then we'll have an upload promise, which is just going to be an array of uploading. So we're going to use promise.all. All we want to do is just map through the files, and we'll try this. Yeah, and if this fails, we just throw an error from the catch block. So what we would first do is create a key. and we'll just create a key by simply using the base time stamp plus the index of the file, and then we'll use the file name and we'll replace every white space with empty space, so we don't want any space. And then we'll add the file to our R2 bucket by saying bucket.put. The first value will be the key, the second value will be the file itself. So we'll say key, which is this key, and then file, which will be this file here. And then we'll construct the URL. So we have two URLs here. We have our local development proxy URL and a production public URL. The local development proxy URL is going to be /API/R2/ this key, and the production public URL is going to be this URL that I got from my R2, and I would show you guys how you can get this as well. But if you don't have this, I'm not sure whether I had shown you guys how to create this yet. All you want to do is create an API folder, and in that API folder you're going to have an R2 folder again here, because we have R2 here, and in that R2 here we want to have a catch-all route to cache every file that is coming in, and here we'll have a server endpoint. It's going to be on get endpoints. Now I believe I might have shown you guys this, but let's just go through this again. It'll be a get endpoints, checking whether this is not development, because this should only work in development. If this environment is not development, we return a not found error, and aside from that, we'll get bucket from locals, which I don't think we're actually yet adding to locals. And then when we get that, we would get the file name from the params, and that's going to be params.file, because of that's what we are calling this dynamic route here, this dynamic getter route. That would be the file name that we're getting, or the key. You can go with any one file name or key, and we'll simply use bucket.get, and then we use that key or file name to get that file. And if object was equals to null, we'll send an error saying file not found, else we just return that file. So we'll say object.body, and then we set this headers here, and we can also check for errors. So in the cache block, if there's an error, I'm logging this to the console to make sure that I know what's going on, and I'm also returning a response saying internal server error and a status code of 500. So this is what is going on here. Let's actually take a look at this locals. I want to go to hooks. Alright, right here we have a comment saying R2 buckets, meaning this is where I was going to place the R2 bucket. So let me just do that here now. I'll paste this here. So what that is going to be is, we have the one for the DB, we'll have one for the bucket as well. So we have event.locals.db will be equals to DB. We now have event.locals.bucket will be equals to the platform, this platform.env.bucket. So let's go to our app.d.ts file. Make sure that is actually there. So currently it's not here. So let's add this here. The first thing you want to do is add it to the locals like this. So bucket will just be of type R2 bucket, and we also want to add it to the env as well. It's going to be all caps. There we have db in all caps. We'll have bucket in all caps as well. So bucket will be R2 buckets like this. Save that, and we can go back to our hooks page or hooks file, and this error should disappear very soon. And we'll save this as well, and go back to our server file, and see that red line has disappeared. Now we can go back to now we can go back to our plus page, that's server.ts file of the add product page. And again, this URL is going to be the one we're using for production, and I'll show you guys how you can get this once we are done explaining all the things that are going on this file. And after doing that, so this is going to be an array of promises. So as you can see, it's an array of promises. I've used promise.all to run these in parallel. So as parallel as it gets, actually. It's not going to be exactly parallel, but as parallel as it gets. And we'll just run all of that. So they will upload all of these files with one, I won't say with one execution, but let me just say we'll upload the files in parallel. And then for our load function is going to remain the same way, but this time we'll be getting the categories, because of we need to display the categories on on the form so that the user, when wants to add a product, can select a particular category, and then from selecting a category, it will be able to select subcategories of that category. And we'd also initialize the form as well. So we return the categories and the form. And on the action, we'll have just one action. That's going to be a default action. And what we are doing is getting locals, getting requests. So we'll get DB, we'll get bucket. And from the DB, we would create the auth. And from the auth, we can get the session. And then we can check whether this user exists or this user is admin. If both of that is false or any of that is false, we would redirect the user back to the home page, and we would initialize the form, check whether the form is invalid. If the form is invalid, we return fail 400 status, and we'll send the form. We always send the form when using super forms, and then we can just destructure all of the fields that we need. And the first thing I want to do here is upload the file. So I'll upload the file using this upload file function, and then I'll get the upload results, and then I would create a slug for this product right here. So this is very simple. I'm just getting the name, which is name from this field. I'll make sure that I make all of that lowercase, and then I'll replace every instance of space with a dash, and then I'll have plus this dash again, and I'll have nano id create a unique string of 5 characters, and then I will have try and cache block. And this try and cache block is the cache block is basically not even used because I'm just logging something to the console. But what it's doing is going to insert into the product table these values, and the cache block is simply just logging something out. And after all of that, we'll redirect the user back to the product page. And this is having an error here. So let's take a look at this and see what's going on. All right. So what is happening is that this is images, but on the database level, the schema, we call this image, which is wrong because we have multiple images, but I'm not willing to start changing it and updating the schema and doing DB push and all that stuff. So we can just remove the S from this, and this would be this would be image, like so. But it's going to be an array of um key and I believe strings, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, file URL and the key, and that's it. That's basically it. I'll save this, and what is left for me to do is to actually update this form itself. First thing I want to do here is to add the action. In my case, it's going to be just this page slash admin slash product slash add. Or you can just do add here. Both of them works. You can do add here, so this is the direct page. So I'll save this. You also want to add use enhance. Like this. Next thing is for me to create a function that will be able to undo getting the subcategories based on the category selected. So I'll paste this function here, and we'll call this get subcategories. What we'll just be asking for would be the ID, and then from the ID we can just search from the categories array for that particular category, and then we get the subcategories and return it. As simple as that. So now we're going to update the category select and the subcategory select. So right now they are just inputs, which is wrong. I'm going to select the div covering the category and the subcategory, and I'll paste this here, which is going to be an updated version of it. So let's explain what's going on here. Save this file to format properly, and for the category, what we are doing is basically now we are using a select instead of a input. So we just have the normal stuff. We're passing props here. We're binding the value to the category on form data, and we have an unchanged handler here that is just going to update the form data. So when things happen, when you change it, like you select a new category, the subcategory will become an empty array. So when we select any category, we want to empty the list of subcategories that were selected from the past. You might have selected a different category, and you will have selected subcategories that are based on that category. Now that you've selected a new category, you don't want to still have those subcategories selected, because now errors have come into place. It's no more related to that category. So you want to clear that away. And that's how basic this is how we are basically doing this. In super forms, there are multiple ways of doing things like this, but in our own use case, it's quite easy. We just do this on this event right here. And here we are just looking through the category. So data does categories as category, and we are pointing out the options. The value will be the ID, and what would be displaying will be the category name. And for the subcategory, it's going to be using this get categories function that I created above. So again, it's going to be very similar to the way we did the select, but we'll be using the get categories. Since this get categories returns to us an array, we can just iterate this get subcategories function. We're passing the category, and this category is going to be the ID of the category because of that's the value category.id, and we'll basically just loop through it. As simple as that. And that's basically the whole thing. Let's save this. Ctrl K S to save all unsaved files. And let's try this out. Click on create new product or add product. I'll go with create new product. It's going to take you to the same page. And here you'd see that I can open my select and I will see the categories we have. I have only one category now, which is electronics, and I can click here, and if I click on my subcategories, I would see the subcategories for that category. So I see phones and I see computers, and I can set any of those ones. I can add a name, I can add a description, a price, the number in stock, and I can also choose files. Now, the only thing that would not work in this place is the files, because of yes, we'll set up R2 and other stuff, but we've not really created the R2 buckets. Locally, it will work, but in the production, when we've actually deployed our app to Cloudflare Workers, it won't work because we've not set up R2. So let's do that now. This is the R2's doc, and on the Workers API, use R2 from Workers page. And this is just a simple instruction on how to actually get it to use it on your Cloudflare Workers application. We can create a bucket by running this Wrangler command, and we can just get the bindings and all that stuff. I'm just going to copy this command, and before we do that, let me go back to my dashboard, my Cloudflare dashboard. Login. I just want to come to this R2 page to see the amount or number of previous buckets that I have. I have 1, 2, 3, 5. So I have 5 previous buckets. So since I've copied this, I'm just going to run this on the terminal now. I'll create a new terminal. And the hardest part, which is actually coming up with a smart name for this, I'll call this, depending on the name I give it here, or use it. Let me go to my app.d.ts. It's actually not depending. So this would be for our binding, right? This would be for our binding. Right, so what should we go with? Let's go with SvelteKit e-commerce. So SvelteKit e-commerce, and we'll create this. I think that minus might not be valid, but let's see. That dash. It worked perfectly. Alright, so we see this creating buckets, and then it created a bucket and it spat out the binding that we can just copy and paste. So I'll copy this. I'll go to my Wrangler.toml file, and I'll paste this right after my D1 binding. So the binding is very important. We leave this like this. The one that's actually important, we leave like that, is the bucket name. So SvelteKit dash e-commerce. This is important to be left like this, but the binding, we can actually rename this to anything we want. Since in our app.d.ts file, we are using buckets, that is the same thing we'd use here as well. So change this to bucket like this. And we'll save this, and if I check my browser, you will see that we have one extra bucket here. Let me just refresh this page. Let's check at the bottom real quick. You'll see that we have SvelteKit -e-commerce, which was one we just created right now. And the objects missing, the size also missing because of it's basically empty. So let's click on here. And we need to change some things in the settings because of, by default, our bucket is going to be private, meaning that a URL is not, a public URL is not accessible. If you look up here, you see public URL access, it says not allowed. And one thing about R2 buckets is that they are accessible with the S3 API, that's Amazon S3. So they are S3 compatible. So that's why you have the S3 API URL right here. But we are not bothered about that. We'll be using the Workers API. The only thing that concerns us on the settings page here is to go down here that it says r2.dev subdomain, and all you want to click on is allow access. So click right here and you have to make sure that you are sure about this. Allow, and we'll allow that, and like that. Give that 1 second and it has been allowed. Now we have our public r2.dev bucket URL. You want to copy this, or you can just click on copy here. Go back to your editor, and now we want to go back to that file where we had the upload function. We should have actually stored that in an environment variable, which will be way better. So you guys can go ahead and do that. I think that'll be way better, but I'm just going to edit it directly because of laziness, basically. So that's going to be on the product add file right here, where I have my production public URL. I'll change this to what I just copied, but this will be better placed in an environment variable, as I said. I'll save that, and that should be all that I need to do. Now let's try to add a product and try images as well. I'll go back to the product add page. It's reloading the page. Let's just wait for that to reload completely and we'll try it out. Alright, let's give this a shot. I'll call this iPhone. Description, we'll just go with anything. So this is an iPhone. The price, we'll go with 1000. Stock, we'll go with 10. Categories, we'll go with electronics. Nope. Categories, we'll go with electronics. Subcategories, we'll go with phones. Choose files, and we'll choose this iPhone 15 image here. And I will open this, which you see preview of that. Nice. And I'll click on add product. So let's see what happens now. Are you kidding me? Okay, let's see. Let's try this again. Add product. Nothing happens. All right. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's see what's happening. So this is gonna be on the file level. Right? I'm thinking the format something missing, but I believe I set everything straight. Yeah. So we have the action, user enhance, method post, and we have the multi-part form data added as well. So what on earth could actually be wrong? Okay, let's try that one more time and take a look at the terminal for any errors that might occur. I'll click on add product, and nothing is printed to the terminal. You know what? Let's log something the second we actually run this. So make sure that this action is actually running. I run, save this. I'll check this in the browser. I just fill the form over again. So let's click on add products, see what happens on the terminal. And yeah, straight up we have a internal server error concerning mini flare. Let's see. Yeah, fail to get session, blah blah blah. Doesn't actually make any sense. The error is coming from beta out. So Let's refresh this whole thing over again. It just seems so off. Well, we'll get to the bottom of it, no problem. So I believe I know where the error is coming from, if I'm not wrong. Because it didn't even log out this. This should be the first thing that runs, but it didn't log this out. So I believe I know where the error is coming from. So let's just refresh the browser and try it one more time. Alright, it's kind of nice that this is actually happening because I get to show you guys one cool feature of SvelteKit Superforms. So since I believe that this error is possibly coming from the form level, I can just use this component called Super Debug from Superforms. And I can import this right here from SvelteKit Superforms. And it's just going to import here Super Debug. And what I can do is just for data, I'll pass in from data this one that I extracted from here. And since the store, I have the $sign in front of it. I'll save this. I'll go back to my product form, and now I can see these things in real time as I actually make them. So I can go to price, call this 1000, the stock, go to 10, category electronics, subcategories phone, and I'll see that all of this has been filled the way I want it to be filled. So what is supposed to be a number is a number, and what is supposed to be a string is a string. And I'll choose the files. I'll just choose one file, which is iPhone 15, and we have that file here as well. So everything is actually adding up, right? Everything adds up. So now I know that the issue is not from the, oh, I might be wrong, but I don't think the issue is from the, wait. Let's see first. So okay. This is a very funny bug, to be honest with you. But you know what I'm going to do? I'll pause the video now and I would go on and fix this bug. And then when I'm done with it, I will come back on and I'll let you guys know what happened and how to actually fix it. So I finally found the error, and you guys won't believe this, but a lot of that issue that we were getting was simply from the fact that we did not add to the button a type of submit. Now this is actually what will tell the form that this button should be one to trigger the form action. And by default, I think this is how it's supposed to be, but Chassis and Svelte actually changes this. If you notice right here, now type is equals to button and not submit. So that's why by default it's a type of button. And if you want to use a button or a Chassis and Svelte button in a form, you have to explicitly state that you want it to be a type of submit. You need to be explicit about that. That was basically the whole thing. I actually spent like 20 minutes going about looking for the error and I couldn't find it. And yeah, I finally found that. But let's try this one more time. And before we actually try this, just because of R2 and I'm not sure whether Miniflare has initialized it. So if I look at my V3 right here, my version 3 state, you see that I have D1, which is good. I have R2. So it won't work with Miniflare in local development if you don't have this right here. So just one thing that we can do is to guarantee that we have that is to just reset and start it over again. Now I am not sure whether this is actually guaranteed, but let's just see. This thing is very funny. Sometimes it comes up, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know exactly what are the things it needs to make sure that it comes up. So you saw the issue we had with the D1 before it came out, and for the R2 it just came right now. So once we cut our dev server and restarted it, we got the R2 right there. So that's what we want, and you should do that as well. So you make sure you get R2 there. That's going to work for local development. And we'll wait for the page to reload. Then we'll try this once more to add a new product. Let's do this one more time. The name and the description, the price, 1000, the stock 10, category, electronics, subcategory, phone, choose files. We'll just choose this iPhone image and let's see this. Okay. JL folks, add products. And it worked. It actually worked. Right now we are not displaying the product. That's why we don't see anything on this page. But I believe that worked. If it navigated us back to the product page, then it worked. So let's actually take care of the product page. So if I check my R2, you see that new things have been created in this file. So you see we have this blob folder as well. So that's nice to know. I'm going to just go back to my ad. Yeah, we don't need to be on this page. What we need is to come to the products page itself and go to the plus page just for the CS file. Yeah, and we just want to replace this load function with what will actually get the products for us. And this is not going to be as simple as just querying all of the products on the database. But it's going to be simple, but not just that simple, because we also need to be able to search for products. So we need to account for that as well. So I'll just get rid of this and I'll paste this right in here. So just pretend like you don't see all these red lines here. But this is the important part. The first thing we're doing here is getting this variable called term, and term is going to be a search params on the URL, and it's going to be called term as well. And we'll just simply query the product table, and we'll beat the category because we want to get the category as well. I want to order by descending order based on when the product was created at, and we also want to search based on this term. So we search not just the name, but also the description as well. And we're using like and also or, meaning if it appears here or it appears here, it appears on the name or the description, we want to display it. And we're using the term, this term here, to search it. And we are having this, what do you call it, percentage marks on the front and the back of the term to make it a wildcard, meaning that it can search not just from the front, not just from the back, but from at any point. And it's also going to be case insensitive. I know that when you are doing case insensitive, you want to use I like, but Sqlite you can't use I like. But if you use like, it's and with these percentage signs, it's going to be case insensitive. So either capital letter or small letter is still going to work. And we're just going to want to return the product here. So if I go back to my plus page Svelte file, I can just get the product. Say let data will be equal to the props run. And we don't need this show product variable anymore. I'll just replace this whole thing with this. It's going to be the same thing, but with some few differences. So you're having that show product variable, we'll be using the product dot length, whether it's greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, then we know that there are products. If it's not greater than 0, we know that there is no product. Then we want to just show this no products alert. It's not an alert, just a fallback. All right. And we have this input, and this input here is going to be, we'll be able to search the products, right? So we're going to hook this term up to our SvelteKit search params components, but we've not done that yet. We'll do that very soon. And we are just simply looping over the products. So these images should be image. Remember, we spelled it badly. We didn't use the plural form, but just if you use the plural form, then go ahead and use the plural form. But I didn't, and I don't want to change it, so it's going to be image. And we want to import format currency because we want to format the price, and we'll have one action, which is to be able to delete the product, and we'll get enhanced from SvelteKit. And we'll also have this. I know I've shown you guys this before, but I'll just explain it once more. Immediately we are returning a signals function, then we are waiting for the form to be updated. Once it's updated, we will check whether it was successful, then we'll use a successful toast. So let me import toast. If it was not successful, if it was a failure, we'll use an error toast. That's simply what we are doing here. So let's take care of this input. So it's going to be as simple as just getting query params here, and we'll call that term because of that's the search params we want to use, and we'll just import this from SvelteKit search params like this. So I'll save this. Let's take a look at this on the browser. Now I'm right on my browser, and as you can see, we have that product that we just created right here. So we have name iPhone, categories electronics, subcategories phone, price. This is the price, the number of stocks, we have this, and for the action we have this delete, and for the search product, if you try to search something that doesn't exist here, like let's say a TV, this should bring no products, so that does not exist. And when I clear that search, we get the products back. And for the delete action, we actually have not done that yet. So what you want to do is go back to your plus page, just the TS file, and we'll create a delete form action right here. I'll just paste it here again and explain what's going on. It's a form action, and we are calling it delete product. So it is a named action, and we are destructuring a couple of things from here. We are destructuring locals, and from locals we are destructuring DB and brackets. Sorry, I said brackets and bucket, and we're also destructuring request from the events as well. We are getting form data, and from form data we're able to get the ID, and the ID is because of we need to be able to identify the product that we want to delete. So if we go back to the page, you would see that right here we have an empty or an hidden input that has the value of the product ID. After we're doing that, we'll just check need to get the delete logic. So this is the delete logic here. We have db.delete product table. Make sure you import this, where this product table ID is the same as this ID. Then we want to return and get it. So to get that exact product, once we've deleted it, we need to do .returning.get. And if this failed, like we didn't get this, nothing returned. You know what? This is actually wrong. When you delete a product, I don't think you actually I don't think you can actually return anything. Let's see if this actually has anything here. Okay, so maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. But what I'm doing here is, if something is returned, then I know that yes, it successfully deleted it. But if nothing is returned, then that means it didn't delete it, and there was something that went wrong, and I'm showing this error, right? But we'll check this out if it doesn't work. But once I've gotten that response, the reason why I want to get that response is so that I can delete the images as well. Because of doing this, we just delete data from the database. We won't necessarily delete the data or the images from the bucket. We need to be able to delete the images from the bucket, unless we just have all these files that are not linked to any product. So I'll just do res.images. Now it should be image.map. And what I'm doing here is I want to get keys, and I want to place all these keys in an array. So an array of keys. So that's basically why I'm using map. So I'll have all the keys in an array, and then I'll just pass that array into bucket.delete. So doing this, R2 knows what to do. He knows that it's going to delete all of the keys in that array. If you just passed one string, we'll delete that one key. But if you passed an array of keys, we'll delete everything. Until we've successfully done that, we'll have message products successfully deleted. And if there was an error, we'll have this message saying failed to delete products, please try again. And you know what? This would actually return something. So I was wrong to think that in the first place. It just got me confused that why would I delete something and then return it? And I was the one that wrote this code, so I don't know what I'm saying. So I would save this, and this should actually work properly. Let's take this for a spin and go back to my browser. Make sure that I save that file. It's refreshing right now. Wait for that to completely refresh, and we'll try out the delete button. Okay, let's take this for a spin. I'll click on delete, and let's see what happens. And it product successfully deleted. It worked. All right, so that's very nice to know. Let's add a couple of products actually. You know, let's just add two. I don't think I'm going to add a couple of products. We'll add this iPhone back. Category electronics, subcategories, phone, use files, iPhone, and I will just add up the port as well. So I'll add this, and then I'll add the port. But for the port, we don't have the category yet. So I'm going to go to the categories and add new category. I'll call this kitchen utensils. I'll forget about the description. Subcategories, I'll go pots. So that's the only subcategory I need right now. I'll click on add category, and that has been added. So I'll go to my products, and I'll click add product, and I'll call this pots, and say this. You know what? I'll probably, this is a pot, and I'll copy this over and over again because of God's sake, I don't think I can. spaces a couple of times. That's rough, I know, but what else can we do? I'm not going to write a long ass description for something that's not even real. So the script for the stock, I'll go with 50 for this. Let's go with 5 so that we can actually do some logic there. I'll go with kitchen utensils, subcategories, I'll go with pots and choose files. This time I'll choose multiple files. So I'll choose, I'll choose 4 of these. I'll open and I'll add products. Now we have this pots and this phone. Now we have 2 categories and we have 2 products. Let's undo the user or users. Now this is being hard coded. Let's go to our users page on the admin dashboard. It's going to be here. And in our load function, we should be querying for the users right here. So what I'll do is just have this very simple. And I'll do structural locals from here. And from locals, I'll get db. And with db, I can do db.query.user.find many, and I'll order it in descending order. And I'll return users like this. Very simple and straightforward. I save this. The red line should disappear very soon. And I'll come to the plus page, the Svelte file, and I'll replace this with an iteration of the users array. Alright, so I'll just highlight this and replace it. Okay, so we don't need this comment here. And we need to import one thing, which is the drop down. So I'll do cni drop down menu. And once we import that, we also want to get data. That's gonna be let data will make equals to $, the props runs. Alright, now we have data users and we're iterating over that. And the chevron down icon, we want to get that as well. So we import that from Lucy's Svelte. In the auth clients, because for the actions I want to take, we want to be able to ban a user and unban a user. I'm using the drop down for that. And we need the auth clients to be able to give us those methods. So we'll have .admin.unban user and .admin.ban user. So what I'm doing is I'm checking whether the user is banned. If the user is banned, then I want to have the unban drop down menu item. If he is unbanned, then I want to have the ban. Simple as that. I also want to import the toast, and I'll import invalidate all as well. I'll import that. Alright. So I'll save this file and I'll take a look at this. Currently, I won't be able to ban this user. So this user is me and I'm an admin, and an admin cannot ban an admin. That's how it is. But I'll just make sure that it actually displays what I want it to display, which is Lawal, my email, my role admin, my status active, my join date. It's pretty long. We can actually format this to be way shorter. And then you can see total spent. I'm seeing $100 here, which is kind of, I don't think that's correct. But for the actions, we'd see ban user. And if I ban this user, if I was able to ban this user, I would see unban user. So let's see what happens if I click on this ban user. We have an error saying you cannot ban yourself, which is correct. Okay, so I'll go back to my page, and you see that the reason why we're seeing the $100 is because of I'm pretty much hard coding this. So let's just ignore this for now. We'll come back to this. Save everything, and right now you see that we are pretty much done with the whole admin, right? Overview has been hooked up, products has been hooked up, users has been hooked up, orders has been hooked up, categories as well has been hooked up. So let's move back to the storefront and let's undo the product page. Let's go on and see how we can undo the search page and then the product page, and then move on to checkout and the rest. The first thing I want to do is hook this search bar up with the URL. So when we search something here and hit enter or click the search button, we go to the search page and we're actually using that term that will be placed in here to search the products table. So I would come here. This is the search bar, if you remember, the search bar component. And in this form, I'll just have a or an unsubmit handler right here. That's going to firstly prevent default, and then second would just navigate them to the search page and have this term search params with the value. And what is the value? We don't have the value yet, so let's hook up the value. First of all, we'll place in the state. Let value is equals to state runs. This will be an empty string, and we'll just bind that to this input here. So you bind value like this, and we'll save this. Now let's actually try this now in the browser. So I'll search for iPhone. I'll click on enter, and that's okay. That took me straight to the page, but navigated me back, and that was because of it. This stuff was reloading. Let's try this again. iPhone, and that's not spare iPhone, but we got the gist. So now we are on this page, and we have the search or the term here that we can actually use to search for these products. Alright, so what is left for us to do is to come to this page and look this up as well. So back to our editor, we'll go to the search page. Alright, it's going to be in storefront and search right here. What we want to focus on will be the server file, and on server file we'll have a very simple load function. So I'll replace this with the load functions that I want here, and I'll get rid of this type above right here. So this is actually very simple. Might look complicated, but it's very simple what's going on here. First of all, we're getting the term from the search param. So remember, we send the term we want to search on to the search param, and the name is term. So that's how we used to get the value, and we get term. It's a string. And then because of we can filter based on category and subcategory, we want to just get those. So for category, it can be one category, but for the subcategories, there can be multiple subcategories. So there's going to be URL.search params.get subcategories, and category ID is going to be URL.search param.get category ID. Because I want to cause this into a number, it's going to be as unknown and then as number. And then I'll have this array of string called subcategories. Then I'll check if we actually have subcategories in the subcategory param. We have any subcategory param in the URL. If we do have that, then I'll just pass this using json.pass, and I would assign it to subcategories. And if there was an error, I'll just log an error. Simple as that. And to make sure that the subcategories is valid, I will use subcategories.filter, and we are simply checking whether the subcategory, when trimmed, meaning white space on the front and the ending, is non-existent. So we want to remove the white space. So when the subcategory is trimmed, it is not equals to empty space, because of if it's an empty string, then that is not a valid subcategory. That's just some kind of leftover residue in the URL, and we don't want to pass that and use that to filter against our product unless that would cause errors. So we now get these valid subcategories. This would be actually subcategories that have a value there, not just empty strings. And when we get that, we'll run this get product function that will create inside our queries file, but we've not created that yet. But we'll pass the term, we'll pass the DB, we'll pass the category ID, and we'll pass subcategories as well. And then we'll be able to get the product and the categories, and we'll be able to pass that back into the page. So let's create this get categories function. We've not done that yet. Let's do that now. You will want to go to your server file. That's where we're going to create the queries file. So we'll go to server, and right inside server as a symboling to DB, we'll have another file called queries.ts. Yeah, I'll paste this in here, and this is going to be the get product function. All it's doing is going to be taking as arguments DB, term, category ID, and subcategories. And the DB is going to be database D1 Drizzle D1 database, and type of schema to be able to get the full typings. And then we'll have term as string, the category ID as number, and the subcategories as an array of strings. Then we'll simply query the products database or the products table with the category in there, and we order in descending order based on when it was created at. And we have this where a lot of the fun stuff is happening. So we are basically using this and to make sure that every single one of these pass. So we use and then the only one we want to make sure that one of which could fail is we're using the or right here, the or filter. Saying like for checking searching based on the name or searching based on the description. You've probably seen this logic before. I've done this previously, so I'm not going to explain too much. And as for the category ID, we are checking whether we do have a category ID. If we have a category ID, we want to run the equals to, maybe it's going to be equals to this category ID. So we only want products that are in this category. Else, if you don't have a category ID, it will be undefined. So we won't just pass anything here. And we'll do the same thing for the subcategories. But for the subcategories, since we have an array of subcategories, we're going to be using the in array filter to get that. That's very simple. And we want to differentiate these categories from the product. So we use a way of creating an array from this product. So we use array.from, and then we use new map, and in here we'll pass in the product, the map. And the reason why we're doing this is because we don't want duplicates. We just want unique value. So if you have 3 of the same categories, because of we can have different products from the same categories, we just want one of that. So we now use products.map, the items, then we'll get the category ID and the items category itself. So this category is going to be an array of categories. Simple as that. And return that. So make sure that you guys get this correctly. Make sure that there's no mistakes in here. So I'll save this. And now if I go back to my plus page.server.cs file, I'm not expecting these errors, but let me remove this first off and then import this again. Now the errors should disappear. Now that I'm actually getting this and I'm able to return this into the page, I can now render the products that are actually in this page and not just dummy data. I would now replace this with what needs to be here. The UI is going to be the same. The only difference is going to be the logic that would be added here. So get rid of this and paste this here. What we are doing now is we are getting data from the props, and we are getting term using query params, getting the value of term, and we're calling that term as well. And we're having this if block to check that it's only when we have a term that will actually show this text showing search for so whatever the term was. So if you don't have a term, if you're not searching for anything, we won't see this text. And we simply have every other thing the same way, but now instead of using that is product or what we were using in the past, we are using the data directly. So I say if data, then if there is data, we'll now check if the product length is greater than 0. That's how we know whether we have a product or not. And for the product card, we have all the props that we are passing that we've not actually created in the product card itself. But we are passing the name, passing the preview image, the description, the price, and the slug. So now let's go to the product card and actually add this product card right here. So now let's add all the props that we actually need. It's going to be very simple. We add the prop and then we'll replace them where their values are supposed to be. So simple as this. To add props is very easy. Use the props run and you just add your props there. But in our case, we're going to be adding types. So I'll use this interface and I'll pass it right here. And I don't need this console log here. And for the slug, I'll pass the slug in here for the href. This how we'll be able to identify this product. And the description we use at HTML, because this description could in the future not be just text. You understand? So to render that properly, we use at HTML, and the name will pass the name directly to this h4. The price will pass it here, and the image would pass it here, right here. Once you're done with that, save the file and move back to the search page, and we'll just change this to image. Now this is for my case. If you remember my case, I'm using image singular, and we also want to go to the search bar and also hook this search bar up to the URL to use the term so that we can search from the search page itself directly. I'll paste this here and it's going to look very similar to the ones we've done previously, but this time I'll add some few options so that you will know that you can actually do a few more flexible things with SvelteKit search params. And here, as you can see, we are going to be using terms as always, and we are going to be using ssp.string, and this is simply encoding and decoding it. Simple utility function right here that's going to help us that, and we'll have options here. Now we have the bounce history of 500 milliseconds and a push history of false. This one is telling it not to actually push this to the browser history, and this is telling query params that you should actually just bounce this. It should be a throttle some kind of 500 milliseconds. So we are not searching or querying our database on every keystroke. We are querying the database after every 500 milliseconds, which is actually not as good as a normal throttle or a normal debounce, but does a good job in our scenario. And we'll just hook this up by saying bind value to this input. And I'll Control K to save all the unsaved files. I'll take a look at this on the browser. And there's a nice chance that we'll have a bug, but let's see. So right now, whatever this is not in our database. So let's get rid of this. And here you see, we see the products, we see pods, and we see iPhone, and we see for our categories, we see electronics and we see phone. We don't really see pods. So we'll take a look at that very soon. But if I search for pods, I will see only pods, and if I search for IP, I will see okay. There's a space, that's why. So I see I for iPhone, and I see ports as well when I search I, because of I is in the description. If I search for this is an iPhone, this is an iPhone, we'll see that I would see the iPhone because of that is basically the description. So that's nice. When we click on the product card, we should be taken to the product page, and in our own case, we don't see the information about that product that we just clicked on, and that's because we've not hooked up this page yet. So let's do that. Simply go to the product. Okay, that's going to be a product, then under slugs, we'll go here. Where we want to go first is the server file, so we want to update the server file. First off, let's import all of the things we need. Then let's set up our load function and the structure all that we need from the load function. After that, I'll get the slug from the params. After getting the slug, I'll use the slug to actually search for this particular product, since that slug is unique. So simple find first using the where. And after that, I would check whether that product doesn't exist, because that product could have been deleted or the slug could be wrong. And if the slug is incorrect or invalid or does not exist in the database, we'll just throw an error. And after that, if this product is actually real, we'll return the product to the page. So before going to the page and hooking it up as well, let's just set up the action that we need for this page. We need one form action on this page. So let's set up the action. To start off the action with export cons action, as you all know, and this action is going to be called add to order. This is going to be for that button, that big button on the product page that we can add a product to order. And with basically the structure we need, with the structure locals, from locals with the structure DB, and we also get requests and params as well. The first thing I'll do is get the slug the same way I got the slug here. And yeah, I will initialize auth. We always initialized auth. I'll get form right here. Usually I usually call this data, but in this case I'll call this form. And with the form, I'll be able to get the quantity, because we'll be sending the quantity as form data. And after doing that, I'll get session. And with session, I'll check whether the user is logged in or not. And if the user is not logged in, I'll have a 401 error saying you need to be logged in first. And this error is actually very important with the status code. We'll use that to actually show the user a certain type of error with an action. So the user can see that error, and that error will be prompt them to take an action like login. And after that, I'll get the user ID from session.user.id, and then I would get that product itself. And there are reasons why I want to get that product first before I add it to this user's order. But first, I get our product itself. And after getting that product, I will check if that product exists. If the product does not exist, I'll try an error saying for product not found. And I'll check whether that user that I just got user ID, if it has an existing cart already. So the user can have products that have been added to his cart. So he might have a cart that exists. That's the first thing I want to check. So I want to get if this user's cart exists first. And if no cart exists, I'm going to create one. So if there's no cart, I'll just create a new cart. And after doing that, I want to check whether product was already in the user's cart. So if the user did have a cart, the cart could be empty. So I want to check whether there was any product in the user's cart. And I want you guys to just take snapshots of this and make sure you get this in the code. I might not be explaining them line for line, but at this point of the tutorial, I expect most people to have understood Drizzle's syntax and know what we are doing with the where and equals to and columns and all these things that we have here. So after doing that, after checking whether this whether our product exists in the user's cart or not, I will get this already in cart variable by just checking whether there's quantity. So existing cart item dot quantity. If there is basically 0, that there's nothing in the user's cart, then I know that it's not already in the cart. And available in stock, I'll check whether it's available in stock. And the way I will do this is it's very simple. If the user, like, okay, let's give the scenario that we have 10 products in stock, right? We have 10 products in stock, and this user has added 9 already to his cart, right? We don't want this user to be able to add more than 10. So available stock is going to check whether the product stock, so product dot stock minus already in cart. So we'll get the number of the ones that are available in stock right now. So it's not going to be based on the hard coded value in the database or the one being done by the admin. It's going to be dynamic based on the one on the admin level and the one on the user's level, the one the user is adding. So that's how we're getting this product from this cart. We're getting the quantity, and then we're going to use that quantity to check whether it's already in cart and whether it's available, the numbers that is available in stock, dynamic value that's available in stock based on what is actually in stock and what is in the user's cart. So we'll just use math.min to get the minimum value between the two of them, whether quantity or available in stock. So that's how we know quantity to add. And I'll say why we need quantity to add. And now for this if block, we'll check whether quantity to add is equals to 0, right? So if the quantity to add is equals to 0, we'd send a field message saying, sorry, product name isn't available anymore, meaning the user has placed in pretty much everything that is in stock. And after doing all that check, we'll do this little thing right here, which is basically us inserting to the cart table this product. So we'll say cart ID is this cart ID, the product ID is the product ID, the price at time of addition, this was the price as when we added it, is this product price, and the quantity is the quantity to add. Again, it's not just quantity that we are getting from the users directly, it's the quantity to add. And then on conflicts do update, something we can do with Drizzle to resolve conflicts. And we're going to be targeting the cart items table, cart ID, and the product ID. Basically, what we're going to be doing is adding the quantity to the quantity to add, and the price at time of update should be the product, the price. So this is again is updating it. So if this cart item or this cart item already exists in this table, instead of inserting it, we'll just update the quantity and the price at time of addition. And after that, we want to get a message. So the message will also be dynamic based on what is happening right now. So if the quantity to add is greater than the quantity, we'd have this message saying only, for example, 5 of black shares could be added to your cart due to the stock limitations. Else, if this is quantity is actually greater than the quantity to add, would say quantity to add maybe like 3 black shares added to cart. So that is what we're going to do, and we'll just return the message like this. I know all of this might seem a bit complicated or confusing, but we are basically checking for a bunch of scenarios here to make sure that we get the exact things that we need. So this is a pretty simple logic when it comes to e-commerce, but to a normal programmer it might seem a bit complicated because a lot of things that are happening here. We're basically trying to just add to order and we're doing all of this, but this is very standard stuff. So after doing all of this, what we want to do now is to come to plus page the Svelte and actually hook this one up to all those things that we've done. So I'll just paste in what I need to be here, paste that in, and let's go through this line by line. Now from the props, we're getting data, and this time we're getting form as well. All right, so getting data is a normal standard thing, but this time we're getting form, but we don't actually need the form. The reason why I got the form is because through the form we can display the messages, but we can also display the messages directly using enhance. So it's really up to you. I'm not going to use the form, right? So I want to have a quantity rune, so quantity state. By default it will be 1, and then I want to have a price, and the price will be based on the number of quantity we have. So the data.price times the quantity that we've added, and then I also want to have a loading state. Okay. I'm getting rid of this comment. And what I'm going to do on this carousel is to just iterate over the images, but in our case it's going to be image because of my terrible database naming. So it's going to be data.product.image as image, and then we'll just iterate over it and place in the, for the src, that is the source, we'll place in image.file URL, and for the alt we'll place in image.key. The styles all stay the same, right? For the description we can do at HTML here as well, but we can just ignore that and place that in there. And the good part comes here where we have the add to cart button, add to order button right here. So it's a pretty long one, but let's take a look at this. So we have this add to order form action. So the action is pointing to add to order, which was the action we created previously. The method is post, and use enhance. Again, we are immediately returning an asynchronous function, getting updates and getting results. When we immediately return this, we'll set loading to true, and then we would have await update. So loading will be true first, and then we'll now await it to do all of its logic, and then we'll set the quantity to 1 again, because of at that point they should have done whatever they want to do, and then we'll reset the quantity back to 1, and then we'll set loading to false, and then we'll check for the type whether it was a success. If it was success, we want to use a toast.success, and if there was a failure or there was an error, we'd use toast.error. But we also want to check this time whether that status code was 401, because if it was 401, it means this user was unauthorized, and we don't just want to give them an error saying that you were unauthorized. We want to give them an error and also an action to take. So in our case, we want to use action. So tools, they usually have this option, or Svelte has this option where we can have actions, and we can give it a label which is login, and an action which is on click. We want login state to be set to true. So this will open the login modal, and we have this toast error. That's if it was just a normal error or an error that wasn't 401 status. And in here would pass in the quantity as an input and set it to hidden, and every other thing is the same, but this time we're having the buttons for the minus we have disabled if the quantity is less than or equals to 1, and an on-click event handler to subtract or decrement from the quantity every time you click on it. And we have the speed that's showing the quantity, and the button for the addition is very similar to the button for the subtraction, but this disabled is just going to be disabled if the product stock is falsy. Let me see that. And we'll have this button itself, which is actually showing the add to order button itself. If loading, if that loading state is true, we'll have this loading spinner icon here. Else we want to have this add to order span, and we'll just have this price always showing down here, and we'll have the SKU showing right here, and we'll have this if block and if and else block, checking whether we have something in stock. If we have something in stock, we show this. If you don't have anything in stock, we show out of stock. And then we'll have this remaining tag right here. So I can control KS to save all of this. And that was very interesting. But let's take a look at that now. So in here, you see the phone right here. You see the little description we have, and we see the add to order right here. So if I click on 5 and I click add to order, it reloads, tells me 5 iPhones added to cart. And if I check here, I shouldn't even see anything here because we've not hooked this up. But you see that this appears because of we've added something to our carts. Let's add more than what we have, because currently we have, I believe, 10 iPhones, and I've added 5 already. I want to add an extra 10, which should make it 15, but we don't have that much. We have just 10. So what it will do, since we've added those logic onto the add to order action, it will take just 5. So that's, we only have 5. So we'll take 5, add it, and let you know that, hey, you wanted 10, but we can only add 5 for you because that's what we have. So I click on this, add to order, and you see only 5 of iPhone could be added to your cart due to stock limitations. So that's basically the functionality I was going for when I was adding all of those logic right there. So it's good to see that we can actually get that done. And if I go back, let's see, I just search, or I search for iPhone. Okay, this iPhone always has a space on it. I don't know why I added a space, but I click right here. Sorry, iPhone isn't available. And the reason for that is because of we've added all of the iPhones to our cart, all of the ones in stock actually to our cart. What I want to do next is take care of the categories options right here on the left hand side. Right now, all of this is just hard coded static. I want to get it from the load function and display it here, and also add the functionality that when we click on these things, we are able to filter based on what was selected. All right, so go to your editor and you want to go to your filters component. So this component right here, we have quite a few changes here, so I'm just going to get rid of this and replace this with what we actually need. Now the UI remains the same, just now it has the functionalities added. Let's start from the top and explain what's going on here. I'm getting the categories as a prop, so that's the first thing you should know. So for the filters, we'll need to pass in the categories as a prop, and I'm having this category ID as a search param. So I'm using SvelteKit search params for that. I'm saying that this should be a number, and I'm also having this subcategory search params, which is an array of strings that I'm doing ssp.array, and then by default I have just one string, empty string right there, and I'm saying it should default of false. That option should default to false, and I have 2 functions here: one to toggle the subcategory, toggle it, and the second one to check whether the subcategory is selected, so the is subcategory selected function. For the toggle subcategory, I'll get the subcategory, and I'm basically, because of selected subcategory is, in the end of the day, it's just a Svelte store. I use the .update method, and I'll check whether it's included in subcategory. If it's not, I'll filter it. Else, I just add it to the array. Simple as that. And for the is subcategory selected, I'll basically just check whether it's included in the subcategory array, else I'll return false. And as for the button that I had previously, which was the category and then the checkbox, which were the subcategories, I'm just going to iterate over the categories array, and I'll get the name, the ID, and the subcategories. So I'll place the category name here where we had the name previously, and I have some few style changes here. So I said the style remains the same, but I have some few style changes here. The default ones are still there, but now I'm checking whether the category ID is equals to this ID right here. So I'm checking whether this category ID, which was the one I'm getting from the query params, if it is, I want to add active menu and side menu active, which are not Tailwind classes. We're going to create these classes ourselves using CSS. So this is the flexibility of SvelteKit coming into play. We can add both of them together. So I want to add a pretty distinct animation that I wasn't able to get very easily with Tailwind. So I'm using this. It's just using pure CSS. All right, so for the subcategories, we're going to iterate over it as well, and then we'll add the checkbox and a label to it. For the label, I'll add a for, and I'll say term, and then the subcategory name, and then for the ID to relate them, I'll use ID and term, then the subcategory name, and checked. For checked, we just use the is subcategory selected function, and we'll pass in that subcategory. And area labeled by, this is just for area accessibilities. And on check change, this is the important one. When we change the check state, we want to toggle subcategory, so we'll run this function right there. And that's basically it. Apart from that, all that is left is the CSS, and most of the CSS is actually not useful. I added a bunch of them because I was trying multiple ways of doing the same thing. Like this is doing the same thing as this, and this doing the same thing as this. It's just me playing around. But what I need to do here is really, I need just two things, yeah, which are active menu and the side menu active. So the ones you should get as the side menu active and the active menu. So when you get both of these, you just get this keyframe as well. So you can copy everything if you want, but a lot of them are not useful, like category sections. This is not useful at all. Well, this is the code here, and the code will be available on GitHub. You can get it if you want. But what does this actually do? Well, we can actually know now until we actually pass in the categories as a prop. So you see the filters needs the category passed in here. So categories would be equals to data dot, well, I think it's categories like this. I'll save this. Make sure that saves properly, and I'll take a look at that on the browser, or in the browser, whichever is correct. And now we see both categories. We see kitchen utensils and we see electronics, right? If I click on pots, see we only see pots, right? I unclick this, or I toggle it. We see all of them right back. If I click on kitchen utensils, we'll see only the ones that are in kitchen utensils, and we see this nice animation that happens, telling us that this category has been selected. Now that was the part for the CSS, and I can click on this what do you call it, this product card, and go to this product and add this product card and click add to order and get this product added to my cart. Right now we know that we have two products added because we have the indicator telling us that we have two items in our cart, but we don't actually see them yet. So let's actually display them on this sheet right now. Go to your card sheet component. What I'm going to do is I'll replace this static plain styles with this. Now this is the same card sheet component, but this time with the functionalities that we need. Let's take a look at it line by line. Right here we are importing all that we need, and we have this derived run here that's basically calculating the total price for us. So what is going to do is get it from the users. So this is going to get it from the layout of the store. Yeah, able to get the users cart item. Then we use the reduce method to add all the quantity and multiply that by the product price itself, and we have to get the total price of everything we have in our cart using this simple logic right here. And after that, we have to pass in the total price into this format currency to get the total price right here, and this proceed to checkout button will just navigate them to the checkout page and close the cart sheet. And we have one other last thing here, which is this order list. Remember I told you we're going to do this order list component, but we didn't actually create it. But we have this order list here, and we are importing order list from order list.svelte. So if I go to order list right here, you'd see that this is the order list, but the functionality isn't here yet. So let's add this functionality. A couple of things are going to be happening here. Let me paste it in right here, and we'll take a look at it. Alright, let's start from the top. First, we're getting all of the inputs that we need. Then after that, I want to get the cart items. So I'm using the derived rooms to just get it from the page store. Then we page.data.user, because we are already fetching the user from the layout, we can get it from this page. .users.cart, then .the cart items, and if that doesn't exist, I'll just default to an empty array. And once we get the cart items, we would iterate over it. Right now, I want to change these images to image because of that's how I'm using mine. But we iterate over it and get all of what we need. So with the structured product, because of not right now, this thing is related. So we have the relations for the product and all that. So let me just make sure that you guys actually get that. I'm going to show it right here. So forget the fact that we actually have this order list as an component or as a component, my bad, as a component somewhere else that's not kind of related to a page. We can still get the data being fetched from the layout or from the page by using page store. That's one of the coolest things about SvelteKit. So I can go to the layout here. You'll notice that we alright, the layout the server.cs file right here. You notice that we are fetching the user and we have all this relation already added, the orders with the order product with the product. That's why we can actually just get all these things easily like that. So with the structure from the product, all this, and we also get the quantity, product ID, the cart ID, and we use the ID as the key. So the reason why we need the key is because we want this to be a keyed each block that we can do animations like animate flip and out fly. But for that, the first thing we have here is a form. The form is going to cover everything because of we'll be using form actions to undo all of the actions that will be taking place here, like incrementing the carts, decrementing the product, and things like that. Method of post, first thing. After that, we have a use enhance. And for the use enhance, we immediately return an asynchronous function, get updates and results. You already know this pattern by at this point. First thing we do, we await updates to make sure that the form action has run and it's done with all it needs to do. Then we check if there's a message in the results. If it's successful, I send a toast message with the data.message as the message in the toast. And if it was a failure, we check whether the status was 401. If it was 401, very similar to what we did previously, we want to have an on-click action right there. If it wasn't 401, we just send a normal toast error. And again, the animations right here. After that, we have the we have the div that is covering the whole thing right here, and we'll have an image to actually display the image. After that, we'll have this div that's going to cover the name, the description, and the price. So we have this p tag here for the name, this one here for the description, and this one right here for the price. After that, we'll have the one for the buttons. So we have this div covering these buttons. We have 3 buttons, but 2 of them are for actions. The first one here is to decrement, and the last one here is to increment. And for the decrement, we're using quite a unique way of doing this. I don't think people usually do it this way, but I find this kind of cool, and I decided to show you guys multiple ways of doing this kind of things. So remember, I showed you 3 ways now of actually passing data to the form actions. The first one is using an input, an hidden input. The second one is just adding it to the form data using use enhance, and the third one is passing it in the URL search params like the way I'm doing right now. So for the form actions, instead of having the form action directly on the form, I'm having it on the button levels because of we are using this one form to send to multiple actions. So we just see form actions on the button level, then we'll pass in the action. So this is going to be on the root page, you do slash and then question mark and then slash. Then we'll write the name of the form action, which in my case is decrement in cart. We've not created it yet. We'll create it very soon. So it's decrement in cart, and I'll say product ID is equals to product ID, cart ID is equals to this value. So we are passing the values that we need as search params, which is extremely nice to know that you can do. And the second button here is just to display the quantity that we are adding and removing, and we have another button for the incrementing cart. We pass the product ID, the cart ID, and this time we'll pass the stock as well. We want to get the value in the stock. And we also have one last button here to actually delete this item, and this will be delete from cart. We'll pass in the product ID and the cart ID as well. Let's save this and take a look at it on the browser. Okay, so on this page, all we just need to do is click on this icon, and we see that the products in our carts are in display right now. I have iPhone and the pods with their respective prices as well, and the total. So you can see, so we have 10 of iPhone, which is 10,000, and then we have 4 of pot, which is 2,000. So we have 12,000 in total. That's nice to know. And I can add more pots, so I can add 3 more pots and add that. And if I check, okay, so only 1 pot could be added to your cards due to stock limitations. So as you can see, this is complete system. Right, so I can check now. I have 5, yeah, and I have 12,500. The next thing for us to do is to add the actions. So if you remember, we have buttons. Yeah, we have the decrement, the increment, and the delete button, which we've not hooked up just yet. So let's do that now. Where we're going to hook it up, as I said, is going to be on the root page. So you go to your, let's close all the folders, getting a bit complicated. Go to src, routes, storefront group route, and we'll create a plus page.cs file right here. Page dot. And if you're thinking, why don't we just place it in the plus layout server file? A layout server file can't accept form actions. That's why. So I'll just paste this in here and then I'll explain. So we have a delete cart, a delete from cart action. We have an increment in cart action and a decrement in cart action. Let's take a look at the delete from cart. Again, we are just destructuring all we need: request, locales, db, and URL. We initialize auth, so we create auth using the create auth function, and we get the cart ID from the search programs. Right now, we're not getting it from the form data, so there's only for us to use request.form data or any of that. We just use URL the search program to get the cart ID and the product ID as well. Now, this is just a different way of doing the same thing. I like to show variants. So we get a session, and then we check if the session is actually valid. If it's not, you need to log in, error message will be sent. Once we do that, we'll basically just delete that cart item from the cart table. So we'll say db.delete cart item table, where this cart item ID is equals to this ID, where this cart item product ID is also equals to this product ID right here. I'm gonna delete that. I'm sending a message saying deleted successfully. Or if there's an error, we just log it to the console so that we can debug it. For the increment in carts, very similar, but this time we're going to get the stock as well. When we get the stock, we'll validate for the user's auth session. Then we check whether this product existed in the cart previously, and this is so that we can measure the stock and the quantity and things like that. So very similar to the way we did for the add to order button or add to order action. So we check whether it existed in the cart previously. So find first, where cart ID is equals to cart ID and product ID is equals to the product ID. And we only want to get the quantity. That's why we say columns quantity true. And then we have this already in cart variable, which is just going to be the existing cart item quantity. Or if there was nothing there, to default to 0. And then we have available in stock, which is going to be the stock minus the already in cart. That's the one we have available in stock. And if available in stock is less than 1, we'll send this message saying could not be added to your cart due to stock limitations. And if all of that actually passed, we'll update the cart table of that product by just using the SQL. I forgot what they call this again in Drizzle, but you can import SQL right here and you can just basically write raw SQL. So we can say SQL, then the cart items quantity plus 1. So we are basically just incrementing. I'm going to increment only where this is what we have. So cart item is equals to the cart items ID, is equals to the cart ID, and the product ID is equals to the product ID. So we have equals here and we have and here. So make sure that you get all of this correct. And we also send the return message saying incremented successfully. And for the decrement is very similar. We don't need the stock, so I don't know why I add the stock here. But it's very similar as well. Get the cart ID, get the product ID, check for the session, whether it existed in this cart previously, check for the last item, and then if it's the last item, we would delete it because of decrementing, you can get to the last one. If it's the last quantity right there, like if the quantity is equals to 1, you delete it, not just turn it to 0. That doesn't make any sense. So you want to delete it. Or if it's not even the last item, you just run your normal delete as usual. And I think you can do something like on complete do update here instead of having it like this. I'm not sure, but this works. And then we can just send a message saying decremented successfully. And we can save that now. And we can take that for a quick spin and see if this actually works. So I'll go back to the browser, open the cat icon. Okay, this is actually refreshing. So let's wait for this to refresh completely. Then we'll take it for a spin. Refresh done. Let's take a look at this now. Open the cat icon. Let's try and decrement this. And as you can see, decrement successfully. We have 9. We can go to 8. We can go to 7, or we can just delete totally. And then you see that nice animation right there. So if you've gotten to this stage, you've come really, really far. I would like to congratulate you. Now let's move on to the next stage. In this next section, we're going to focus on the user's profile. So the first page we're going to focus on the profile is the personal info page. So go to the plus page of Svelte file of the personal info folder and just come in here. We're basically going to replace everywhere that we have static data with the one that we're getting from the database. So I'm just going to do that now. It's basically the same thing, but for the name, yeah, I'm using the page store. So page.data.user.name, and for the email, I'm using page.data.user.email. And I want to get the user's initials, so I'll just import that utility function. And I have this users variable here, and I'm just going to show you guys if, for instance, you feel like this is really long, like the last time page.data.user, and doing that over and over again, you can really just place page.data inside a derived run, and you'll be able to get things like user or whatever you want to get from there, and you can just use them as is. So instead of doing this the way I did this here, I can just come here and say user dot, and you can say I'm going to have my static type here as well. So I can say user dot, for my own example, I'm going to go for the name. I'll say name, and just like that, I get everything that I want. So I'll save this file now, and I'll move on to the next file, which is going to be the addresses. The first thing I'll do is make all the inputs that we'll be needing here, and then I will just have the load function right here. But since we are already fetching all of the users all of the users address on the layout level, the top level, there's no need to fetch it here again. So what I will just use this file for would be for the actions. So we would have two actions here. We'd have to add an address and to delete an address. So we can just start setting up our actions here. The first action will be to add address. That will be the add address form action. It's going to be a named form action. And with the structure, all we need like locals and db and requests. And once we've done that, we'll get form, because of we'll be using SvelteKit super forms to validate the form. And then when we get a form, we would initialize our authentication or auth, and we will just make sure that the user is authenticated to make this request. If not, we redirect them to the home page, and we'll also check whether their form fields were valid. If structure all of the fields from the form data that we need. But before moving on to adding this address straight to the DB, we want to first clear existing default flags if new address is set as default for any of the two, either is default billing or is default shipping. We want to make sure that we swap it. So if I have an address that is set to default previously, and now this my new address is set to default. I want to take that badge from that one and add it to my new address. That we are doing right here. Now if we are checking whether if default billing is true or if default shipping is true. If any of that is true, we want to update that one. So we'll say update address table is default billing, else we get it. If default billing is not there, we don't set it to false. If it's default shipping is not there, we don't set it to false. But if it is, we set it to false. But the important thing here is on this where. So we're saying where the address user's ID is equals to the session's user's ID, or any of this is also true. So it's a very nice way and concise way of getting this whole thing done, but it does the job. And if you understand what every single thing here is doing, like what where is doing and what iron is doing and what all is doing, you understand that this is a very clean and precise way of getting this thing done. So after doing that, what you want to do now is you want to insert this after you've updated the address that might have had a previous flag. You want to insert your new address into the database. That's what we are doing right here, and we are just returning a message saying created so and so address and then a type, and the type is success because of this was a successful. After that, we're going to do the delete address action, and delete address action again is similar to the name the address, but its own job is to delete an address from the database. So we're going to get an ID, so we'll get form data like this, and then we'll get the ID by using the name right here. You initialize auth. We'll make sure that the user is authenticated to be able to make this request, and then we'll simply delete this user from the database. Oh, sorry, we'll delete this user's address from the database. Coming to the plus page, the Svelte file of the address folder, you see that right now all these are just static. Let's replace this with the data from the page store. Now, what we are doing is just similarly to the way I told you, you can add a page store into the derived run and just get that variable. Simply easy like this. And the reason why I keep showing you this is because of some of you might make a mistake of doing this. My assume this is going to work. This would, but it would not be reactive. So if you change the address and the server load action, and the server load function runs, this would not reflect. You need to actually refresh your page to actually see it because of it's not reactive. You want to make sure that this is like this, placed in the derived run. We also have the delete modal state to be false and the address ID to be 0. We'll have our add new address modal still there, and instead of having some variable, some boolean, we'll check whether the address length is equal to 0. If it is, we show this fallback. If it's not, then we show the main thing. But this time we are placing in the dynamic data because of we are now iterating over the addresses array, and we get address state, address country, and if default shipping, we place this badge. If default billing, we place this badge, and then we'll have this button to delete an address. And what this button will simply do is, first of all, we'll set address ID to address.id, and then delete modal state would be true. What I will do is open this modal, and then this modal would have a form action going to this delete address named form action. We have a use enhance that we immediately return an asynchronous function. We await updates, and then we check if the result type is success. We show a toast notification, and we set the delete modal to false. And inside here is just very simple. Are you absolutely sure? Kind of confirmation message. So they will make sure that they are sure of what they are doing. And let's go to the new address modal. In here is where we are going to use to add the address. But here as well is where we would direct the user or the form to that action that was created on the address page. The action to actually add a new address. At this point, I have updated the code, so now it has the functionality added. Let me just go through it one by one for you guys. On the form, we are setting a method to post. Use would be enhanced. The action there will be enhanced from SvelteKit super forms, and the action itself, like the form action, is going to be leading to /me/address/ question mark / because we want to add a named form action, and then we'll say add address as the named form action. And we have the usual fields as normal, but this time when they click on add address button here, it would add them, it would direct them to that form action, and the logic would be done on that side. So you want to make sure that you get rid of this type. We don't need this type. By default, this form dot button would be a type submit. I want to believe, but it doesn't out leaving it, so I'll leave it. So scroll up. Let me explain what's going on here. Because we are doing the action not on this like clients, it's not SPA. I've removed the SPA option, and I also want to be able to have the ability to get the results and then show it in a toast, like the message, and show it on a toast. We'll be using onUpdated for that. So we use the onUpdated method, and we can get the message and whether it was valid. So if it was valid, you can say toast.success and then the message, and I'll also set the address modal state to false. So I can save all the unsaved files, and I can actually check this out on the browser. So Ctrl+K+S to save all unsaved files. Let's see how this looks like on the browser. I'm just going to go to my profile page, and in my profile page you can see my name and my email. If I go to my addresses, you see how you haven't saved any address yet. Let's click on new address. Let's add a new address. I'll call this office address. I'll make this default shipping, and I'll add address. And as you can see, office address has been added, and it has the badge of my shipping address. And I'll also click on the remove button, and I'll delete this address, and that address has been deleted. So office address has been successfully deleted. Nice. Moving to the order history. Currently we are not actually displaying the user's order history, so let's fix that. Go back to your editor and go to your order history page. On the plus page, the Svelte file. Well, we have just static data here. I'm just going to want to replace this with the data we're getting from the page store. So most of the things are the same. Yeah, we are getting orders, and we are just, the way we are getting it is I'm going or writing data.users.orders, and data is going to be from the data that we're getting from the props run. That's going to be the one we're getting on our server. But this time I'm not using the page store. Why aren't we using the page store directly? But we are actually going to be using data from our top level, that is our layout file. But again, I like to show variance, so I'm going to show you another way you can get that data every single time. So instead of using a page store, you can just use data like this. And the way we're going to be doing that is utilizing the parent from the load function. So simply like this, very simple. What we do is the structure parent from the event here, and we will await parent. So what this will do is cause the load function of the layout of this page to run. So what you're doing here is you are basically forcing this page's parent to run. So we're going to do here, and that is to make sure that we always get the right and correct fresh data. And when we do that, since this page is nested inside of the layout, and on the layout we are fetching the user, we can simply use data dot, and we'll be able to use user right here directly. So the places where we use the page store are for the places where we might not necessarily be able to get data directly the way we can get data from here. Let's say in a component like the order list component, we're going to need to start passing props, and we are very sure that the places where we're using the order list component is inside the layout file, so we can just use a page store directly there. And that's how we do it. So this is just another way of doing it, a more correct way in my opinion, if it's a page directly in the layout. All right, so the first thing I want to do is check whether order is actually there. So if there is no order, I'll fall back to this. But if there's an order, or if there's at least one order, I'll iterate over the orders, and I'll just destructure what I need, like created art, amount, code, status, and other products. And I'll place in the correct things. So for the created art, I'm just going to use int.date time format, and I'll format it as easy as this. Now, if you've been noticing, I've been formatting date like quite a few different ways. I used to show you that JavaScript date formatting and date in general has gotten better over the years. And I'm just showing you variants, and I'll do the same thing. I'll place the amount here. I'll place the status here. For the status, I'm doing some dynamic class adding to change the color based on the status. So if it's processing, I want this. But if it's either shipped or delivered, I want this. And that's basically it. So, but in here, there is, when you open the collapsible, I now want to iterate over the other products itself. And we iterate over that, and I want to fix my image right here. And I'll iterate over that, and I'll place in the table row all I need, like the name, the SKU, the price, the quantity, and the price, like the total price. That is the quantity times the price itself. And that's basically it. So I can save both those files, Ctrl-K and S. And even if I check my browser now, since we've not made an order, we won't see anything. We'll also see that you haven't made any order yet, but now it's hooked up. So this is refreshing. Once it's done refreshing, you'll see that it's still going to be this thing that is going to show. Done refreshing now, but we still see the fallback, which is actually correct. Right before we move on to the settings page, I just want to make sure some things are done here. So if you remember, we are adding the authorization on the hooks folder. We can also, for safety measure, add one here as well. So basically just getting the session and saying if the session does not exist, we direct the user back to the home page. Right. And I'll come to the plus page.star.cs file right here. So if a user goes to base URL / me, but / nothing else. So it's just base URL / me. I don't want that to exist because of that page doesn't exist. And I also don't want a 404 error at that point. I just want to redirect the user directly to the default of this page. So I've chosen the default of this route, or of this layout, this complete route, this me route. I don't know why it's so hard to explain that, but the default will be the personal info page, right? So I just want to redirect the user there if it comes to this page. I'll simply get redirect, and I'll say the status code to be 303, and it should be /me /personal-info because that is the route. Now we can move on to the settings page. On the settings page, we have a couple of modals. We have update email modals, update name modals, update password modal as well. And if I go right here on the page, you see that this is how it works. So we want to be able to open these modals and then change the settings. So the first one I'm going to go to is the update email modal. And this is basically a very simple form that is SPA, so it's done on a client. And the way we're going to do this is just add, if you remember, the onUpdate method. Yeah. Now I have this onUpdate that is, first of all, it's only going to run if the form is valid. We get the email from there and we use the auth client to actually change the email. Now, all of this is the power of better auth. So don't miss out on all of all this goodness. So as you can see, we can actually just do dot change email. So auth client dot change email is as simple as that. We add a new email right there, and bam, we have changed the email. Now we can get on success, or if there was an error. I just want to make sure I import toasts right here. And that's basically it for the change email. Until now to do, just make sure that I have my form properly written. The method should be post. If you don't do this step, this won't actually work. So you make sure you do this step. And I'll use and ask to run this on the client. Now save. Let's move on to the update name modal. On the update name modal, I'm just going to come here directly to the form and add what I need to add here, which is method will be equals to post and use enhance. After doing that, I want to move up to superforms and add the options that I need. So I'm going to set the data type to JSON first of all, and then I'll use on update right here. So on update is going to be very similar to the way I've done it. Again, I'll get auth clients, and with auth client I can do update user, and then I can update the users field. The only field I want to update is the name, and then I can check on success or for errors as well. I also want to update toasts or import toasts. Okay, once we've done that, let's move on to the next, which would be update password. And I believe we've done this update password previously, so that's nice to know. That's nice. The last thing on the settings page would be to hook up this button, this logout button right here. So we'll simply just have an on click here, and the click will be running the auth client sign out method. So I want to import auth client, and then when we run that, we also now want to invalidate all. And what invalidate all will do is cause every load function that's on this page to rerun. So the layout load function and this page's load function, if it has any, would rerun. Like that. So now we can take this for a spin and see whether we had any bugs, because we actually went through the whole thing without actually testing any one of them out. Alright, so let's try the name first. The name says Lawala Debela, and this I believe is static, so we also need to change this as well. So I would say this to be Fawaz, and I'll update name. Alright, so that didn't work. That didn't actually work. Alright, so that's nice to see. Let's move over to the name, the update name model back, and take a look at what's wrong. Okay, I believe we didn't save this. So it basically wasn't saved. That's all. And once we've saved that, we'll take a look at it once more. Alright, so let's see the name, and I'll change this to Fawaz. Update name, and it was updated. If I go to my personal info, we see Fawaz here, but the name here still remains Lawala Debala. That's because we've not changed it to reflect. So let's do that now. Alright, so scroll up to your right above the superforms initialization would have this. So let user be equals to derived. This will be derived store that's going to be derived from the page store. So say page dot data. I just want to make sure that we import the page store. To import that here, and once that has been imported, we'll be able to use user to get a name. I can come right here, and instead of having this Lawala Debala hard coded, I will just have user dot name, and save this. Let's see where this looks now on the browser. Go to the browser and you should see Fawaz here. If I change Fawaz to Adebola Lawal and update name, you should see it update automatically here as well. So that's nice. But if I click here, one thing that I can do is this input should be pre-filled with the name, the previous name, right? So one easy way we can do that in Superform is, since we are using defaults here, we can just come here and say user, make user the first argument to default. And let's take a look at that now. If I click here, you'll see we have Lawala Debala pre-filled for us. Alright, so let's check the rest. For change email, we can change email to previously we have speed 012. I can change it to speed 010. Update email. Let's check personal info. We see 010. That's nice. Password as well. So let's change password. The current password. I can place this in new password. I'll say, and then to confirm the password and change password. and passwords updated successfully. So that's nice. And also I can also log out. And I'm logged out now. Let me log in back. If I try to log in with the previous password, this should give me an error. Yes, invalid email or password. But now if I try to log in with my new password, all right. Okay, let's try that again. So I believe I forgot my password. Some reason I think I'm placing in the wrong password. All right, so let's click on forgot your password, and we'll place in our email, and we can check our terminal. So it's nice to know that we've hooked this all up. All right, so it's telling us that user not found, this user, and the reason why it's telling us that is because that's correct. We actually changed our email, right? So it's not actually that we forgot our password. We changed our email. So if I use my new email with my new password, it should work. I'll change this to 0, and then I'll use my new password. And you see that works now. So that's nice. All right. That's very nice. Moving to an equally interesting section would be going to the checkout page now. Currently, the checkout page, I believe, is just plainly static. The only thing that's dynamic is this. But for the price and the rest, it's just static. So let's fix that now. Go to my page, and this is my checkout page right here. I can replace all of these with logic. All right, so let's go through it one by one. The first thing I want you to notice is the shipping fee that we're getting from lib/constant. If I go to my constant file, so that we have this shipping fee right here, and we have it as 5. And we'll get the default address, and we will get the default address is by going through the user's address and finding the address that has its default shipping to true. And that'll be our default address, and our cart item would simply just derive from the page store like this, and to default to a empty array if the cart items was empty. And for the total price, we'll simply use cart item dot reduce to get that value, simply like this. We've done, I believe, both of these previously. The only one that should be new here would be getting this default address. And most of the UI stays the same, but just now we are changing the static data to the dynamic data. So if we have a default address, we want to have this address be made to, and then the address label. Else we'll just have this text saying, please add a delivery address or set one as your default. Let's go delivery address, and let's go and, right? And then for the selected items, we just have this other list here, which is already done already for us. And moving down to the price and the taxes as well, we'll have the items of total to be the total price. Again, my formatting is using this format currency utility function. And then we'll have delivery, which is standard shipping, using this format currency function again. And we'll have total, which should be total price plus the shipping fee, formatted using this format currency function as well. Then we'll have this proceed to make payment button that is not going to work. It's going to be disabled if there is no default address, because of we need an address to actually send them their goods. But if there is a default address, it's going to be enabled, and it will lead them to the checkout/payment page. So I can save this and look on the browser, and now you see that it's getting the data dynamically for us. So its subtotal is $100, delivery is 10. Right, so that's wrong. I don't think delivery is supposed to be 10. Let's refresh this page. I noticed we had one error here, which was that I said constant here, but the path is not constant, or the name of the file is not constant, but constants with an S. So you can miss little things like this easily, but it's constant with an S. For me, I don't know if to be that same for you. So I'll make sure I fix that and I'll save this. Back to the browser, you see that now it reflects the way I want it to reflect. We get the price proper, the subtotal, the delivery, and the total. Yeah, the exact way I want it. And for the selected items, we get them the way we want. We've always had them, and it's kind of nice that from here I can still decrement and increment, and I also delete it. All right. So the next thing we want to do is actually hook this proceed to make payment button, because when we click on this button, it should take us to the payment page, and payment is going to be handled by Stripe. So move over to the Stripe documentation or Stripe landing page and create an account. And once you create an account, I want you guys to log into your dashboard. So I've already created an account. I'm just going to go to my dashboard here directly. All right, so I'm just going to sign in. So by default, you'll be using a test account, which is the one we want to be using. But if you want to actually use a real account, you need to complete your business profile. So we won't do that here. We'll be using test mode. So this is kind of how you are on test mode. Yeah, this will be toggled here. The reason for coming here at this point is so that we can get our Stripe secret key. So I'll click here to copy it, and then I'll save this on my code or in my code as an environment variable called Stripe secret key. So you guys should do that as well. Click here, you will automatically copy it, and then you save it in your environment variable. I'll go to env. I will also get my publishable key, and I'll call this my Stripe public key. So add both of them to your env file. After you've done that, now we're going to install two packages. The first one is going to be Stripe for the Node.js environment, and the second one is going to be Svelte Stripe, which will enable us to implement Stripe in our Svelte application quite easily. So to install Svelte Stripe, you want to run this command, which would run now. So I'll copy this, go to my terminal, paste this in here. I don't need this D command right here. So what this will do, it would install Stripe for JavaScript, Stripe for Node.js, and Svelte Stripe. So this one command is kind of all we need to install everything that we'll be using when working with Stripe. Once that has been successfully installed, we can move on. Where I'm going to go to next is my payment page. The plus page, the Svelte file, is where we'll target first, and then we'll move to the server file. Yeah, so what we really need to do here is just change. Yeah, where we have this is test payment for demonstration. We want to put a real form right here. So let me go to my browser and go back to that page and actually go to payments. I'll go to click checkout, and then I'll click here, proceed to make payment. Okay, so I don't think we have any address as we don't have any address as our default, do we? No, but still this proceed to make payment button is working in. That shouldn't be so. So let's take a look at that first. Go to my plus page, the Svelte file, and yeah, this button should be disabling if default address is false. So doing this check on this client on the first place is not the best way of doing it, but we can just fix this whole thing by saying did I just spell on click wrongly. So that'll be on click, and instead of using an href, we just go to say if default address have go to, it's going to go to that route. I can get rid of this href right here. I can save this. I can also get rid of this disable, so I can do actually not undefined or null, is a true to value. So let's check this one more time. If I click on proceed to make payments, nothing happens, right? It will be better experience if there is some sort of um notification, but if a delivery address is not there, nothing will happen. And I'll click here to actually add a new delivery address, and I'll make it my default shipping address. And I'll go back, you'd see that office address is my new address. And if I click on proceed to make payments, now it navigates me to this page. So this is the page I want to work on now. Let's go ahead and fix this page. So I'll go to my payment page again, and I'll replace this with what actually needs to be here. Sorry. So let's go let's go line by line and explain what's going on here. All right. So make this constant. And the first thing that I'm going to explain here is how Stripe works, or the way we're going to be using Stripe, because of Stripe works in multiple ways. The way we're going to be doing it is, first of all, we're going to create a payment intent, right? So that's to tell Stripe that we intend on making payment. And then when we create that payment intent, we can go ahead and make payments. Stripe will be like, all right, you've made an intent. I'm waiting for your payment. And then Stripe goes ahead and make the payment. And there are two ways we can do this. We can actually just use a simple API to get the response and complete the whole payment, or we can use a Stripe webhook, which is the popular way of going about this, using a Stripe webhook and actually completing the payment. But the first thing you have to do in our own scenario is to create a payment intent, and you create a payment intent on the server. So we're going to do it on our page.server.cs file. But for now, let's just concentrate on the client. All right. So I have element, link authentication element, and payment element imported from Stripe, and I have load Stripe imported from @stripe/stripe-js, which is the JS package of Stripe. All right. So the first thing is the moment we mount, I want to load Stripe, and I'll pass in my public Stripe key. Remember, I told you in your interview you should have a secret Stripe key and a public Stripe key. Once you do that, just mind you that we have all of these variables right here. So make sure you get all of these variables down. Once you do that, we're going to get our cart items. Usually we get them, our total amount as well. Then we'll have this asynchronous function called submit. First thing we'll do is to prevent default, then we'll check whether Stripe elements or processing exists. If any of these are missing, we'll just return. Again, you can go to the extent of sending notifications, but we will just return. But if all of this is true, processing will be equals to true, and the error will be null, right? So this is just a simple reset back to our default if we've made or submit previously. Then what we want to do is to run this confirm payments with Stripe. So stripe.confirm payment, we'll pass in the element and we'll redirect if required. And then from the result, we can get the error. If there was an error in making payments, we'll set it to this error variable and we'll set processing to false. Else, we'll run this API request. Now, this API is simply what we could have been doing using Stripe webhooks. So what is in this API is what we can just direct Stripe webhooks to focus on. But in our scenario, we won't be using webhooks, just to make this a lot faster and easier. We'll just go the old route and make a fetch this API route. So this API route is not created yet. We will create it, but for now, just know that it's going to be located at /API/order. The method will be post, and the information I would send will be the cart ID, right? Then we'll get the code from await response.text. The processing will be equals to false, and then we would navigate them to the confirmation page using that code. So right, so this is where we're pasting in the form. First thing here is if there's an error, we want to display that error at the top right here. And in here we'll just have the usual form, but this time it's going to have this element and this button inside it. So this element is the one from the, I don't know if you remember, but from this Svelte Stripe right here. And in this element, we'll pass Stripe as a prop, and the client secret will be data.client secret. Now we have to get this from the server as well, but we've not done that. And we also want to bind elements to this. We want to pass in the link authentication element tag here, and the payment element component, not tag, sorry, component. And we'll put our button where we'll be checking whether it's processing this loading. If it's not processing, we'll just have the text of pay. And now order summary would have the orders. Yeah, so let me just replace images with image. And in here will be a simple iteration over our cart items. Yeah, and here will just be also total and our shipping, and then we'll add both of those for our total. And now let's focus on the server file to see how we create our payment intent and how we return our client secrets. First off, I want to initialize Stripe. So I'll get Stripe from Stripe. This is the Node.js environment. And then I'll initialize Stripe. Once I've done that, I would have my load function right here. I will initialize auth and get the session. Now here you can authenticate whether this user is authenticated or not, or authorized to make this kind of action. After doing that, we can get the users, and from the users we can get, using find, we can get the default address and make sure that this user exists and the default address exists as well. Because if any of that doesn't exist, we just want to navigate them back to some other route. And we also want to get the total item. We can get the total item from the cart items. And once we get that, we will get the shipping fee. Now, right here we are hard coding shipping fee. Sorry, we actually aren't hard coding shipping fee, but we are multiplying it by 1,000. Sorry, by 100. And the reason for that is because of Stripe doesn't Stripe reads this number in cents. So in order to convert it back to the way we are representing it in our application, we need to multiply it by 100. And that's what we are doing for the reduce as well. You're multiplying the price by 100 as well. So Stripe is going to be reading it in cents. Once we do that, we'll make the payment intent by doing stripe.paymentintent.create, and then the amount will be the total amount. As you can see, for the currency, we'll go with USD, and then we'll have this option of automatic payment method enable true, and then we'll return the client secret, and the client secret is going to be inside the payment id.client_secrets, and we'll save this. Right, now let's create that API route, because that route is actually very important. So go to API. This would have a folder called order right here, and in order would have a plus server.cs file because we want to create an API route, and in that file we'll have this code. Now this might seem like a lot, but it is a lot, but let's just go through it line by line. First of all, we are importing all we need. Then we have a post route, right? That's what we're using. From the request JSON, we'll get the cart ID. Remember, we are sending the cart ID, so we'll get that, and then we'll make sure that this user is authenticated. That's what all this is doing. You are authorized to make this action. Simple as that. Then we'll get all of the cart items using that cart ID from database, and then we'll get the out of stock items. Right. So if the out of stock items is greater than 0, I'll say insufficient stock for product, because of during the time you were adding the stock could have been available, or the product could have been available, but after some time you might come back and you want to still make this purchase that's in your cart, but somebody else might have outbought the stock or outbought the product, and the product might not just be available at that point. So that's why we'll make sure that we make this check, and if it's actually greater than 0, we'll say insufficient stock for product, and then we say the names of the product. So it could be more than one product, but we're using .join. And the total amount, we get the total amount. We are adding the shipping fee to the total amount. And make sure this is S. I always forget that. And after that, we'll get the user's shipping address. And once we get the user's shipping address, we get the shipping ID from that. I'll make sure that if the shipping ID doesn't exist, we'll say user's shipping address not found. And after that, if all of that is passed, we'll say we will create a new order. So add to the order table this order, and the status will be processing, right? And after the order, we'll then get the other products. So we'll map through the cart items and get all the other products. and we'll get just their ID, the product ID, and the quantity, and then we'll use a batch statement to add into the other products table that value, and into the products table we want to update the stock. So for each of those products I want to update the stock, and that's what I'm doing right here. And after that I want to delete from the cart table. And what I want to be doing here usually would be a transaction, but because of D1 currently doesn't support transactions, we are using a bash to do this. And after all of that, I want to return from the new order code back. So I'll return it as a text. That's why we are using response.text back there in the payment. Response.text, yeah, to get the code, and we are sending them to the confirmation / then the code. And if I save everything, Ctrl+K+S, and I go back to my confirmation, you see that we have this dynamic route which is expecting the code. We get the code here and we can display the item here. So let's actually do this here now. First place 1b is the server file, and in the server file we'll simply just get the code from the params, and with the code we'll get that order table with the product, and we'll return the order to the client. And in the client we can just get that and display it. So I'm going to be using this Svelte Confetti library, so you can install this npm I svelte-confetti, and I think you guys have seen me use this before, but I'll simply, because I want the confetti to be everywhere, I'm going to use this example. You find all these examples on their documentation or the examples section, and then after adding that, I also want to iterate over the other products. We've done this like a million times already, but I'll iterate over the others product, and yeah, I'll destructure the infos that I need, and I'll display them here. I'll use the format currency utility function to format the currencies, and then for the subtotal I want to minus it from shipping fee, because of right there we are adding it before inserting into the database. So I want to minus it first of all, and then I would say the shipping fee is this price, and then for the total will just be the subtotal here without adding the shipping fee, because of the shipping fee is already added already. So it might be a little bit confusing, but that's just very easy way of doing it without having to complicate too much things. After all of that, just make sure you take a good glance at this, and our whole thing should be complete. So let's take a look at this now. All right, so we're having errors, but let that just refresh. I think what we should do right now is to cut our server, because we added a couple of packages. So cut the server and rerun it. Okay, so go ahead, and now once your dev server is on, reload your app, and you see that it should work as previous. And now we have this form which is from Stripe, and we also have our order summary here as well. So what we can do here is use a dem or a dummy card, right? And the Stripe popular dummy card is 42424242424242, I believe. And then you just need to use an expiration date greater than the current day, I believe. And security code could just be anything. And the country, you add the country, and your number is optional. Your first name and last name is also optional. Then you can click on pay. When you click on pay, just wait for that. What actually happened, I don't know. Alright, so for some reason I was navigated back to the home page. And I don't know why, but let me check my order history. And on my order history, you can see that this order has actually been made, and it has a status of processing. So you see the date displays is January 4, which is today's date, and the summary. And if I expand this, you see that's that product. Right, so let's actually try this again. So let's go back to the store. I'll search for pot, and I'll select this. I don't think we have more of this in cart. Okay, we do. 2 pots added to cart, and I'll go to proceed to checkout. And checkout page, I'll proceed to make payments. And in here, I'll just add my credentials once more. Again, 42424242424242, and I'll click on pay. Yeah, worked the way I wanted it to. So now you can see the nice confetti, and I can see my order summary. Right, so that's nice. But if I go to my admin dashboard now, we'll see that in my dashboard I have recent orders, which are these two orders. They have a status of processing. If I go to my orders, we'll see that I can update these to shipped, and I would update these to shipped and to delivered. So one is updated to shipped, one is updated to delivered, and you can see the time at which they were placed. And yeah, I'll go back to my storefront and go back to my order history. You see that one would be shipped and one would be delivered. So that's it for the whole application. If you have any question, the comment sections are open. And if there's any app you want to see me build, or any parts of the application that you want to see more focus on, you can just let me know. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great day.